When he plugged his camera in, it started registering his audio. I could hear everything through here, but not on stream. What is it? Correct.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I couldn't remember.
And we are back at this year's 2025 Buck 50. It is currently 1:22 p.m., Bub, and we are getting ready for the second group of runners to take the start line. But, Bub, I want to do a quick look back at the 1st group that took the start line, because one of the unique things about this race is the team names. the names of the teams themselves in the race. I love the names of the teams, the creativity
It's
of
very
the
horse
runners.
racing.
Yeah, okay. I like that. Your April human version of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
Here we are. But, Bub, we're here.
Mhm.
We're at the start line. Why don't we go ahead and discuss just a couple of those teams why don't we just go ahead and go down the list of all the teams that took off in the first group.
Yeah, and the first leg that took off at 1 o'clock, one of the teams that caught my eye right off the bat, hashtag a horse named Charlie.
Okay.
It just throws me back to the Charlie the Unicorn videos back in the day.
Okay.
And then we got Bubba Gump Running Company.
Bubba
My
Gump
name's
Running Co.
included in this race already.
Okay.
Chafing the Dream.
We like that.
one. I feel that one.
Bubba likes
That one-
chafing the dream.
Yeah, I do not. That one hurts.
Bub's a big fan.
Dumb ideas make good memories. Well, I think running, a lot of miles like this is a dumb idea,
We
but
agree.
it's for a great cause.
Just for a great cause.
Easier
Bub.
said than run.
Easier said
IRC.
than- Well, hang on, Bub.
What?
We got the 6-minute warning.
Okay.
The 6-minute warning. Dave Huggins just issued the 6-minute warning here. Well, that means we have 6 minutes till that next group takes off.
Well, I think I can get down the list before then.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I've been practicing a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, next team,
You're using books with
IRC.
real words.
You better just watch it over there. You're way too close to me today.
They're 2 inches tall on each page, but
My
they're words
goodness.
nonetheless.
All right, back to the list. We got IRC 1 mile at a time. Team number 53 is It Depends.
Okay, does it?
Depends is in quotes, and I'm assuming it's like diapers.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep. Okay.
Team number 61 is Living the Dream 5.0. Team after them is Open Door Buck Crew.
Okay.
We got the Pickaway Ross Career Tech Center coming in.
We like that.
Rocks the Bell Runners. Scrambled Legs and Aiken. I love that
Scrambled
one.
Legs
Yes.
and Aiken?
Yeah.
I like that.
That is awesome.
Okay.
St. Jude Heroes. Shout out St. Jude's Children's Hospital.
Yes.
Stride for Greatness. Take your time going, but hurry back. The Average Bros. Very common name.
Yeah.
The Young and the Breathless.
Young and the
I like
Breathless.
that one.
That's a good one.
Therapist on the Run. Thrive Athletics. Winches in the trenches. Winches
in the trenches. Okay.
You've still got the runs.
I
And
did
then
see a
Yellow
taco truck.
Springers
I
to
did see
round
a
it
taco
out.
truck. Yellow Springers?
Yellow Springers. I'm going
You
to
think
say
they're
out
from
of that
Yellow
list,
Springs?
I would say so.
Makes sense to me.
But I'm going to say out of that list, I'm going to have to go with Scrambled Legs and Aiken.
You like that?
Out of the first leg, 1 o'clock start time,
1 o'clock start
Scrambled
time.
Eggs and Lake,
We'll
or
go ahead
Scrambled
and
Legs and
Make
Aiken.
sure you
take.
jot that down on your
Okay.
list because we're going to have Bub's favorite
Oh, that's a
names
good
from
one.
each group. So we'll be sure to jot that down by the 1 o'clock there, Bub, so we don't
Oh, I
forget
got
that one.
you.
But, Bub, we're going to check in, at least bring Kendall's Cam to the stage here because she is going to be bringing us some of the start line footage from the Buck 50, and it's getting wild here yet again. Let's go ahead and hang on now.
Everybody's surrounding the
There we
start
go.
line.
Yeah, everyone. The liveliness at this time is just awesome, and it's and it keeps the event fun. It keeps the event alive and well. Every half an hour, you're back to the start line, and off someone else is going.
Exactly.
Here you are cheering for them, man.
And
It's
you
just
see them
awesome.
take off, or those teams take off as well, and then everybody else rushing back, going to get food, going to get water, going to get coffee, whatever they need. It's a big event here at Ohio University Chillicothe.
It is a huge event back at the top of the hill for the 9th year of this event. And Bub, I had the opportunity to get with Dave on Wednesday, busiest guy in Ross County this week. And he was just really excited, man, to get back to the top of the hill where it all began. He noted that the university here does a remarkable job of just cooperating with them and putting the event on. And even something as simple as the spray painted logo, which was a part of the partnership that the Buck 50 has with Field Source, an athletics fields contractor. Even something as simple as that They took to the dean or the president. I couldn't remember who he said. And they said, it's going to be there about a month, maybe 2, depending on how much rain we get. Is that okay? And they're like, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
don't care.
but think something as simple as that takes so much time and planning. And for Dave, I can't imagine how much goes into all of this.
Crazy.
When you just say something, you have to go to the dean of the school, just to get paint on grass.
Yeah, it's awesome. But it is back where it started.
Yep.
You can even told me a story about this used to be the finish line right back here, and you can see the faded.
Why not let the runners get in there?
The original faded finish line. We're gonna swing it to them, bub. We're gonna swing it to them. But I'm trying to show you the history of the race. See, these kids don't care about their history today. You know what? Never mind.
I'm focused on the runners that are taking off right now. It's their time to shine, Eric.
Keep it on the runners. We got the 130 group taking off, and bub. Who we got in this 130 group, man?
Well, let me pull it up here.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do that?
All right. In the 130 group, we got Just Keep Running, All Over the Pace, Athena Pioneers, Drummer Hell, or no, You're going to have to take that one.
Sound it out.
Drummer Hell. We got
it's Dumber than Hell, bub, which is a perfect name for this situation.
Yeah, I'm the Dumber than Hell one here. All right, we got Hope Spot. Our drinking team has a running problem.
Ooh,
Peace,
that's a
Love,
good one.
and Warriors Against Drugs.
Okay, I like that.
Rapid Thigh Movement.
Rapid Thigh Movement,
we did hear about earlier in the
Josh
show.
and Laura.
Revival Runners, Small Town Fitness, the Young Bucks and Over 50s. There's no place like the finish line. What the hell? Wobbly Strides 2.0.
Oh, there's
and worst case scenario.
I personally love Dumber than Hell.
Yeah, we know which one's taking the cake on that one. My goodness.
I love it.
I could not figure that one out.
They're taking off, bub. They're taking off here.
Yeah.
Good luck to Group 2. And they're off.
I like the headband. The red, white, and blue headband.
Crew.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're here for it. We're here for it. Great atmosphere. We got the Kindle cam catching all the footage down the start line, which will later become the finish line here in about 24 hours, bub.
Yeah, it's all going to come full circle.
Literally.
But it's going to be a lot of hills, a lot of
Ross
woods.
County.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of, difficulties on that journey, but it will be back here in about 24 hours.
So why don't we go ahead and talk about this for just a moment, Bob? What would be if you, because again, all day, all night, hills, you name it, would you rather run a leg that's really, really tough, or would you rather run an easy leg at nighttime?
I mean, give me am I going to have to run the tough leg later on?
I don't know. No. I'm just picking and choosing here because I'm trying to get a feel for what you prefer.
All day. No, give me the easiest thing I could possibly have. Like, you showed me this list, and I was already scheming up. I'm looking at maybe leg 6.
Leg 6?
And then 16, and then 26, because I feel like those aren't the longest. I mean, only 4 miles on leg 6, 26 or 16's, 6 miles. Dang, maybe not that route.
Okay,
Never
but there's a
mind.
few in there, Bob, that are in the 3s, but neither here nor there. What if I told you there was a leg known as Natalie's Easy Day?
Oh God, what one is that?
Would you be interested in running Natalie's Easy Day?
No.
Why?
It just doesn't sound like something I would do.
Well, when Dave Huggins, the sick, twisted man that Dave Huggins is when it comes to race design, took this proposal for leg 2 to a runner that was an experienced runner. I'm sorry? Oh, no, you're good. You can turn it off if you want.
Yeah,
That's our senior race correspondent. That is our senior race correspondent, Kendall, asking, should we turn off Kindle Vision? Sure.
That's if you want to turn off Kindle Vision.
We captured the start
shivering
footage.
over there like, please let me turn Kindle Vision off.
We did what we needed to do. Her hands are blue. She's like, please, can we turn off Kindle Vision?
I mean, here's the thing. You told me to even dress warm. I feel like you can never, dress warm enough for something like this.
When you're standing in the elements for 30 hours.
Yeah.
When it's 65 degrees and sunny, I mean, there's no reason to dress warm.
It's just not 65 and sunny.
But back to Natalie's easy day. So if you take a look at leg 2 there, bub, it is a 9.2 mile slobber knocker right out of the gate on leg 2.
I feel so bad for that.
And it also ascends about 600 feet,
Yeah.
and then you lose about 600 feet. So you talk about up and down. Up. That is all over the place. So anyway, took this to Dave, took this, this leg to race runner. I'm not familiar with the last name. Her name is Natalie, though. He took it to Natalie's husband.
Yeah.
Natalie chimed in and said, "Oh, yeah, that's an easy day." So, Natalie's easy day in leg 2
What
was
is a
born.
difficult day then?
I don't know.
It would take me 3 days to run that leg.
Yeah, it might.
Like, I'm just saying, I mean, I can't run 3 miles a day. I can't do that. I did that one time in my life.
Imagine you got to do 9.2, bounce back, and do 2 other runs in 24 hours.
I don't want to imagine that. We're here right now. I let the runners imagine that. They're the ones that signed up for it.
They did sign up for it, but I'm just saying.
They're the crazy ones here. I feel like I'm sane in my decision making.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason we haven't run it yet, but can I flip perspective on you?
Yeah, sure.
In some ways, maybe running it could be easier than broadcasting it for 30 hours.
I understand your theory because you really only got to run 3 legs. You know,
like I would disagree with that theory.
But I would do it. That's why it's a theory and not just a law.
I would 100% disagree with it. I would much rather.
You're just playing devil's advocate.
I would much rather be out here where it's 65 degrees, it's bright and sunny, we got the smell of good foods around us.
It smells amazing out here.
And just broadcast the thing. But hey, shout out to the runners. Hats off to the participants because, bub, they're what make this whole thing go. And quite frankly, it's for I can't think of a better cause. No. Drug-free youth.
Absolutely. No, it's shout out to Dave as well for putting it all together. I mean, he is the brains behind it all.
He's a dog.
The effort that he puts in the entire year. It's not just something that he, pulls off in a whim.
Right.
This is something that he plans for. This is his life.
In a lot of ways.
He has executed it in a
lot of ways, yeah.
Very great, way.
Dave is just awesome. Just an awesome dude. I think our first meeting about what we were trying to pull off broadcast-wise for this came in June.
Yeah.
So to give you an idea of how much time it takes to pull off this type of event and, just what really goes into it.
The amount of moving parts that it takes, just all the connections that you have to have, the conversations that need to be held. It takes time, it takes effort, but it takes a lot of calculating.
Well, here's something you may not have thought about, bub. Think about the properties and the owners of these properties you have to get permission from to run. So, I mean, you're talking 150 miles worth of property throughout Ross County. You've got to get okayed to do this race.
Yeah, but again, I think the thing you noted is it's a lot easier to do that when you have such a good cause that you're trying to promote. Right.
So, and even Dave recognizes that. And,
now, is it easy? No, it is still difficult as hell.
Well, it's easier.
Yeah.
When you've got cooperation trying to put something on like this, I mean,
it takes a community.
We showed up, and what Dave do? He put us right across from the original start-finish line, bub.
Yeah,
the original.
He's gotten erased a little bit.
Well, he used paint in year 1. They now use duct tape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah. Well, this is actually from, he said, getting the line off of there is what did this. It wasn't the paint itself, it was removing the paint. He's like, I feel like it would have been better if we could just let it go.
Yeah, let it naturally just kind of deteriorate.
I have to agree with you, Dave. Yeah. But nonetheless, you left your mark on OUC Buck 50. That's what it's about.
Good point.
That's what it's about, bub.
Good perspective.
If someone wants to get a little worked up about some dusty pavement under the walkway bridge
that people still drive over top of, they got nothing better to do.
That's right. But in my eyes, bub, that is a reminder of the original start line in someone's fight for our youth to stay drug-free. That's the way my brain looks at it, bub, and you'll never convince me differently. Bub, we are here at the Buck 50. It is 1:37 p.m.
65 degrees and sunny.
And we have, if I'm doing the math correctly, which is not the case a lot of times.
I'm the math guy here.
Right around 28 hours of coverage to go.
Well, let's get to it.
Well, why don't we get to it? But first, a quick break,
Oh,
and then
gosh.
we will be right back. What a perfect time for a break. Keep it right here. And we are back at the 2025 Buck 50 live from the start finish line at Ohio University, Chillicothe. I had a meeting, and I was earlier this week. I was afraid I was going to say Ohio Christian, but we're at OUC, not OCU.
Yeah, I got that mixed up a lot.
And what's even worse is I live a street over. But it's neither here nor there. We're at OUC, the start finish line, the 9th annual Buck 50, and we are about 14 minutes away from the third group taking the start line here. And Bub, you couldn't ask for better running weather, I don't think. You couldn't ask for better broadcasting weather today. We got the promise 65 degrees and sunny. I'm starting to see a cloud poke in here or there. But other than that, Bub, it is absolutely beautiful weather.
I feel like if I was running this wouldn't be bad weather if I was running.
We can find a broadcaster.
But
probably.
I don't want to run, any weather is bad weather for running.
Fair enough. That'd be dumber now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I really got to redeem myself on this 2 o'clock list of runners.
Wow, what a time. Well, why don't we go ahead and mention that 2 o'clock list of runners, because they will be making their way to the start-finish line here shortly before long here. Wow, the man himself.
The man.
Hang on. Is it real? It's Dave. I love it. Jackson, you want to hop in here with us?
Bring him in.
Bub. And Jackson a headset. What are you doing?
There you go, sir.
All right. And we are joined by Jackson, one of the main ambassadors at Huntington High School, which, by the way, I got 2 boys in the elementary school. Well, one in the middle school now. He's growing up a little bit. I don't tell people that. But that said, it is crazy to think about, isn't it, Bub? But nonetheless, I got 2 boys there myself. You're one of the ambassador students then in the DARE program, I assume. The MAID program. I'm so sorry. I'm going to do that multiple times over this 30-hour period. Make no mistake. The MAID program. My attitude determines everything. It's the Huntington version and the local version of Drug-Free Clubs of America.
Yep.
An awesome program. Why don't you talk to us about your experience and why you got involved with that? What made you make that decision?
Well, Huntington is a really poverty-stricken area, and drugs have deeply penetrated it. And it's just a great program for kids to be in something bigger than themselves and reflect on, like, if they had family members involved with drugs and stuff, a way to change that for themselves. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like them. You know?
Yeah, don't repeat the cycle.
Yeah, break the pattern. There's a cycle to be broken, and that's exactly it. Change the behavior. So what has your experience been like since you've been in that program? How long have you been in it?
4 years since I was a freshman, but ambassador for 3.
Okay. So you really believe in what you're doing then.
Yeah.
What has that experience been like for you over the course of your entire senior year or your entire high school career, rather?
It's been great. It's been a lot of fun pushing these programs at the rally every year.
Yeah.
We have our rally downtown and give speeches and do fun activities.
Yeah.
And then we come here every year and set up the start and finish line.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what are your responsibilities the rest of the day as a part of all of this?
You have to be a good role model, which I strive to be every day.
Yeah.
And a lot of kids come to you with questions and stuff.
Yeah.
About situations they might not know what to do. So giving advice, being that leadership role.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Jackson, man, you got your head on your shoulders. I love that.
Yep.
What are your plans after school? What else? First of all, before we get to after, what other things, athletics or sports or clubs or activities are you involved in?
I'm in a lot. I'm in cross country and band.
Nice.
And student council president, Spanish club president, quiz team captain, and science club, and science bowl, drama club.
So what do you do with all your free time?
My goodness.
What free time?
So much. Yeah, what free time? I was just like, keep going.
Okay, so now that you got all that going on, I got to ask you, what are your plans for after school?
Going to college at Rose-Hulman Institute in Indiana. It's a tiny STEM institute, aerospace engineering.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow. What are your career goals? Do you have anything lined up yet or anything in mind?
I'd love to work for NASA or SpaceX, Boeing, one of the big guys.
Yeah.
Well,
it sounds like they'd be lucky to have you, man. We appreciate you stopping by, sharing your experiences.
If they can find time to, interview him.
Yeah,
he's a busy man.
Yeah, he's going to have to put NASA. Like, NASA, sorry, you don't fit in with my schedule.
I have to talk to my
my Spanish club. You'll have to talk to my Spanish club. I got Spanish club that day. Jackson, hey, we appreciate what you're doing, man, but we also appreciate you stopping by and just keep up the good work, man. We really, like I said, it's role models like you guys that are kids will listen to guys your age. They don't listen to people like us.
Yeah.
So
we love what we do, and we love that we get to do it.
Yeah.
It's a great program, and I'm glad we have this big race to fund it.
It is. It's
a lot
great.
of fun.
Absolutely.
It's great. It's great. Well, we appreciate your involvement and you being a great role model for our youth, man. So keep up what you're doing. It's awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Yes,
Heck
sir.
yeah.
That's Jackson. What's your last name?
Jackson Coles.
Coles?
Yep.
Jackson Coles. All right. We appreciate Jackson Coles swinging by and get back to doing what you're doing, and we'll do the same. Nice talking to you, Jackson.
Thanks, guys.
Nice meeting you.
Jackson Coles, Huntington High School, the representative from
Thank you. Hey, no,
the
you're
Huntington
good.
High School MAID program, the ambassador for their program. We're going to get ready, though, because we are close to the 6-minute warning for the third group. But I'm sorry. Yeah, the third group. The third group. Time's
Kinda
starting
like
to
the
get away on
3-minute
you.
warning from the
3
WWE
No,
times,
it is
Eric.
not the 3-minute warning, Jamal and Rosie.
Back when we were kids just watching WWE together. Now we're grown adults just watching WWE together, but we go to the events.
That's fair. We're going to have someone check in with us on SmackDown tonight.
Oh, that's true. We can't just be we can't be missing up on the SmackDown updates, Eric.
Okay.
He's not listening to me. He's talking to his wife. I don't become a priority once they put that ring on.
Well, it's not that you're not a priority.
It's just
that
I
don't
wouldn't climb
care.
a mountain for somebody. I understand.
It's just that I don't care about you in any capacity whatsoever. We've got the Huntington running team off to the side here that would like to do a little something with us, and we'll get them over here in just a moment so we can get the. There we go. Bub, just have him pass the headset around. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. We're getting good at this. It's getting more fluent.
There we go. We're keeping it in line with Huntington, man. We just spoke with Jackson Coles, the ambassador for the MAID program at Huntington, and now we got a representative from the Huntington running team. And who are we speaking with, brother?
Jeff McGill. I'm the captain for the Township Made Us.
Okay. Well, Jeff, we appreciate you stopping by, and it sounds like you got a group in today's event.
Yes.
Okay. How long you guys been running this event?
This is our 9th year.
You've ran it every year.
So Huntington had a team every year.
That's awesome.
And it's been made up of staff members every year. So
That's
we
awesome.
got teachers, aides, administrators.
Wow.
That's our entire team.
That's everything,
Yep.
man.
What's the team name? I gotta know.
Yeah.
The Township Made Us.
The Township
So,
Made
and,
Us.
Okay.
and we've always had historically a very high enrollment in the MAID program at Huntington, and that's what whenever we came up with the team name, so that we had to have MAID in it, we had to have the Township in it because we're doing it for both.
I feel like you were gonna say he said that earlier, didn't he?
I 100% was going to hit you
And
with
as soon
that,
as
but
he said it, I was like, he definitely said that earlier.
That's what it is. Hey, we had an opportunity to speak with Jackson a moment ago, and you mentioned that you've got a historically high number of participants in the MAID program, which is awesome because, quite frankly, and he said it best, Huntington, pretty poverty-stricken area, drugs have kind of infiltrated its way into the township. We don't love that. The township's a beautiful place to be in Ross County. I got two little boys in Huntington.
That's where we live.
Yeah,
that's where we work. I mean,
We got two little boys in the school system at Huntington as well. So what you're doing, that fight is everything to people locally, but there are a lot of people that care about that.
Yep.
So we love your involvement. What types of things are you doing what types of things do you do throughout the year outside of today with the group?
So a lot of us, we kind of run throughout the year together. So
Okay, that's cool.
That's always kind of nice.
Yeah.
A lot of us, we've been friends forever. We've known each other forever. Some of us, there's I think 4 or 5 of us has been the original,
Yeah.
the OG runners.
The OGs.
Yeah.
OG.
Yeah.
We usually run the Little Buck when they have the Little Buck.
Okay.
Whenever they this summer we were just talking about the half marathon, the Buck 50
Yeah.
put on through Cider Trails.
That's awesome.
So it's just anything we can do to kind of support our kids. I mean, that's what we do it for.
Right.
So it's for the kids. So
Yeah.
when we're losing sleep tonight, or we're running through the cold, or crossing the creek that's ankle deep or knee deep, depending on all this rain, it's all for the kids.
Yeah.
Well worth the sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
It seems to be about the only thing that could put you through something
Yes.
like what this is. So it's the 9th year. You've been a part of it every year. You're back up at the top of the hill this
Yes.
year. I know a lot of people are excited about that. What's your take on being back up here at OUC?
I like downtown, but it's so much nicer to have all this open area, all this open parking. It's kind of interesting because I coach track as well in cross country, but our junior high has a track meet tonight, and we dismissed early from school today because we had some sub shortages and things like that.
Sure.
But our track team, instead of having them come back, they kept them after school, put them on a bus, brought our junior high track team here with my daughters on the team, and Kyle Urick is getting ready to take off. His son's on the team, and his wife's the junior high girls coach. So they're here lining the start line to cheer on our team before they head out to Paint Valley for their junior high track meet.
Talk about a full community event.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Like,
The
there's
support
nothing like
that comes out is insane.
Yeah. Well, Dave is even talking to me, and I'm a little off topic with this, but he said you got to get to checkpoint 17 because of what goes on in Tar Hollow is its own event in and of itself at that checkpoint. So, I mean, in every community, they get into this.
Yeah, anybody that puts on a checkpoint, they put their own little twist on it. So they always try to outdo everybody else. They want to give out the best prizes, the best food, the best snacks. Like, they have the best atmosphere. Like, it's every one of them has their own little
competition within the competition.
Yeah, we've been both on the first band, and then we've been the second band before, and that's what, I mean, they're all good. I mean, that's what, they all do a great job.
So do you have a favorite guilty pleasure of the Buck 50? Like a favorite? I mean, this checkpoint, this is where I'm at. This is what I'm grabbing.
The Huntington checkpoint is
it's a fan favorite.
Yeah, it's a fan favorite. It might be a little biased, but that's what they do a good job. Anita Rogers, our high school guidance counselor, she does a lot of work, and that's what they bring. Her and Craig Kearns, our high school principal, they bring out kids to help set this all up. Yeah. So that's like my daughter. She's a sophomore. She was here yesterday, just helping set up, and she was at home writing letters and like looking up a different quote for every letter.
That's
and,
awesome.
That's what these kids they know that. Like for her, we're not worried about her, but she knows what this does to help other kids choose a drug-free life and what that can do for them in the future.
I love it. I love it. If you can instill it in that group, it's everything. That's everything. Well, Coach, anyone you want to shout out or anything you want to shout out, floor is yours. We appreciate you joining us.
That's what the entire township team here. That's what we're getting ready to go put some miles in. For
there we go.
For the students of Huntington Township.
There we go. The TWP, Bub. The TWP. The TWP. We love it. Good luck to you. Safe running.
Nice
Thanks for stopping by.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that was Jeff McGill, Bub. The Huntington Running Club.
The Huntington Running Club.
They're here, Bub.
The township.
They're here. The township, Bub. The township.
Full support, too.
I will also say I would be very interested in an OG TWP shirt. I would wear one of those.
Letters.
I'm just saying.
What are they called? Acronym? Is that what it is? A lot of acronyms within it. Like, that's an acronym, right?
Yes.
See?
If I say yes, will you stop talking?
I trust your judgment on the grammar stuff.
I love it. We're going to bring Kendall to the stage because it is that time. We have Buck 50, Bub.
Another group taking off.
We got the start line coverage. Shout out to anyone in shorts.
I respect the tendonitis bands.
The tendonitis. Oh, yeah.
As a man to run this with a tendonitis band on, I mean, that pain is excruciating.
I was dealing with some of that last weekend. That is not fun.
So
that'll send pain down to your ankles. That's not fun.
It's some of the worst pain that you can. I mean, I was, like I said, never a runner. I can't imagine doing a 6 mile, leg with that.
Here we go. Kendall has the Kendall Cam. We're off. The third group headed down the Trail of Tears, Bub.
That's what
Southern Ohio's
should be called, the Trail of Tears.
Relay race.
I'm thinking to myself, what is going through all their heads to make them want to do this? And again, it does all come back to the cause, right? You hear how it's affecting the local families of Ross County, and I mean, you're also seeing them come out and show their support and trying to fix this problem as well.
That's it. Bob, why don't we get back to another problem we have? We haven't gotten to the list of the names in the 2 o'clock.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up again, but I got a chance to redeem myself here.
You got a chance to totally redeem yourself here. We got the 2 o'clock team names here being read by Bub himself. Rio's favorite read and learn. Read and learn student. Go ahead, bub.
We have the first team that took off in that leg. Agony of Defeat.
Defeat. I got to assume that's a D-A feat.
Yes, it is a D-E, actually. Defeat.
Defeat.
It is. The second team, we got the Flatland Fanatics. We got Heart of a Bearcat.
Okay.
Hell on Heels,
Hell
which
on
I
Heels.
kind of like that one.
Okay.
That's a good play on
Okay.
words. Mile Marauders. Never Doing This Again 5.0.
Okay.
November Project Scioto Mile.
Okay.
Riot 1 running as our therapy. And then we also got Riot 2 running as our therapy. So we got another little two-squatter there.
Okay.
Running Buck Wild.
Okay. Buck Wild.
6-2. That's, that's
6-2.
me.
I don't understand.
It's just 6-2.
Oh, okay.
All right, and then we got another two-teamer. We
Okay.
got Strangers Assemble T1 and Strangers Assemble T2.
Okay.
And then to round it out, we got the Cheese Weasels,
The Cheese
which
Weasels.
I love that.
Bub loves the cheese weasels.
The Old Man and the Fast Ones, and the last one is The Township Made Us.
You believe that's actually the third time that's been said on the broadcast.
And I
now.
remember it at this point. Oh, rolled an ankle there. I gotta say the cheese
the
weasels.
cheese weasels.
Give me the cheese weasels
cheese
on that,
weasels in group
on that
3.
start time.
So who was it in leg 1?
On leg 1, I wrote it down here, but I believe you took my paper away.
I can take your paper.
It was the scrambled eggs and Aiken, or scrambled legs and Aiken.
Scrambled legs and Aiken.
And leg 2 was Dumber Hell.
Dumber Hell.
And now we're here to the cheese
The
weasels.
cheese weasels. Well,
It's a lot of different names.
Oh, it's awesome.
I don't really have a specific category I'm going after, just what tickles my tummy the most.
Cheese weasels did it for
I
you.
love
in
that
leg
name.
3.
Yeah, it just put a smile on my
If you could
face.
throw food into it, you're 50% to Bub choosing your team
Yeah.
name for the win. That's just
Yeah,
half
it's
of
no
it.
secret. How do you win my heart food?
No secret. No secret whatsoever. Bub, I want to go ahead and get to a couple of comments that we've had throughout the broadcast because
I see one says Bub, my boy Hayden Milliken.
Bub. Yeah, Hayden Milliken shouting you out there. We love Hank. We love Hank. We got Lori Graves telling us good job. Lori, rest assured, we've done absolutely nothing.
And we're only an hour in.
And we've talked about doing absolutely nothing. And it's been awesome. So we appreciate you, Lori G. Lori G Comedy, the funniest person in Ross County. Prove me wrong. Bub, you remember Rachel?
Yeah,
Rachel Deputy. She asked why I wasn't running in the race. And
He hasn't ran a 5K, let alone this.
to that, I say we'll be back after this quick break. Keep it right here, though. More 7-4 Sports Show to come from the Buck 50. And we are back at the 2025 Buck 50. It's Eric, it's Bub. We are live from Ohio University, Chillicothe, where it is a beautiful 65 degrees and sunny. Like I said, Bub, I saw a cloud or two poke its head in there for a moment, but other than that, beautiful weather. Couldn't ask for better weather today.
I mean, you could, but you just wouldn't be getting anything.
That's pretty much it. You just wouldn't be getting anything at all. So, Bub, as we bring ourselves through the afternoon here at the Buck 50, I want to go ahead and talk about the legs that a couple of teams are sure to be on right now, which is either leg 1, leg 2, or leg 3. And, Bub, leg 1 we talked about is 6.9 miles right out the gate. And in that leg is a pretty substantial hill about midway through, and it finally gradually comes down on the back half of the leg.
See, in my mindset, I'm thinking to myself, the first leg can't be the hardest leg, right? So you can't just start it off with just the most mean leg you can imagine. So I wouldn't be mad to start off with the first one.
You wouldn't be mad to have to come out the gate with 6.9?
Let me think.
Come on, Bub. You need to get it together.
Oh, I did, Eric. I did.
The whole time?
I'm an amateur
the
here.
whole time?
What a rookie mistake.
Come on, Aaron.
Now, let me repeat myself.
Okay, go ahead and repeat
I would
yourself.
want to start with the first one because there's no way in hell they make the first leg the hardest leg or anything like that.
Okay.
Like, there's not going to be as much elevation like the Natalie's Easy Day one. Is that the one you were talking about?
Well, you can see here on the description below on leg 1. That's the graph. That's the chart here that the kind of that gives you the elevation throughout the run. Do with that information what you will.
I'm
It's
just thinking
6.9 miles of that.
I'm looking at that, and it's a pretty even balance of elevation gain to loss.
Right.
I mean,
But the worst part of it's back end of your run. You're dealing with this hill.
Absolutely. But in my mind, I'm questioning which one would be worse, running uphill, or going downhill for a significant longer elevation loss.
Fair.
Because, you're talking about 650 feet of elevation loss only to 450 feet of elevation gain. So,
okay.
Which one would you rather do? Would
Well,
you rather run up 450 feet, or gain elevation of 450 feet uphill, or lose elevation of 650?
I would much rather run downhill.
Man, it is so tough to run downhill.
No.
Like,
No,
it burns. It burns, it stings, and you could fall on your face. At least running uphill, you can catch yourself with your hands whenever you're falling.
If that's the way you feel, Bub, that's the way you feel. Let's swing it down to leg 2, though, Bub, where we, again, have our charts in front of us. We have our graphs. Here at the next break, I'll find a way to kindly and easily bring those up here on the screen. But for right now, we're just stuck, Bub. It is what it is with it. But leg 2, 9.2 miles. And, Bub,
unreal.
do you see the elevation chart?
Yeah.
Do you see the elevation chart? I mean, it is a
camel's back
9.2 mile nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. Natalie's Easy Day, they call it.
It is not. It's got to be the most difficult leg, right? Like, there's
no,
there's nothing. There's
it's
no.
Not.
That's 9 miles. What's the highest mile?
It's
6.8, 6.4.
It's not.
Leg
24 is notoriously the toughest leg.
I understand the elevation differential and everything, but man, 3 extra miles, that's got to say something.
Well,
you're running, 66% more or 33% more.
Wow, look at it. He can't read, but he can sure add, and that's what we love about this guy. Bub, it's 2:19. We are just about 5 minutes away from our 4th 6-minute warning of the afternoon. And I got to tell you, Bub, I think it's now, temperature just went up. It's now 66 degrees here.
Yeah, and it's not as windy as it was before,
and it's,
right?
No, I don't see any wind. But nonetheless, we're here, and all things right now are a go at the 2025 Buck 10.
Yeah, absolutely. We see runners already getting ready to line up, and it's 10 minutes before they even have to take that start line and take off. So they're eager to get ready, but I don't know if they're going to be so eager to keep on running today.
I'll bet they're eager to get moving.
Yeah, with
this
this cold and wind, I would agree with you. Like I said, I'd much rather be running.
The temperature's fine. It's beautiful out. But I just meant they're ready to get this going.
No,
they're ready.
I would want to get the blood moving too right now.
I
mean, they're wearing shorts. I do not understand that. I'm double layered up with the pants. I got like the thermal on, a hoodie, a jacket, a toboggan, and
you're still
we got people wearing shorts.
We do, in fact, have people wearing shorts. This gentleman here is wearing shorts and hamburger helper gloves.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think he's a goalie.
Okay, that would.
But
make
he also
more sense.
looks like he could run circles around you and I. So hey, he is probably way more prepared for this situation than either of us could have ever thought about being.
I don't know. He's got shorts on. I don't know about that. As far as running the race, yeah, absolutely. He's probably thought about it and dreamed about it. I have nightmares about running.
It's probably. I mean, he probably has.
He probably has.
Yeah,
if you're coming out to run 15 miles, you don't just show up to that. You got to, eat, breathe, and sleep it.
No, Natalie's
I
easy
fear
day.
it.
No easy day, Bub. Let's take a quick look at the 230 teams that we are going to see here.
I don't know if any team's going to top Dumber and Howard today. I mean, the moment that I had with it was
that was incredible. In all honesty, that was absolutely remarkable. We got JC Evans in here with us, by the way, Bub, from the Glory Days podcast, and I gotta say, we love our buddy JC. He and I will be in a wedding in the fall together. We're not getting married to each other or anything like that, but we will be groomsmen for Cuzzo Justin Landrum. Can't wait for that opportunity, because if it's anything like the group chat, it will be a time, Bub.
Absolutely will be a time. You know what else will be a time?
You want to hear the
reading off these lists.
You want to hear? Okay, well, before we get to that, you want to hear the most cousin Justin thing I've ever heard.
What's that?
The other day, he informed the entire group chat that if they select a different venue, the date may change. He'll let us know. Like, that's not an important thing for people.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like it sounds very just.
But I've also been down that road. It's tough to get a wedding venue and make sure everything's just right for that moment.
That's why you don't get married.
And Kendall just cracked the whip on us when we were doing it. So I get it.
That's why you don't get married.
Hey, she's grown, and I've grown, Bub, into $150 analysts. And Bub, we are getting ready.
I'm doing fine by myself.
We're getting ready for the 6-minute warning here. We got
a lighter slate of
great
teams taking
music,
off at 2:30.
by the way.
2:30, by the way.
We got some good ones.
We got a lighter slate. We're having about 10 to 12. We only got 6 teams this time.
Oh, okay. Should be an easier list for Bub to read off then.
Yeah, definitely not a lengthy one.
They're going to start pouring in here. So, Bub, why don't you go ahead and sound out as many of these as you can?
Oh, this is easy. This has got numbers. We got the 148 Jogging Joes.
Okay.
We got the Buff Chickens.
Wait, how many?
148
of them?
148 Jogging Joes.
Jogging Joes?
148
I thought it was 10 to a team.
They're cheating the system somehow, some way, or maybe they've just got a lot of teams.
Okay.
Maybe they're tier 1, tier 2, just like those other ones.
What's team 2 or let's keep it moving.
We
team
got
2.
Buff Chickens.
The what?
The Buff Chickens.
The Buff Chickens.
Very simple, very to the point.
I got like a Roosters logo in my head right now.
Columbus Trots and Shots.
Trots and Shots. I like that name.
Not Fast, just Furious.
Oh, that's a good one.
Souls of Steel.
Souls of Steel.
And the Traffic Panthers.
Buff
Chickens.
Buff Chickens for the win.
Buff Chickens. Keep it simple, baby.
Buff Chickens.
All day.
It's to the point.
It just gets right to the point. You don't have to think about it.
No.
Just Buff Chickens.
Buff Chickens.
And you've never seen a Buff Chicken.
I have.
But now you see 10 of them out there
I have.
today. Have you?
I have.
I've seen Buff Kangaroos. Like, kangaroos, massive.
Right.
They're Gorillas, also scary. But a chicken, I don't really think it's buff.
Can I tell you a story I heard on the radio?
You can tell me a story.
Why do we do this? I was listening to our good buddy Matt McKee from Matt and the Morning Crew on Mix 96.7 WKOV in Jackson on the way to work the other morning, and Matt was telling a story of, it was kind of a sad story, but it was a stupid criminal's bit, so it is what it is. There was a foster parent who allegedly, Bub, I don't have all the facts.
Yeah, allegedly.
I don't have all the facts. She allegedly was willing to trade a foster child for a monkey. I was so outraged by the story, but I also had the perfect punishment for this woman.
I mean, jail?
No. See, everyone wants to go to jail. Everyone wants to go to prison. No. I have the perfect punishment.
What's that?
She likes monkeys.
Yes, she does.
I
Apparently,
say
more than kids.
we put her in a zoo. Okay. We start with the little ones, like lemurs and stuff. And if she likes that, then we gradually get to like chimpanzees. If she likes those still, we go to orangutans. If she likes those, we just throw her in with the silverbacks and we're done with it.
I mean, why are you giving her like any satisfaction though before just...
Well, ultimately, it ends with a gorilla.
Yeah, but she's still getting somewhat of, some enjoyment out of it before. Like, no, just start with the gorilla and let her just get absolutely destroyed.
No, I need a tier system. I need to know where the threshold.
This is what I'm saying.
I need to know where the threshold
is. Throw the gorilla in first, then you don't have to get all the other animals involved, which means that you don't have to get all the other zookeepers involved, which means then you just make the process so much easier. Or snakes, like a viper pit.
Shout out Randy Orton SmackDown tonight. Hey, we got Rob in the chat. You know Real Job Rob?
I know Real Job Rob.
Real Job Rob, he sells trucks at Morse Easy Trucks down at the corner of Bridge and Water, 148 North Bridge. He is also commenting on Bub's difficulty with words and getting them off of the page into his mouth, which then filters them into the real
You think Rob will stop by at any point today? I mean, he should be at work right now on a Friday selling cars. He's in Chillicothe.
If Rob comes by, we will in fact hand Rob a headset and he can go, he can do his thing. But I can tell you right now, Bub, there is no chance that Rob
is now intruding on the gorilla conversation.
Oh, we have more intrigued by the gorilla conversation.
He said, "Start small, let him pick on her." So she is begging for the silverbacks.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense.
This is the same guy that I faked a knocking sound on a window through his like earbuds, and he went out inside with a gun. So you guys got to take it with a grain of salt, whatever he says. Yes,
that's great,
hilarious.
That's great. That's gold.
Good buddy, Rob.
Real job, Rob. As a matter of fact, he's got a real job.
He tucks his shirt in sometimes. And then it comes
every day.
Untucked.
Every day. He's got that shirt tucked in every day down at the corner of Bridge and Water. And I'll tell you what, though, real professionals don't wear hats.
I'll tell you what, real professionals also don't take 3 lunch breaks when Rob does it.
Rob doesn't have any problem taking 3 lunch breaks. But hey, you know what? Rob's down there with the shirt tucked in and his hat on real good and tight every day at the corner of Bridge and Water.
Okay.
Hey. And he does great.
Oh, he does.
Great with customers on the lot. He's great, though.
Did
He's
he
awesome.
sell me my truck?
No.
Okay, you did. But did he get like the commish?
No, Rob sold it. Yeah,
Rob
you're
did.
right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
shout out to Rob for selling
That's the only
the
thing I have going for me in life.
Bub's down to a truck and Bub's down to a truck and beard.
Honestly, that's really all I need. Gas.
A little gas money go a long way. Bub, we're at the start line here. We're going to toggle. Okay, Kendall's back in here. We're good. We're good there, Bub.
There's also a dog right over there, which, I mean,
we love the
dog.
That
gets my attention as well.
Every time.
It's a pretty dog. Can I pet that dog?
6 squads ready to take off. The countdown is underway.
He's got shorts. The shorts are killing me.
And they're off, Bub. They are off.
I can't imagine the adrenaline rush that they get taken off from that starting line.
The 230 squad, Bub. That's Group 5.
A lot of regrets going down that driveway.
You think so?
I mean, I would have nothing but.
I don't think so. I think they're just fine.
They're talking about country songs now. I'm seeing the chat getting filled with country songs.
We got country songs in the
Trucks
chat.
and beer, that's my country song. I would have no problem with that being the title of my country song.
Yeah, you're the worst type of country listener.
What do you mean? I'm not talking about like
that's like the most stereotypical type
tight jeans and everything.
What? Tight
Like,
jeans?
I don't know. People just talk about jeans and like shirts and everything.
And
I'm talking about
trucks and
beer and trucks. And boots. I'll put boots. You can put boots in there too, JC.
Fair enough.
Well, boy.
Well, I will go ahead and ask you, Bub, because I think we're to that point. We've been at it now a couple of hours. And how's all this starting to set in for you? We currently have 28 hours remaining on the broadcast.
Yeah.
How are you feeling at this point?
I thought I was really prepared with my toes, having 3 pair of socks on. They're a little cold.
You like the water boy.
But being 2 hours in, the energy couldn't be any higher with this.
Oh, the energy's phenomenal.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't sat down in the last 2 hours.
That's true. We will at some point sit down. We will make
There's
ourselves
no rest
at
for the
home
wicked, Eric.
here at OUC.
I mean, it felt very homey just walking in.
Homie.
That's what's up.
I guess we might as well get to it.
Yeah, I mean, after that, I feel like you got to. That would have been such a great segue.
Sky's the limit now.
If we just had a button pusher.
I just wish we had Real Job Rob. At one point.
He has to stop
At
by
one
today.
point, we've got to get Real Job Rob over with the Norse Toyota vehicle.
I mean, JC
that's a Norse Toyota truck. It says Norse on the side. I just assume Rob parked it there.
Yeah, it seems like a park job from Rob. Right on the side of the hill with gravel. It's a nice car, though.
Rob, you left your truck up here. You got to come get it.
Rob left me hanging last night. I was trying to talk to Robin Brown last night.
He's got to have John Christie bring it up here, drive it up himself. But, Bub, we're up here at the $1.50. The food's starting to get to me a little bit, so I may have to make a way down there at some point.
Yeah.
And just,
scope it out a little bit.
You never know.
You were so busy with setup, you really didn't check out everything anyway. You know what I mean?
Very rarely eat before noon anyway.
That's me before 6.
That's fair. But we are going to take a break. We'll be back with way more action here in just a few minutes. And there's going to be a lot more to come here on the day. So keep it right here. This is the 740 Sports Show. This is Eric and Bub. Welcome back to the 2025 Buck 50 right here on the 740 Sports Show. We are live at Ohio University in Chillicothe at the top of the hill, Bub, where the Hilltoppers reside.
Yeah,
did you know that?
The hill is the windiest part as well.
The Hilltoppers, Bub. The Hilltoppers.
Yes, I know that.
They are the Hilltoppers here, and we are, well, we're up here with the Buck 50 this year, and we are having a blast here. Bub mentioned the wind is just starting for the day. Hasn't really been windy. It's been perfect along with the 65 degrees and blue skies and everything else that we're dealing with here. But it couldn't have been better weather.
It'd be crazy if it started snowing or something, too.
You know, it would be wild if it started snowing because, again, it's beautiful out. But nonetheless, we digress here. Bub, we've had quite an opportunity to sit down and talk about this event today and all of the
stand up
happenings.
And talk about it. We haven't sat down much. We've been standing up and talking.
I mean, in theory, we have had quite the opportunity to sit down. There are 3 chairs.
Yeah, but we don't take advantage of those opportunities. We're standing men.
Still have the opportunity, but I digress. But we've actually had this opportunity to talk about a number of different things with the Buck 50. But one of the things that you've complained about talked about the entire time, is how long these legs are, how long and grueling this race is.
150 miles.
So we had Bub create his own perfect world for the Buck 50.
Yeah, it'd be not running it at all. We got it.
That is not
short and simple,
baby. That is not an option. That is not an option.
Okay.
But
if there wasn't the option of just not running altogether, then
what we did have though is we had Bubba sit down and create his own Buck 50. We told him, you can go 1 through 9, you can go 10 through 19, and you can go 20 through the 30 legs. But you've got to pick one in each category and design your perfect Buck 50, Bub. Your easiest day in the park at the Buck 50. And I want you to go ahead and talk about which legs you chose and give me kind of the numbers behind those legs and why you chose them, man.
Well, I mean, going to legs 1 through 10.
Okay.
I'm looking at number 1. I'm not going first.
Okay.
It's almost 7 miles.
Okay.
Number 2 is almost over 9 miles. So those are gone. Anything above 5 miles is completely vanished.
Gone.
So I'm looking at anything in the 5 and under miles. And I'm seeing leg number 7. That's only 4.3 miles in distance.
Sure.
It doesn't have any elevation change whatsoever. I mean, 26 feet going up, 131 feet going down.
Sure.
I'm going to go with number 7 as my first leg that I would run.
Well, you can see the chart of it there to give you a visual behind it as well.
Just like my future. So I love that leg.
I actually agree with you for once, which is an outstanding time to be alive.
So go ahead and pull up leg number 12 while you're at it.
Leg number 12.
That's the leg that I was looking at. It's the shortest leg in the entire race.
Well, that makes sense for a Landrum then.
For only 2.8 miles, that's the low-hanging fruit. You know I'm taking the shortest leg possible.
Okay. Well, you've also got some gnarly ascent on leg 12.
It's at the end. Well, I'm already going to hate my life by that point anyways. That's the final hoorah. And then we're going to kick it all the way down to leg number 25.
25.
And
all
for
the way.
The end just
all
seems the ending just seems a little rough. I mean, you got 3 parts of or 3 legs of it that's over 6 miles.
Okay.
So I'm going to go something around 3.4 miles, and that's leg number 25. It's also got no elevation change whatsoever, and that's a big factor in running a race. I don't want to run up hills.
So
I hate running up
hills.
You
literally just went with the shortest. With the easiest,
I am
a
very team player when it comes to a lot of things. I am not sacrificing any bit of my body for running. I want to get in and get out as quick as possible when it comes to this race.
Now listen, man. You act like running is the physically hardest thing that you've ever.
Name me something harder.
You don't think that?
Name me something harder.
You don't think that any of the other
you can die
athletics,
from running,
jumping,
you can't die from jumping. Well, you can, but like if I'm just jumping, feet on the ground, and I'm running feet on the ground, I'm going to die from running.
Would you rather do box jumps for 20 minutes or run straight for 20 minutes?
I'd rather just sit on the couch and eat a bag of Doritos.
Just saying.
Like, that just sounds so much more appealing. The people that run for fun,
Fungers?
Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Fungers?
Yeah, funners.
Fungers?
Yeah, that's what
There are people that run for fun.
Yeah, I don't understand that concept.
If you are a funger, we need to hear from you.
I don't want to.
I got to hear from the fungers in the race.
You're not
man.
somebody I want to hang out with. You're going to try to get me out and run. I don't want that.
That actually did happen last year.
It did. I did run.
What a time.
I did run.
What
one
a time. It was awesome.
It wasn't. I hated every bit of it. It was hell.
Personally, I thought it was phenomenal, if you want my honest opinion.
Well,
Bub,
we're not here to hear your opinion. We're here to hear mine.
Well, I love everything about your opinions, Bub. Bub, I want to talk about another few legs here. I want to go ahead and get to legs 3 through 5.
I thought you were going to talk about me and my jeans. My legs are looking pretty good in these jeans.
If you say so, Bub. Bub, we mentioned leg 3, which is a very comfortable 5.2. Maybe I should say moderate. Moderate.
Yeah, I think moderate is a very
okay.
good description.
There we go. 5.2 miles. Not
above
a lot
average.
Not a lot of us. Actually, you descend about 43 feet. That's again a very moderate stretch of leg in this race, and then you get to leg 4, kind of similar in a sense, 5.2 miles, but you do gain a little bit of elevation. You gain about 120 feet of elevation in that run, and then in leg 5, things kind of start to get interesting with, again, another elevation gain there. But, Bob, I want to talk about what you would have to do, what I would have to do to prepare for something like this. Not that we know you'd have to run for weeks at a time, but the night before, I don't know what someone would have to do the night before to prepare their body for what it's going to have to go through. So let me ask you, I'll start here. How did you prepare for the 30-hour broadcast that we're about to perform? What did you do last night?
I played video games till about 1 o'clock. All right. This is my strategy. I got on a video game until about 1 o'clock, but I got home at about 11, did some laundry, made sure my jeans were washed for the occasion. I had 3 pair to select from. I chose the one without the holes for reasons because I didn't want air to get through. Okay. So that night, that's what I did. This morning, I messaged you and said, hey, do I need to bring anything with me? And when I did, and you said no, I didn't really have much to prepare for other than getting my jeans dry because I forgot to put them in the dryer last night. So I had to wait for them to dry. And then once I did that, I had to stop at the gas station, get you Swedish Fish and Red Berry drinks.
Swedish Fish one more time.
I can't say that one. So I just said the Red Berry one. And then we met up here. And, I mean, my job was pretty much done at that point. I prepared 3 pair of socks, 2 pair of pants, a couple long sleeves, a hoodie, a jacket, a toboggan later. Now we're here.
Okay. So I heard video games. I was late to the party on laundry. And on the way, I helped my brother out with some Swedish drinks.
Swedish Fish. That makes my speech impediment come out.
That's awesome. I appreciate the energy drink, Bub. I needed a little something.
You got 2 of them. You got a little chicken twofer. Remember those little chicken twofers there? It's always back on the show. Never forget the chicken twofer.
It's always the twofer. Again, here at the Buck 50, we appreciate you tuning in. If you are catching the live coverage, we'll be here for another somewhere between 27 and 28 hours now.
It feels like it's just getting more and more as we go.
Wait, what?
We're kind of at the runner's pace, aren't we? If you really think about it.
What does that even mean?
We got to wait until the entire race is finished. So we're at the mercy of the runners. The grind don't stop until they stop. We're here. You can't really put a time limit on this, Eric.
Yeah, Bub. I didn't think we'd be here Sunday.
We got Easter Sunday. We might have to call Mom and skip dinner.
We've got our family Easter Sunday. We don't want to confuse anybody at home that may be watching because of how busy the month of April is. Real Easter is the following weekend.
I believe it's on
Easter this week.
The 20th, right?
Yes.
Of April.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some of the other events happening in the world this weekend, though, Bub. Tomorrow, the Ohio State football spring game / spring showcase that it's going to be this year.
Yeah.
Reigning national champions back on the field for the first time since hoisting that trophy.
It's been a while since I've actually watched an Ohio State spring game just because the NFL drafts going on around that time and everything. But I'm always excited to see Buckeyes football back in action, especially after such an exciting year last year.
Big year last year for the Buckeyes.
A lot of ups and downs, just like a lot of these legs.
Yeah. You're exactly right there, too, Bub. Another team that takes the field next weekend, Bub, the Ohio Bobcats, they take action in their spring day, spring showcase, whatever you want to call it. All of these spring games have changed so many formats, and everyone calls it something a little bit differently right now. But new head coach Brian Smith, he's going to get his team on the field for the first time since they won the MAC championship and then took care of business in their bowl game as well, the Cure Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, down in Orlando. And just I had that in the Myrtle Beach Bowl in my head, but I had them backwards.
Performance in that bowl game.
Dominant performance in both.
Let's just say that.
So they got a lot of expectations. The first 12-win season in team history, which was massive for that squad. So Brian Smith, he's got some pretty big expectations himself for the Bobcats, but that's something that we can look ahead at next week and really talk about next week. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and we're going to get back here for the 6-minute warning. Keep it right here. It's Eric and Bub. You're watching the 740 Sports Show. All right. Welcome back to the 2025 Buck 50 live from the start finish line at Ohio University, Chillicothe here, the top of the hill, bub, and all of the action is picking up. We are getting ready for the takeoff of group number 6 here. We are reaching the 3 p.m. hour. We have just listened to the 6-minute warning, bub.
Another 6-minute warning down the drain.
Down the drain, and we are geared up for group 6 to take off. Bub, it's beautiful weather out. The weather's perfect. These people are ready.
Beautiful weather.
These people are
then heck
ready. Why don't you go ahead and give us a rundown of the team names for this group of runners taking off?
Absolutely. Team 1, we got the Tortugas.
The Tortugas?
Just the Tortugas.
Okay.
That's got to be a turtle. I mean, they're turtles. They're just
Are
turtles,
they?
Eric. All right.
Okay.
And then we got Be All You Can Be.
Okay.
We got the Carl's Cheeseburger Chasers.
Okay.
Eyes on Jesus.
Okay.
Very spiritual.
Yes.
It hurts so good.
It's going to hurt probably.
Hashtag join OSHP.
Ohio State Highway Patrol.
Perfect. Relentless Runners.
I could tell you weren't going to fuss with that in any capacity. You were just.
And to round it out, we got Dreamboat Fitness.
Okay,
Eric.
Bud. So I got to ask, because we've done it every group.
Carl's Cheeseburger Chasers.
It's the winner.
That's the winner.
That's the winner.
CCC.
Okay. The
C cubed.
triple C's, baby.
Triple stack that.
Wow. C cubed gets it done. Carl's Cheeseburger Chasers for the win. I got to assume that they're referring to Carl's Townhouse here in town, downtown Chillicothe.
I'm not sure on that. It just sounds amazing right now. Good cheeseburger, like a nice warm cheeseburger, steaming, piping hot with bacon on it.
That's it. I can only assume that's the case. But we're going to go ahead and check in with Kendall down in Kendall Vision along the start.
She seems cozy over there.
She looks cozy. She's got her blanket. She's got her, she's got the camera. She's got the blanket. She's ready. She's enduring the 65-degree and sunny elements that we're all enduring here today.
Yeah, sunny. 65. Not windy. Bright out.
I don't see any.
You don't see any wind? Yeah. You can feel it, though, can't you?
I don't feel it. I mean, it feels nice.
You feel it on that nose.
It's race day, bub. It's race day.
So? It could be cold on a race day. It could be cold on any day.
I just don't think so.
I think you're just creating this facade in your head that it's bright and sunny. It is cold. But it is a great day to be outside.
It's a good day to wear a coat.
It's a great day to wear a coat, a thermal underneath, and a hoodie underneath.
It's a good day to wear a coat. How about that?
Yeah, if you were outside for maybe 10 minutes.
How about that?
Not 28 hours.
Okay.
It'll take more than a coat tonight.
More than a coat this evening. Well, hey, nonetheless, Bub, we're here enduring whatever the elements are in your brain. And, on top of all of that, we are about to see the takeoff of group number 6.
They are so eager to get to that start line. I would be like, you'd have to drag me out of the van and I'd be kicking and screaming. You could not get me to that start line. I don't know why everybody's so happy.
Yeah, but you know what? Again, they're just ready to get going, Bub.
I understand.
They're ready to run for the
they're
cause,
more motivated than I am in life. I understand. They've got goals and ambitions. I just want to play games and, just hang out.
I would like to acknowledge you are the only person I've heard complain about weather all day.
Yeah, we're surrounded by people that chose to show up here and run.
We chose.
They ain't got no sense in them. They ain't got no sense in them running.
Hell.
They're the ones running. Dumber in hell.
We're dumber in hell. Well, hey, the takeoff here is about to be underway. I love the countdown. Here we go. Group 6, Bub. Group 6. And they are off. I could point out the guy that worked for the state highway patrol.
He had the state highway patrol shirt on.
I think I know which one. I think I know which one
that team
represented that team. Yeah, I don't think that guy owns a shirt with long sleeves. I don't think.
I mean, he was in like shorts and a shirt. That's tough. He's going to be regretting that, I swear.
I think he probably will regret that at some point.
Like,
maybe not though. Maybe not, Bob. He wasn't complaining about the weather like you are.
It's 2.5 hours in, and my toes are numb. which is a good thing, right? You can't feel them at that point. It doesn't hurt.
That's fair. That's fair.
But we got 26 more to go.
We do. We got 26 more more to go. It's going to be quite the time. Bub, we talked about the State Highway Patrol being here in representation, but we had the opportunity back in September to do something that was very, very unique, and it was, quite frankly, our most unique experience, as a show.
Yeah.
Which was the opportunity for, brought to us by Dave Huggins, to be a part of the Buck 10, which is a race that goes on with the inmate population at Chillicothe Correctional Institution. A phenomenal event. Dave does just a remarkable job with that event. And this past year, Dave asked us to be a part of it. And in that, we had the opportunity to go into the facility. We had, we got to take a camera, a cell phone, a microphone, and pretty much just here you are, go to work. And
bare bones.
It was a very bare bones instance. And we actually had the opportunity to do that. It was a wonderful opportunity. We thank Dave for giving that to us. We've actually got some footage that we're going to share from that experience here before long. But we're going to take another break here. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about that instance and then share some footage, probably between the 2:30 and 3 o'clock sessions here for the very first time.
It's already 3 o'clock.
I'm sorry, the 3:30 and 4 o'clock sessions here, buddy. I can tell you right now, that's not going to be the last time that occurs today
or just tomorrow. Begun for the evening.
We've only just begun. In the words of Chubbs, bub.
Yep.
In the words of Chubbs.
Coming out soon.
Man, that's going to be a great movie. But hey, we're going to take another break. When we come back again, we're going to cover some of the Buck 10 that occurred. We'll show you some of that never before seen footage. We actually just got it approved. A few moments ago. Yeah. Dave actually said, "Hey, we heard back. We are good to air that footage." So this is going to be cool, man. This is going to be really cool. So keep it right here. We're going to take another quick break. We'll come back around probably 2:15 or so. Give us an opportunity. I'm not going to lie. We're going to go get warm inside real quick. Yeah. I'm going to go use a little broadcaster's room, and we're going to go get warm inside.
We got to warm up just a little bit. It's not going to be just straight outside bearing these elements.
So give us about 10 minutes or so at this point, and we will be right back. Thank you so much for tuning in, taking the time. Be sure to leave your comments. We'll get to you and give you a special shout out or get with you here shortly. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be right back.
He makes some mean sweet potato casserole.
He's cooking a potato.
Oh, we're on. Say hi. Hi. Hi, Traffic Panthers. Yay. We're waiting. These are the stars of the show. This is our driver.
1 and 2.
Hey.
We need 2 drivers.
They put us, I don't know. It said you're on.
Okay.
It said you're in the show.
Okay. Well,
Everyone can see and hear you.
okay.
Fun to know. Okay, I want to be on the show now.
You get us out.
Stop it.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to be on the show
Yeah.
whenever they're yelling that.
One statement from Terrell takes down ERA Martin Associates and destroys the buck 50.
I can say it. Yeah. Do you think you said it more
They
than
don't
anybody
know.
else in this van?
They don't know that you said it.
I've not said it more than Troy. No way. No way. Troy said it.
Of this. All right.
God, I gotta get out of this. We are in the thing. We're in. I gotta get it out.
Bottom of it. No, nothing. We're back. Okay. Well, stay with us here.
Well, when you got to race this long,
try to come back to
you're going
us
to
here.
find some latency issues along the way, some spots where you're not going to have the best connection.
Well, you know, things are what they are from time to time. Yep. Well, we're going to try Sarah again here in just a moment when we get her back. But nonetheless, we're here. We're getting ready for the 3:30 takeoff at the buck 50 here, Bub. And Bub, I love asking you this because quite frankly, I love hearing you say what you say. Do you have the list of the 3:30 squads?
Well, I might not have them right in front of me,
Okay.
ready, but I'm a man that's always prepared on hand, Eric.
Yeah. Okay.
We got
Okay.
the 3:30 list right here.
Bub's got his 3:30 teams. Let's go ahead and get to a list of the 3:30 teams about to take off.
We got the 5-finger death punch to start
That
off,
is
which is
out the gate.
I believe
hard.
that is a name of a music group, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
believe you're correct.
I don't listen to them, but I do believe that it is that is a music group. We got the Open Door Buck Crew Elite, Eric, not just novice, not just amateurs, not just they're elite, Eric.
The Open Door what?
Open Door Buck Crew Elite.
Buck Crew, the Elite Buck Crew. They didn't send the.
It's
okay,
hyphen elite, so you
Okay.
know it's
it
they
makes
mean
sense.
business.
Makes sense to me.
Compass Investment Group is
Okay.
the third team that will be represented in this leg.
Okay.
Divide and Conquer. It
Divide, okay.
is happening.
What is?
I don't know, but it is. All right.
Is it happening now?
I like the next one. Okay. This goes to my Carrie Underwood.
Okay.
Jesus Take the Heel.
Okay.
I like the next one is kind of my thoughts on running a race this long.
Okay.
It is called Oh Buck No.
Oh, Buck, no.
Oh Buck No.
Okay. I like that.
One time at Van Camp. That's a pretty cool one.
Okay. Okay.
This is a very stacked team name.
It's a good one. This might be our
Time.
best slate of team games so
Pumped
far.
Up Chicks.
Oh.
Pumped Up Kicks. You know what I mean?
Yes, Aaron, I'm aware.
I'm surprised you got that one.
Yeah.
And then Reach for Tomorrow.
We're going to be.
This is going to be my hardest decision, Eric.
Is it?
I'm looking at this list.
It's a tough list of running.
We got Carrie
games.
Underwood references, but I gotta say, the
Mhm.
one thing has been consistent is my disgust for running. So with that, I'm going with Oh Buck No.
Oh, Buck.
Oh
no.
Buck No
Bub.
takes the cake for the names of this start
Bub,
time.
keeping it consistent. I love that.
Consistency is key. Tyler Williams said that.
Tyler Williams. That's Tyler Williams at his finest. Bub, we're gearing up for the 3:30 takeoff, and you selected your favorite team name, so that tells me that we're at a real spot. This is actually about to occur, which is awesome. The wind is starting for the day.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
it's just
you know.
starting. It's fun. I
Just
feel like,
starting
underneath
for the
this
day.
bridge too, it feels like we're like the spoiler of a car where you
Yeah.
get that slipstream coming right underneath of it with the wind.
Yeah.
And we're just getting doused
Yes,
with it right
yes,
now on
yes.
top of a hill
Yes.
under a slipstream, basically.
But that's okay. That's okay because, Bub, 65.
It's
and
not
it's sunny,
65.
and
It
there's
is.
not
It
a
is
cloud in the sky.
under 40 degrees right now, and there's nothing but clouds. You can't see the sun. You probably won't even be able to see the moon tonight.
Can
Whenever
you point
it's,
out one cloud?
yeah, I can point out more than one.
I don't see.
I
one
can point
cloud.
out your lost wife too.
I don't see one cloud as well. I'll point her out in a lot of ways. But hey, it's neither here nor there, bub. I'm excited. You're excited.
Mhm.
The food smells. She's actually on a food run, which
Yeah,
is
we had to get
awesome.
some grubbies in.
Got to throw it in us here, man.
If
We
there's
got
a
long-
coffee somewhere along the way too.
we got a long way to go. But Bub, why don't we go ahead and we're coming up on our 6-minute warning here at the 3:30 group. As a group of
As big as you can.
as a group of people dressed in some pretty extreme jumpsuits make their way this way.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say, still see people in shorts, which I don't know if that's going to be an all-day thing for the runners if they wear shorts all day. I feel like once the sun goes down more, you're going to have to throw on a pair of pants in between legs,
We'll see.
which is how you put pants on. Actually, did you know that?
Yes, that's how I try. I do my
Are you
best.
a 1 foot at a time or 2 foot at a guy?
What does that even mean?
Like if you're putting your pants on, is it
Who
1
puts
foot
their
at a
pants on 2 feet?
I
at a
don't know,
time?
but you hear the saying, I put my pants on 1 foot at a time, just like you. It's just like, yeah,
it's
doesn't
because
everybody?
It's because literally that's the reason for the phrase.
Yeah, but I mean, there has to be somebody that doesn't for that phrase to be
There's
said.
always an anomaly. There's always someone.
There's
out
always
there like
somebody
you.
out there trying to be a hipster.
Right.
I understand.
It is what it is, bub. Bub,
It is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
we are at that 6-minute mark, so we're going to go ahead and toggle the start-finish cam.
Yeah. Getting it set up,
Yeah.
toggle it on. The 6-minute warning should be coming in any moment now.
I love the 6.
I feel like there's
warning,
more
bub.
people coming up to the start line and more and more.
I love the
which-
6-minute warning. Keeps you on your toes, bub. You know what I mean?
It does.
Yes, sir. We got Dave Huggins.
We got Dave Huggins here.
Sorry. Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
24 hours.
It's not
That's the
stopping.
man of the hour.
The man
that puts it
himself.
all together.
The man himself. All righty. Dave Huggins joining us here, letting us know that we're going to have a few guests joining us here in just a moment that have been a part of this Buck 50 race.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they say they're pretty consistent runners, is what he had to say, bub.
Yeah, absolutely. And
So-
he did say we had a couple good guests to come on.
So
Is that going to be now?
I would
We
venture
doing
to
it
say
now?
it looks like going to be momentarily still.
Okay.
I think they're awaiting the next takeoff here. So we'll do what we do. But back to one of the things we were talking about headed into the last break here was the Buck 10.
Mhm.
And we're going to be showing a little bit of footage of that here in just a moment to highlight what that event really is. But in essence, it is a full event inside the walls of Chillicothe Correctional Institution, and the population has an opportunity to get out and compete in a 10 kilometer, 3 mile event. And the idea started behind this concept of Beat Joe, which was which is a corrections officer himself. He's out there and he's an active. I'm sure he's here today. He's an active runner in the Buck 50. And, the population, some of the guys wanted to see if they could beat Joe. Well, long story short, out of nowhere comes the Buck 10, which is exactly that. This race to fund and raise funds for what you're seeing here today, and the clubs of the MAID program, the My Attitude Determines Everything, the chapter of Drug Free Clubs of America that helps keep our local youth away from drugs and gives them positive reinforcements for doing so. It was an awesome event, and I don't use the word life-changing often, but man, there was something about that day, that atmosphere, that energy, man.
It was an incredible experience.
Just to see the human population rally on so many different fronts, and we had an opportunity to interview. I'll just say what it is, man. We had an opportunity to interview guys that had been in there for decades.
Yeah, I mean, they've spent more of their lives inside there than outside of there.
And not only did we have the opportunity to interview some of those guys, but we had the opportunity to speak with their about their experiences, and furthermore about how what's going on here today, the prevention of drug-free youth, could trickle into maybe their society, which is the prison system. So overall, just like I said, life-changing event. There's nothing. We've not done anything like what we experienced that day.
Yeah, the experience is exactly what you should be talking about. I mean, you're talking about walking into a place, and I mean, let's just be honest, you can feel the eeriness walking in, but it was, I mean, it was quickly overcame whenever you got used to everything around you.
That's it. You're right.
But to bring that kind of positivity into a place like that, whenever the energy was so low in the morning,
That's it.
I thought it was incredible how something like that could transpire throughout a day.
You know, and like you said, Bub, there's just something about it all, the positivity that we ended up feeling after the uneasiness that you get walking into that facility. We'll get back to more on that here in just a moment. We're going to have a lot of time to talk about the Buck 10, but first we'll step aside here to highlight some of the runners.
Very vibrant outfits over there.
I know,
jumpsuits. Those are awesome.
I know. We're going to get away from this split screen here for just a moment, Forians. And we are almost to group number 7, Bub. The last team will take off from this finish line tonight at 8 p.m. or this start line at 8 p.m.
Oh, man, that is insane that there are so many different start times. And there are 8 to 12 teams per start time.
Yeah.
I got to get me one of those jumpsuits.
Stepping aside here for just a moment. Want to make sure we get as many of these faces and just humans as we can here, man. These runners help make this whole event possible, Bub. The whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, they've got to be the ones to show up. They got to be crazy enough to want to pay to come here to run.
They've got to be. And they are.
And they enjoy every second of it.
All of it, man. There's not anybody here without a smile on their face.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Group
Take
7.
off time, baby.
Group 7 is off.
Group 7 out the gate.
Out the gate.
See you in 24 hours.
The 2025 Buck 50. We hope to hear from you before then, but we'll definitely see you then. But yeah, Bub, we're here at the start-finish line. We do hope to hear more from runners. I think we figured out that issue that we were having earlier with Sarah. So
unfortunately, Sarah was the victim of the first call of the day.
You know what? That's just part of what makes all of these things go.
Well, yeah, but I mean, when you're doing a live broadcast, you see everything.
You got to be the guinea pig at some point. So, but it's just part of it. It's just what it is. But all's well in the world. I'm happy to be here at the Buck 50 this year. I know Bub's happy to be here. We've got a lot of coverage still to come, so we'll step aside. We'll be back here 2 more times between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. And in that 4 o'clock hour, we are going to share with you the never before seen Buck 10 footage. Keep it right here. This is the 740 Sports Show. You're watching Eric and Bub.
I hear you.
Welcome back to the 740 Sports Show. I'm Eric. Back with me is Bub, and we are joined by the two brothers, by the way, joined by two sisters.
Hold up.
At the moment, we're joined by Liza and Jody,
Yes.
correct? Okay, excellent. And you're both here with the Buck 50. First of all, let me start here. What are you doing here today with the Buck 50?
We're running.
You're
We're both
both
running.
runners?
Me and one. We've
Okay.
been runners for a long time.
Okay.
I'm her older sister. And
She's done every year the Buck 50.
Okay.
And this is my third year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you local to the area? Where do you come
I
from?
am. I'm
okay.
local.
Okay.
Yep.
I live
Where are
in
you
Columbus.
from? Columbus. Okay. And you've run it every single year.
Yeah, I think the year that it was in the summer, I wasn't able to do it.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
the
that was a
COVID
weird-
summer was here.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was a weird year. My wife, unfortunately, bless her heart, she had to run her short that year. She ran 4 legs with 24 being her 4th.
Oh, that was a bad year.
That was a bad year for her
anyway.
in
and for her.
August or whenever it
Oh, I
was,
heard it was
July.
brutal.
I
Yeah, that
think.
was a
Yeah,
brutally
Yeah,
hot year.
that's what I heard.
Tough one for her,
Oh
but
my gosh.
but
Is she
yeah.
running this year?
She is not. She's actually helping us do this.
Cool.
So she's driven it. She's done all of it, every perspective possible. So
wonderful.
we're like, you need to help us this year.
Yeah,
So we
good.
captured her for a year. But back to what you both are doing here today, which is running. You're running on the same team. What's your team name?
Chill runners.
Chill Runners. Okay.
We're
I
an
like.
old running group.
Now, are you going to be
For-
running in the Crocs?
These are. We're assuming there's going to be some
I mean, we're
mud.
pretty
Yes.
these.
Hey,
Yes.
So yeah.
Our mother,
Yeah.
our mother swears by Crocs. I would believe she would have run in them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, the trails I'm told are pretty unrelenting here.
Yeah.
But as someone who's run it every year, what in your opinion is the hardest leg in this race?
Actually, I think every run, every single leg can be
Just
hard.
as tricky.
It should be hard.
Yeah.
It should be hard, or you haven't run it
That's it.
run it hard enough. But I think the last run's hard
Last
because
run.
you're tired. I'm old. My
Yeah.
legs are tired.
Uh-huh.
I would like to sleep, and you're sleep deprived. So I think that's difficult.
So,
I do.
So you're our first experienced runners that we've had the opportunity to talk to today. What do you do to prepare for something like this, both long term
Go
and
ahead,
say the
Liza.
night
Yeah.
before?
Oh.
No, we've always run. We run every day, pretty much every day.
Yeah. You're good.
And run miles every day. So I think to prepare for, we both have run races for a long time. I told Dave not long ago that, actually last year, that we run races all the time. I've run really long races before and really organized races. This is by far the most organized race
Wow.
I've ever run, and I do them all over the United States.
Wow.
And
She's an
Okay.
big time ultra runner.
But it is,
Okay.
but it is like, it's unbelievably organized. I should knock on wood because I'm just getting ready to run, but I've not been lost on these. Jody has. Jody got really lost. Really lost, but
So it's the
But I
older,
think-
older sibling.
Hey, easy with that.
but I was surprised because I was a little bit of a snob about it. Like, this isn't long enough to run, but I got to the third leg the first year that I did it, and it's exactly what she said.
Oh, yeah.
It is so hard when
Yeah.
you get out there. Your legs are tired. You just want to take a nap.
Yeah.
And you have to get out and run really fast. And I'm not gonna lie. One year I walked a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I got busted, so then I.
And I'm going to do, Keegan.
Yeah.
Keegan busted her.
And then I was like acting. Then I bit it right. It was terrible. So,
Uh-huh,
yeah, I
uh-huh.
deserved it.
Picked
Yeah.
up the pace again
Yeah.
real
I
quick.
didn't talk smack about it ever again in my life. No.
That's
Get humbled.
awesome.
Yep, it's
Yeah.
a great race.
That's
we
awesome.
thank you for being here.
No,
We're
no,
going to go
absolutely.
cheer
This
on
is a
Rocky.
blast.
Yeah, I know you guys are in a rush, so thank you for your time.
Thank
but
you
we'll
so
get you
much.
out of here and good luck first
Thank
of all,
you.
and
Yeah,
stay
thank
safe.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Are you out here all day?
30 hours.
30 hours.
30
We're
hours.
gonna be
We'll
under
be here.
this.
We'll be here tomorrow
Yes.
morning.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh man, Liza and Jody, Bub, two sisters
I don't
joining
think your headset's working there.
two brothers. I'm sorry. My headset's working just
I
fine.
can't hear you through mine.
You can't hear me?
There
Are
we
you
go.
good
Now we're
Sor-
good.
Sorry about that, Bub. Had no snare in your
No
headphones.
snare. I
did you?
felt like Eminem for a second there. Where's the snare?
Oh man, I gotta say, Dave's throwing us some awesome runners over this way.
Send them
man.
over our way. We want to talk to everybody today.
Just keep on sending them, Dave. We appreciate it. But no, man, two sisters
Yep.
Doing what they do, man, which is being a part of this race, and it seems like they have a really good time doing it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think
they wouldn't be going across the country running too.
That's the other part of it. So, man, what an awesome interview. Just these perspectives are what make.
Yeah, I mean, talking about how organized it is relative to other races that they have run in the past.
That's
it. Something commendable to how much effort Dave puts in. I need a coffee. I need some liquid. My mouth is dry.
Stroke.
No, I see. I need to grab one of those waters over there.
I gotta assume it's fine. You could just grab.
Yeah,
one,
no,
right?
I feel like at this point it's going to be ice.
At this point, yeah, you may as well. But hey, that was our first break of the 3:30 to 4 o'clock segment. We're going to take another quick one, but don't worry, we're going to be back for the 6-minute warning and the 4 o'clock takeoff.
Yeah, you need that water too.
And I gotta say, mine was one syllable. You created a paragraph worth of stutters a second ago.
We'll come back
awesome.
better than ever.
I can only imagine what we're going to be here in 24 hours when we're back here tomorrow doing it.
Yeah, it's going to be like a night after the bar where you're just like, that's me.
Keep it right here. You got this kind of entertainment still to come. And we are back at the 2025 Buck 50. We're at the top of the hill here at OUC, and it is Eric and Bub. Bub,
we got coffee.
Bub finally got
Number
his
2
coffee.
of the day.
Bub can stop using his stroke-like language during the broadcast.
It was
because,
bad.
Bub, I was starting to get concerned about you there for
I was
a moment,
parched.
man.
Are you parched?
You okay now?
I'm good. I'm revised.
A little coffee, or a little caffeine water for Bub
There's going to be a lot more of these too.
Goes a long way. This is Bub's second coffee of the day?
Yeah, the other one. The first one was a lot larger.
Okay. Okay.
This is going to be amazing.
Coffee number 2 on Bub's coffee counter if you are keeping track at home. But Bub, we are back at the start finish line. We are just moments away from the 6-minute warning here at the 4 o'clock takeoff. We are a little over 3 hours into our own broadcast, and that is a 10th of the way. That is a 10th of the way.
You need to not say it like that.
Just for what it's worth. Well,
hey, it could be worse. I mean, you could have like 30 legs. We basically got 30 legs today. 30-hour stream almost.
Yeah.
30 legs.
Wow. How about it?
We're 3 legs down.
How about it? Well, nonetheless, we're here at the start-finish line for this group of runners, and I believe, Bub, my math is correct. It is the 8th group to take off today at the Buck 50, and it has been a great atmosphere. We've had the opportunity to interview some great people so far. You remember Jackson, Bub?
Yeah.
How about Joshua and Laura? You remember them?
I do.
You remember them? What about Jody and Liza? They were here.
They were just here.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were sisters.
What about Jeff McGill? You remember Jeff McGill?
I remember Jeff McGill.
Yeah.
From the township.
From the township, Bub.
With the Huntsman jacket.
With the Hunts. He's one of the OGs.
He is.
Wow. Wow. We've had the opportunity to be joined by some great folks. Still plenty more to come. You remember Sarah?
We couldn't hear her, but we could see her.
Sarah was there
they
for
were
a minute.
partying in the van.
They were in the van.
We want Sarah to come back.
She had a crew. But unfortunately, due to our technical issues, so to speak. Well,
you've got a lot of them.
Well, that's just mean at this point. But neither here nor there. We are back at the start-finish line. We are going to send our senior race correspondent
with her Kate
Kendall back out with the camera. She's got it. She's doing her thing.
Got some Leonard Skinner playing in the background too.
Wow, you are just enthralled by the music selection.
It is it's all bangers today.
These are great songs. I won't disagree with you, but you are as excited about the music as I am the weather. I'm so happy to get the weather.
I don't know why you're
so
today. Excited about the weather.
Bub, it's race day and we got beautiful, perfect weather.
It's great that it's race day, but that doesn't change the weather at all.
It is. I'm glad it doesn't, because it's perfect.
It's not. It doesn't dictate the weather. The weather dictates everything else.
Better watch your mouth on this broadcast.
Get over yourself.
We've got runners warming up behind us. We got people just kind of at this point in and out of places. Of course, we see in these doors at OUC right here at the Shoemaker Center open pretty frequently because people are cold. Bud.
People cold, and the bathroom's right there too.
Right there. Right
and I mean, why would you go to porta potties when you just got a perfectly good bathroom inside in the warm?
I didn't want to make a suggestion in the budget for next year, but I'm just saying it seems a little obsolete. I digress. Bub, this is the type of music right here. This is it.
It is.
This is it.
If I was going to race for like 15 miles, I'm listening to Eminem.
This has to be your favorite song to go out to.
That's what I'm starting
right?
with. I'm probably throwing on some kind of like sad country as soon as I take off, though.
Okay.
Just because
you got some stuff you got to work out, do you?
No, it's just if I'm going to run for 15 miles, I'm down bad.
I feel it.
There's no reason for me to run 15 miles other than my mental capacity is done.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't really think of a better song to come out of the gate to than this one.
What about like It's Friday?
We need to leave Rebecca Black out of this, first of all.
I thought that was It's Friday, Eric.
Yeah.
And tomorrow it'll be Saturday.
Sure will, Bubba. It sure will. Bubba's the reason they put a mute button on these boards.
Tell you what, if there wasn't like copyright stuff anymore, I'd be rapping this all day.
You wouldn't? Hope we don't get taken down.
Yeah.
Hope we don't get taken down.
Insane.
Tell you what, Tell you what, you can take us down, Zuckerberg, but you can't take our freedom. We'll leave it at that.
That's fair.
We'll leave
But
it
you
at
also
that.
just can't take one Dorito.
It's also true.
Let me give you a little rundown
ready,
of the
bub.
names. I'm going to
These
give you
guys
a
are ready.
rundown of the names that are about to go out for their first leg. Team names, we got Pax Vibiscum. We got the Chill Vibiscum. Is that Vibiscum?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I did good there.
Okay, sure.
We got the Chill Runners.
Okay.
We got the Dad. Horribly fun. Real pizza.
No, I know you
Slow
like that
down
one.
for what? Type 3 fun.
What?
And Yo Pack. I'm going to go with the dads on this one. Team dads.
Team dads. There we go. Team dads.
Team dads.
We're here for all of them. We're here for all of them. I too like team dads.
Real
Big
pizza
fan
was a
of
close second, though.
I'm shocked you didn't go with real pizza.
I'm a food guy, but the food's here. We got McDonald's. We don't got pizza today, Eric. I said burgers. We
Okay.
already went with the burgers earlier with the Carl's burgers.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can't go with pizza now.
Okay.
Stay consistent. That's the key. We
Okay,
talked
you gotta
about
get,
this.
You gotta get the finger out of my face.
It's the
though,
coffee.
man. Yeah. Well, you better get the coffee out of my face before I knock it out of your fat fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Bub, they're about to take off. Dave, I'll tell you what. You talk about Eminem and Dave Huggins at the same time. Come on.
I mean, have you ever seen them in the same place at the same time?
Oh, it's a good point.
I'm just saying, conspiracy?
That's a good point. And I'll tell you what. You're onto something.
I am.
You're onto
I feel like
something.
their start line's a lot further back.
Yeah. These are the pro tees.
Yeah, these are blue tees over here. These are the blue start
They're
lines.
starting from the blue start.
The tiger stripes.
8, 7. We're about to go. 5,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2, 1.
Yeah.
Let's go, Team Dads.
Yeah.
Team
And they're
Dads,
off.
baby.
I love it.
Man, the energy's
I
getting
heard-
bigger
I heard
and
some
bigger.
booze.
Huh?
Did you hear booze?
No.
I think I heard a team
no,
getting
somebody
booed.
was saying booze.
That's what I
Like a
literally
ghost.
said.
Booze. Team Dads. Team Dads.
Jeez, man.
I tell you, give me
We
a
got
little
s-
coffee and I get my energy back.
Yeah, I can see that.
But Team Dads all the way.
Team dads. Team dads for sure. Well, Bub, that's the 8th time this afternoon we have seen a group take off from that start line right there. And I got to say, the energy hasn't dropped at all.
I feel like it's risen, actually.
It's risen.
We got the people getting off work now.
Now we've got
Everybody's
love in
coming
the
out.
air, and the energy has risen.
Oh, love's been in the air, Eric,
Wow.
since this morning.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
And the
That's-
energy's rising.
and the energy. No, you said risen.
Has risen.
Has risen.
Has risen. Like the Undertaker.
So it has risen. It.
It's got
Is that
some
what you're
riz.
saying? Wow. How about it? Unfortunately, though, Bub has no riz, but
I don't.
he does have a coffee, and
I'm
that
like
has
a helpless animal.
that
belly
has
up.
that has brought Bubba out of his shell in a way that
I'm a tortoise.
it just.
No neck, though.
Why don't you keep your personal life out of this? We're going to take a break. We'll be right back here in just another moment. But, Bub, I'm told that I got some food to eat, so why don't I go ahead and eat some food? You got that coffee over there? I'm going to scarf down something real good. And we'll be right back with more coverage of the Buck 50
And full bellies.
live from the start-finish line. And full bellies, Bub. Great job. I'm so sorry that I
I'll
can't
let you
answer
know when
that
I get
for you.
the answer.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, she went to the car quick. I've left our episode this whole time.
What's that made? Oh,
Like
gotcha.
those two,
Yeah.
I have an overlay for just that when we're on screen. And I knew that our screen's been missing something when I've been looking at it, but I haven't been able to determine what it's been.
So now it'll have that, like, we'll have the $1.50 on it and everything. That's cool. I mean, we've had the logo in the background, like, there.
Right. I know. I just.
I feel like we're getting more and more moment in this tiny little segment, too, because the energy not having to ramble stupid shit. I'll try all here. This is our first thing.
Dude, this is great.
Is it a loop going forward?
Uh-huh. It does. What's even Steve built some around he gets that. So that's why it was very deliberate for me to damn dude, this is just fucking pulling battery from me.
What is that?
It's just killing battery, dude. I was at 13% when I started this a second ago. I'm at 7. So what time do we take our break?
It's 4:07 right now. Come back 10 after talking for 5 minutes.
Talk for 5, take another 10-minute break. Talk for 5, take a 5-minute break. There's lost connection to my mic. Looks like your mic was unplugged. Plug it back in. Oh shit, my roadcaster shut off. Surely to God it's not too cold, is it?
Did we kick a strip or anything?
I think so. I'm wondering if it ain't too cold, man. Everything's plugged in. power.
We're trying to get this to work. Our broadcaster's not working, so our mics aren't working right now. So I'm trying to make a fix.
Should be fixed.
It's on. What was it? Somebody stripped that? It's nothing major. Thank God. Just thank God, you know what I mean?
Dude, I fixed every problem imaginable on this viewing. As long as it's not visual, dude.
Yeah, we're like literally like
If
a
it's
busted device, you know what I mean?
If it's camera related, like I'm out.
But if it's like cord, like you'll understand if there's a cord missing or something like that.
Right. Yeah, yeah. I know enough. but
Yeah.
I don't- Thank you. Give me a quick check.
Check, 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 check.
1 2 1 2. My levels are low. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check. Damn it. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna do all of our reset settings. See that?
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 You've got one. That's all right. That's what I was thinking. Once you did it, I was like, he knows.
Check.
Check.
And we're back here at the Buck 50, folks. Thank you for taking just a little bit of time bearing with us here. We've had a couple of technical issues, Bub. Unfortunately, someone kicked our power cord out of sorts earlier.
Everybody's getting crazy here at the Buck 50. It's evening time.
You know, it happens. It happens. But again, we have since run into a few technical issues. So here at the start-finish line, that threw us. Sorry, 2024 Buck 50.
Yeah.
But that said, well, here before long, we're going to share just a clip of it and kind of try to give a little bit of insight as to what this entire experience was. And Bub, we've talked about it enough at this point. Why don't we go ahead and just get right down to it? Let's go ahead and share an interview. I'll share an interview from one of the, well, how about the winner of the race, Jamie? He gave us a few moments of his time
I mean, you got to start with the winner, right?
You have to. All right, boss. What's your name, brother?
Jamie Burkett.
Jamie Burkett. Nice to meet you, Jamie. Jamie is the first place winner of this year's Buck 10. It's going back to the population. The staff doesn't get it this year. Congratulations on your win.
Hey, thank you, bud.
Absolutely. Is this something you got to train for?
Yeah, I've been running about 45 miles a week.
My gosh, all right. So a 6 mile day, nothing for you then, huh?
No, this is just another run.
Love it, man. I love it. Congratulations again. So you got to train for this thing a little bit. Let me ask you a question outside of the race itself. What does this race mean to the population, the guys in here? This is a big turnout, man.
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I mean, for us, it's kind of like just a way to channel your energy and, you know, do something, give back to the community. And at the same time, for me, I'm a cancer survivor, so yeah, so like this means a lot just to have a second chance at health. So
yeah, so you're getting a second chance at health, man. And this is for obviously for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. Is that something you've struggled with in the past or seen other people struggle with by chance?
Yes, it is. My family, myself, you know, so for me, it means a lot. I mean, just to see you guys trying to do something productive to keep the youth out of trouble and just not landing in here. So.
Yeah. That's ultimately the goal. But, man, I got to say, you're the ones doing all the work. I promise you, trying to change the narrative and just it's been an awesome atmosphere. It's been lively today, and just seeing guys around, getting along, just positive environment in a place that maybe isn't so positive all the time. So I guess you're the one doing all the work, all the heavy lifting, as you can see. So I got to ask you, you've seen the negative side of the drug epidemic and things that we've dealt with in our area. Do you think that if there were an incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America that found its way in the prison system, do you think that's something that could be beneficial to the inmate population?
I do. Yep, I do.
Thanks so much, brother. Have a good way. Yep, God bless you. So right there, you get to see exactly what it was like, at least from the perspective of the winner for the day, the champion of the day, which was Jamie Burkett. And by the way, gave us an awesome interview with awesome perspective. And he was just kind of one of many that day, Bub, that had the right perspective on what the race meant, what the purpose of it was, and what the goals of everything kind of are.
Yeah, and they had the right perspective, very similar perspectives, but different walks of life.
Yes,
you know?
very.
We interviewed a lot of people that day.
7.
And a lot of different paths, you know, kind of to end up where they are, but also they're taking the same direction and trying to create a positive mindset, positive attitude inside a negative environment.
Right.
And also produce that and expand that outside the walls as well with the Buck 10, you know, getting Zanzi's involved as well, coming into the facility, bringing pizzas, and raising money.
You know, and I'm glad you brought Zanzi's into this, Bub, because this is actually how this thing gets funded, through their fundraiser on Pizza Day. The prisoners, you know, the inmates, they buy pizzas, and they have, you know, with that money that is their money that they buy pizza with, the Buck 50, well, the Buck 10, so to speak, raises that type of money to go to the Buck 50. This past year, $10,000 was raised, and we've got footage of that we're going to share with you as well. And you know, it's truly an awesome, not only an awesome event, but the Helping Hands organization that we're going to hear from here in just a little while, with our good buddy Danny that we got to talk to. It's a really good thing in that population, in that environment.
And it's more than just inmates running a race, right? Like, they had live music there. They had building projects that they had produced throughout the months leading to, that the inmates can have and give them almost like a job in the facility.
Well, and we got to speak with one of the 4 founders of the program, Robert, and Robert is going to share with us here in a little while that's only a drop in the bucket of what they actually do. They do things like that all the time behind the walls, so to speak. And just to know that those types of things are occurring and happening, it's just great. So like I said, we're going to share the entire video that we as a team put together. I want to give a quick shout out to our worker here at Total Media Sports, Julian Villarreal, who helped throw together this video. And I thought he did a phenomenal job of helping us tell the story. And again, and you saw in that interview, but Bub, we can say this till we're blue in the face. We had a cell phone and a microphone, and that was it.
And for him to paint that kind of story without even being there just shows you, or gives him the credit of what capabilities he truly has.
Right. So as we approach the 6-minute warning heading into the 9th takeoff at the buck
9th of the day,
the buck 50 for the day, we'll keep it on the buck 10 topic here for just a moment. But while it was a great event, we did have the opportunity to speak with some great people. But Bub, the amount of emotions that one day, that one event, that one morning put you through.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be a very long day as far as time-wise, right? But it was 4 hours?
It was very concise. It was
but
very
we
to
were
the point.
drained after it, and I think the mental side of it, right? Having so many of those emotions happen in a short period of time, it just drains you.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine doing it every day and trying to find positivity.
As two people rather, that have never been in that type of environment or that type of atmosphere, it was remarkably humbling, but it was also remarkably eye-opening.
Yeah.
And there's no other way to put it. And I don't mean any negative by what I'm going to say, but I'd like to tip my hat to Dave and what he's doing, because there's not a whole lot of people outside of those walls that are fighting for that population of the human race. And
it's a very discarded population.
It is a very isolated part of the human
and it's not
population.
Like it's a small part of the human population, right?
Of
Like
course.
We have so many people that are in prisons right now across the country.
Right.
So,
and I'd like to say too, there's a beautiful joining of hands between the corrections officers that participate in it as well. We had the opportunity to speak with Lieutenant Detillion several times throughout the day, and he was great insight in his expertise in the group and just what they're trying to do, and his leadership, I think, goes a long way as well.
I think the inmates getting treated with a little bit of humanity.
Yeah,
I think that goes a long way as well.
I think you're exactly right, Bub. And we're going to shift gears here for just a minute as we approach the 6-minute warning back at the start line here. But man, it's been a killer event so far. We're having a great time. We're rapidly approaching hour 4.
Yes.
Which will put
feels like it's flying by.
It does feel like it's going very quickly.
Now, I know we're going to hit that wall soon.
It does feel like it's going very quickly. At some point, there will be a struggle, Bub. There's nothing about this race that anybody involved does that is easy.
Yeah, when you're talking about something continuously for 24 hours, it takes a toll on the human body, no matter what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Running, competing in it, just driving the van.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy.
It takes a lot. But that's what makes it such an unbelievable event. And like I said, man,
there's going to be a lot of emotions going through this event too. For me, for you, for Kendall over there.
Definitely different types of emotions. But yes, I think you're right.
You might see me cry.
Sweating being the main one. I'm starting to get a little warm. I might have to take my jacket off here before long.
Really?
Yeah, you know what I mean? The sunny 65 weather's just...
Yeah, you're just a liar.
It's a little tough. I'm not lying. What am I lying about?
The temperature, the lack of wind, the sun being out, all of it.
It feels sunny and 65 to me.
Who's Kendall waving at? I keep seeing your wife waving to people. I'm looking around like, does she know somebody?
No one's waving back to her. I don't know what she's up to. I don't know.
I try not to ask questions.
She's doing her best.
Curiosity
as our
gets me.
senior race correspondent, and we appreciate her best. Aaron.
Don't call me by my government name on air.
Well, you better back it up.
It's Bub. Just Bub. 3 letters. B-U-B.
Don't make me drop the middle name.
The notorious B-U-B. Bub.
I will 100% say your middle name on
They
this
did have
broadcast.
Miley Cyrus playing a little bit earlier. Did you hear that?
You see that? We got 2 people watching.
We got 2 people watching?
They'll both hear your middle name.
My middle name? I didn't know how to spell it for the longest time. Bex?
You didn't know how to spell your middle name? No one ever sat you down and went,
Tricky. No. Nobody ever sat me down and told me. I learned how to spell my middle name on my own. Nobody ever
You act
showed
so
me my middle
proud of
name.
that. Are you proud of that?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It's like tying your shoes on your head,
All right.
dude.
Well, since you're so enthralled with names, Bub, why don't you go ahead and pull up the Bub
Let me
list
get it.
o names. Where
Let me
Bub
get it here.
will give the names of all of the runners taking off at this hour, or at this half hour, I should say, and he will give us his favorite name in the bunch.
There's some good.
There's some good ones in here.
For the 4:30.
And by the way, Bub will always do the pre-read like he's about to get called on in class.
I have
Always
to.
does it for
I
the
have
list.
to. I have to at least have a snapshot in my head of what I'm looking at.
I love it. I love
For
it.
the first team, we got the Jog Fathers.
The Jog Fathers is good.
The Pacemakers. That's a good one.
The Pacemakers.
Very,
okay.
very good play on words
Okay.
there.
Okay.
A running joke.
A running joke. That's a
Beer
good
is
one.
cheaper, yet here we are.
Okay.
Ignite Runners Collective.
Ignite Runners Collective. I like that.
Team number 60, Lil Wheezy.
Okay.
Wheezy spelled like you can't breathe.
Yeah.
And then the last team of this, or to start this leg, the Trail Cowboys.
The Trail Cowboys.
So they're probably
Kid Rock. Cowboys.
little.
Bub,
Yeah.
The Trail Cowboys win by default.
I'm just
Are
saying.
you going against Kid Rock?
I mean, I'm. If it was Kid Rock and Cheryl Crow, I couldn't go against it, but it's
Okay.
just Kid Rock, so I'm gonna
So
go
you're putting
with.
that picture away. Is
I'm
what you're
going with
saying.
Lil Wheezy. Give me
Lil
the
Weezy.
other artist.
Lil Wheezy.
Lil Wheezy.
Okay. Okay.
Been some good names in these heats so far.
It does appear as though Lil Weezy is wearing a blue-ish, teal-ish jerseys.
I like
so
it.
to speak, running shirts.
Standing out.
So, I like the representation we've seen from teams, the jersey coordination.
I
or
mean,
the
you got to
running shoe
match, right? Like, if you're all on the same team, you got to find matching outfits.
I was just shocked to see the State Highway Patrol team wasn't wearing their badges.
They always have matching outfits.
They always have matching outfits. You're right.
They all look the same.
I mean, to be fair, we too have
We do have just the same
The
boot.
gray
Literally
hoodie,
the same exact
the
boots.
same boots, jeans.
You got dark jeans, gray hoodie,
Wow.
and I'm
Wow.
pretty sure this is your hoodie. Yeah,
You
it
know
is.
what? This was also my hoodie. I stole it back yesterday.
Yeah,
You've been
yeah, I
wearing
like
it for
that
months.
one.
Yeah, I know.
It
I
curls
like
up
too.
though at the bottom. I don't like that.
But don't do that for me.
I'm
I ain't fat
pudgy.
like you.
I'm pudgy now.
You gotta get that summer bod ready, bud. You should have joined the
It's,
run.
it's not summertime
See,
yet. It's winter
This man,
still.
my guy here's running in a Hawaiian Popeyes shirt.
That is wild. That reminds me like of a box of Cocoa Puffs.
I love it.
That's a very Cocoa
Wait,
Puffs.
what?
Like, Cocoa Puffs are just a big brown box. Like, that's what it reminds me of.
I love it.
I could see Cocoa Puffs in that.
I would 100% send that guy out of the gate first. He looks ready to go.
He probably drank or ate his spinach today.
The Jog Fathers being announced. Oh,
we got to
That's-
send Kindle
yeah.
Vision.
Kindle Cam.
Kindle Cam. Oh,
Kindle Cam.
there it is.
I got the nudge.
Lil Wheezy.
They're taking the line. You'd be able to tell if Bubba wasn't standing in the way.
I'm out the way. You just got to tell me to move. I'm pulling a China shop. I'll get in the way of everything.
I did tell you to move.
Well, tell me to move again.
I told you in my own way.
Tell me twice.
Bubba, pay attention.
Lil Weezy. Yeah. Great team name.
That's a great name.
Great outfits.
Uh-oh. Bub, I told you.
You told me what?
They had a great name. Dave just said it was the greatest in Buck 50 history, and you didn't pick the Trail Cowboys with Kid Rock playing.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I picked at least 7 better so far.
Wow, Bub.
I gotta stay consistent. We've been talking about it all day. I'm nothing but consistent.
Okay.
I'm all
3,
about
2, 1, and they're
and
off,
another
Bub. They are
goes
off.
down the misery lane.
The misery lane. I love it. I feel like that's the happy part. That will be the miserable part. That's the lane you come back in on.
Yeah, that's when it's all over.
But you think that's misery lane?
Yeah, starting.
Okay.
It gives me the sweats just watching them start to run.
That's fair.
It shivers.
You feeling okay, Bub?
I mean, no, I don't like watching all these people run. It makes me nervous.
Why?
I feel like I'm going to get enticed to run. I don't want to do that.
Are you going to get the runs?
I'm going to get the runs. Yeah, I'm going to get the runs if I have to
You're going
run.
to catch the runs.
I can tell you that right
from
now.
one of these funners that like running for fun.
I don't know how they do it. I do it for health. And even then, I don't care.
You don't care. You don't.
No. I've done it like one time.
What do you do? If I told you that you had to run 1 mile every day to keep alive,
like how long? I'm going to ask
would
him
you
first
live?
thing. If I didn't, I'm going to ask the doctor. If I didn't do
You
that,
die
how
to-
long would I live?
You die tomorrow if you don't run a mile.
I would just look at him and say, that's a lot of commitment on either end, right? Like, it's like a marriage. Like, it's a lot of commitment on both ends.
If you had to run 1 mile every day, how old would you be when you died? If you lived or died by that standard alone.
32, I'd make it to my birthday. I'm not running on my birthday. That's
You're
no,
not running on my
absolutely not. You think I'm going to run on my birthday?
That's fair.
That doesn't, no. That's silly. And like,
You're not a
essentially,
funner?
I would spend less time running a mile than I would probably taking a shower, like the process of taking
No,
a shower.
rest assured, you would spend more time running a mile.
No,
than
I
you
take
would
about
taking a shower.
10-minute shower, but like the process of showering, getting dressed after, like it's probably like a 15-minute process. I could run a 15-minute mile. Easy.
Okay.
But I would never do that because it's so out of the way of my life routine. Like, I need to shower in the mornings. I don't need to run. It's just dumb.
It's what makes the hypothetical fun. It's what makes it
I
fun.
gave you every reason as to why I just can't run.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, since we spent the last break figuring out our technical issues after our
We
power,
might have a couple more along the way. Who
you-
knows?
you know,
There's always
you know,
surprise
hey,
on the show.
we don't rule anything out in something like this because, quite frankly, we understood taking it, and that's why we talked off air, bub. That's what we were happy about working with the Buck 50 and Dave on this, because he understands in anything like what we're trying to do, there's going to be hiccups and some things
Speed bumps.
some things go awry along the way. So we're trying to limit those today. We appreciate all of the patience that we get as we try to limit those. But that's just where we are for right now. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be back here in just another moment or so. We appreciate you lending us a watching eye at the Buck 50 2025. Welcome back. We are live from the 2025 Buck 50 start finish line. I'm Eric. Alongside me is my lifelong brother, Bub. And
With a
Bub,
bigger smile on my face than ever, and you know why.
I know why, Bub. Bub got grub, and that is why he's got, well,
a full belly and a smile on my
full
face.
belly and a smile. But Bub finally got him a little bite to eat.
First meal of the day.
First meal of the day. He's had
Plenty
his
more to come.
coffee. He's had his coffees, I should say. So Bub's feeling pretty good right about now. We're feeling pretty good right about now. We are coming up on hour 4 of the Buck 50 coverage. Excuse me, I also scarfed down a burrito as well as quickly as I could.
I'll tell you what, that was impressive.
You know, I did what I could with what I had
You're
while
usually a
also
slow
on the
eater.
phone. You know, if I wasn't on the phone, buddy, that burrito would have been gone.
Yeah, I was going to say
But-
it was a 6-minute feasting.
But you know, we had to take care of some work things, and you know, unfortunately for our assistant sports director and visual media connoisseur, Dylan Euler, he is running ragged all over county to county, making sure that the 3 contests we get up tonight smoothly. So we appreciate Dylan. Of course, he spent his time here this morning making sure we got up and okay.
I'll tell you what,
So-
that man has it all.
He's doing good things in the world.
He's good
Bub.
people.
We appreciate it. And Bub, that's just one person in the Buck. Not that Dylan's just one person, but just one person that helps make this whole thing possible for us. Of course, Dave Huggins helped make it possible, getting us this type of access. I mean, Bub, there's the start finish line right there. Right there. Right there. And he
there's
hooks
the
us
old
up.
one. You showed me that earlier.
And he hooks us up and puts us in a prime spot, man, to cover the premier Southern Ohio's premier relay race.
I
the
don't think you could have
150
picked a
mile
better
Buck 50.
spot.
No, I don't think so either. This is awesome. This is great. We are having a phenomenal time being a part of all this. And Bub, while we're here, before we get to the 6-minute warning, I want to go ahead and share another interview from the Buck 10. I would like to share an interview that we had the opportunity to have with Robert from Helping Hands. Robert is one of the 4 founders of the Helping Hands group, that is the group within the prison system at CCI that does a lot of good things for not only the population but other inmates in the system as well. And I want to go ahead and share just a quick video of the time we got to speak with. Did I say Chris?
Robert.
I meant Robert. Okay.
You said Robert.
Okay, I said Robert.
said
I was
Robert.
just making sure. Sorry. Here's Robert. He's a dude. All right, what's your name, brother?
Robert.
Robert. All right, and I'm here with Robert today. Robert, what do you got going on as a part of the Buck 10 today, man?
I'm actually one of 4 founders that started the Helping Hands group that's sponsoring this.
So you're one of the 4 founders of this whole organization, this whole group that does this, man. That's killer. How did you find this organization? What made that come about?
Well, I did the therapeutic community program, and we wanted to continue to try to better ourselves. So we created a group for guys to stay, to continue their growth and recovery and all that aspect. So
recovery, rehabilitation, just making the right moves, man. I love it. Well, you guys are definitely making a presence felt here today. What does this event do to change culture and to help bring some sort of positivity to the population?
when you're in recovery, you're not really used to giving back. You're used to just taking all the time. So once you learn how to give back and you learn that you're valuable and people's valuable in society, and you see the change that you help, and it's just a feeling you can't describe. So.
This has definitely been an event that I can't describe, man. It's been nothing. This is my first time at a prison. So, honestly, this has been remarkably. You guys are incredible, man. Just the effort you guys are putting in to raise money for a drug-free cause, a drug-free race, and you got some big goals by the sounds of it too.
Yeah, we do a lot more than this. This is just a small portion of what we do. So, we do a tremendous amount of stuff in society.
Love it, man. Let me ask you a question, brother. So, how do you think that a drug-free incentive-based program could benefit prisoners if it were to be something that make its way behind the walls here?
Very beneficial. Most people, like I said, when you're in your recovery and your addiction, you're not. You don't feel like you amount to anything. So when you get sober and you get clean and you see all the positive impacts that you can have, it's a game changer. You're unstoppable at that point.
Seeing this event firsthand, Dave let us know what was going on. Seeing this event firsthand has definitely been a game changer for us. So I gotta say, man, thanks for the efforts you're still putting in and doing everything you're doing, brother. Appreciate it, man. Nowhere, it's ground up, man. Nowhere but shooting for the stars, brother. I mean, this is crazy.
It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. This is bigger than last year, so hopefully next year it's even twice as big. So.
Man, big goals and more things to come, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for taking your time. And Bub, that was Robert from Helping Hands, one of the co-founders of Helping Hands, and you got to hear him firsthand tell you what the organization is, what it does, what it's trying to do, and what their goals are.
And they're not slowing down.
They're not slowing down at all, and they've got some really big goals, and also some really cool goals as well. And maybe I'll have the opportunity to shed a little bit more light on what their ultimate goal is here in just a little while, if I can figure out a way to piece it together tactfully and try to present it to what it is. But they've got some big goals, man, and they've got some good things that they're trying to do. So, hats off to those guys, man.
Yeah,
hats off to those guys.
Exactly. Hats off to them. Just to have the inspiration to start something from the ground up. I mean, we both know how hard it is.
Difficult.
Dave knows how difficult it is.
Yeah.
Being in a place like that and having that mindset to, do something positive and at least get something going for, your future says a lot about them.
It does. And, it shows a lot about the culture of that group of people that is, they're trying to make a positive impact in a negative environment. One of the hardest environments to keep positive. I don't want to call it a negative environment because, quite frankly, I don't live that life. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you it's probably daggone hard to consider, it a positive place to be. So, I just hats off to those guys in the fight that they're fighting. And, we're going to get ready to gear up for our 10th 6-minute warning, Bub.
The 10th
of the day. The 10th one. As we just crossed the 4-hour mark on the broadcast, we have 26 hours remaining.
That's wild.
That is a wild thing to think about. Every time I say it, it feels a little weirder.
It just feels like the time's not moving.
Yeah.
Hopefully the runners don't feel the same way.
You ever been in a car with kids?
Plenty of times, not my kids, but it's fair. Your kids.
There was a time we were coming back from Gulf Shores, Alabama, and it felt like time wasn't moving at all. I feel it on this one to some degree, but
are we there yet?
This is a way cooler event and a way better cause. Plus, Bob, beautiful weather, 65 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, still not a single
cloud in the sky.
Not a single spot of sunshine.
Cloud in the sky, as Bub was saying.
I haven't seen a single speck of the sun.
Bub, he's just picky. Personally,
your wife's over there chattering her teeth right now, and you think it's 65 and sunny.
Well, if she's over there with her teeth chattering, we might as well.
She doesn't have her cape on this time, though.
No cape.
No cape.
She's good. We've at least got her camera up now to make the teeth chattering worthwhile for her. That's what matters.
Just turn it towards you real quick, Kendall. Just turn it.
There we go.
I mean, my teeth are chattering too. Inside, I am shivering.
Are you?
Yes.
You don't handle nice weather very well, do you?
I'm not 400 pounds anymore. That was a big, life
Did you have a
change.
hard time with it being 65 degrees and sunny when
It's
you were
not
400
65. I did have a hard time with that, actually, but it was in reverse. It was too much sweat. Which, fun fact, I don't get, super hot, but I still just pour sweat. If you know what I mean. If I'm doing something energetic. Maybe it doesn't make sense. Because,
What?
We'll come back to that later in the show. I will have an explanation for that. I'm not going to forget about that. I'm going to stew on that thought now.
I hope so.
And try to find a better way to encapsulate what I was trying to say. It's up there with the theory of you might see a different color than me. The color you see is different color.
Put your fingers near my face, dude. I am telling you. You gotta keep your distance.
It wouldn't be as close to if you didn't have that big nose.
Are you kidding me? We could do a profile right now, and you look towards me, I'll look towards you, and we'll let the people decide.
If we look the same, you should be able to just look right at my phone and log in, right? Because of the face scan.
No.
I would die laughing if that worked.
Your face scan only sees half of your eyes because your nose takes up the inner parts. It'll see all my eyes.
Yeah,
and it'll
let's
be
not
like,
talk about just the luscious beard
I've
that
never-
covers up most of my face.
Well, if I could cover up your face, I would.
What am I hiding underneath there? Nobody's going to ever see.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Always keep them guessing.
Keep them guessing, Bob.
Real
And
G's move in silence like lasagna.
speaking of I have no idea what that means, but hey,
It's a Lil Wayne bar.
there's not a G in lasagna.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
There's not a G in
There
lasagna.
is a G in lasagna. Yeah, there is lasagna.
Spell it.
LASAGNE. Lasagna. Right?
It's an A.
Isn't it A? It is an A at the end. God darn.
You're dumber than hell.
Oh, dumber than hell. Dude, I can't believe that. That team name.
Speaking of which, I need to hear you go down this list of team names, Bub. The 10th time we're going to see some group take off from the Buck 50 today. I'm stoked. I can't wait. We're going to be doing this up until 8 o'clock when the last team takes off. There's Austin Wilson over there. See ya. Yes, sir. That's the starting line.
All
I can
right.
at least answer that one now.
Yeah, we've been asked a lot of questions and didn't have a lot of answers.
Yeah.
I feel like we're big disappointments right now.
Yeah, you know, there's that shock.
That's what we
Shock.
do. That's what we do.
That's what we do.
How about we talk about a few of these teams starting off?
I've been
this
asking you
way?
to do that for like
This is going to be
60
the
seconds.
hardest
Is this a
list
tough
of
one to pick?
teams. No, it's going to be the hardest list of teams to say. We got first artificially insane.
Okay.
Home stretch, Circa de Sorlegs, Core Immaculatum, 4 8-men.
You're supposed to say these like they're funny. You know that, right?
I'm
Hey,
trying to say
we're
these
just
like I
listening to
can
Bob
read
Reed.
these.
That's all. You do your thing.
Another team, Kicking Asphalt.
Kicking
That's a
ass.
good one.
I'm telling you,
Back
get the
up.
finger out of my.
Mork or MORC.
Oh yeah, Team MORC. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, actually, I'm glad you mentioned Team MORC because we had a gentleman a little while ago, Thad Wells.
Oh yeah.
Mentioned Team MORC. Let's go, Nick Woodyard. So
Shout
and
out to
Seth
him,
and
or-
Seth Woodler.
Shout out to Tim or
Woolard,
Team
Woolard.
MORC.
I love it. Keep it going, bub.
Olentangy River Brew Runners.
Yeah,
Ovaries before Broveries.
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Overachieving underachievers.
Okay.
And then the final one. Shout out to the Undertaker. Rest in peace.
That's a tough one to beat. That's a
Or
tough one to
pace.
beat.
Pace. Sorry.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I'm gonna go with the Ovaries before Broveries on that one. That's a good name. I like that one.
Ovaries before Broveries.
Yes, that is a great name.
Fair
A
enough.
lot of people in shorts in this league, honestly. The people in pants is actually only
Well, we'd
what,
be able
like
to
2
we'd be able to
10?
tell if you'd move.
You gotta quit acting like I know.
You said you knew.
You just gotta say move. They would if you move.
It's the countdown,
9,
bub.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they're
off, bub. The 10th
Another
group.
one bites the dust.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another.
They're off. The Kendall Cam, our senior race. I don't think she wanted to mess with spelling correspondent, so she went with expert. That's a valid point.
Yeah, I couldn't even spell lasagna.
Can you spell correspondent?
No. I can't even like necessary, necessity, like that. Those words. And then you got correspondence.
Those are
with,
like 7th grade spelling words at best.
I would say I'm maybe maxed out at that. Yeah. Receive. Oh man.
No.
Conceive.
Stop.
Oh, like any of this stuff. Like
Stop.
I can't. Give me numbers, not letters. Just makes no damn sense.
Okay.
Dumber
Okay.
hell.
Dumber hell. Bub, speaking of which, you are exactly that. We are 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 7 seconds into the broadcast at the 2025 Buck 50. We're having an awesome time just being down here, being a part, or up here, I should say. We're at the top of the hill here, Ohio University, Chillicothe, where the Hilltoppers play.
Which
Bub.
is very, makes sense.
It does make a lot of sense. But, Bub, first stretch of this leg is downhill. You immediately run down.
Which makes sense again. You're at the top of the hill.
What is that stretch? Is that Keller Road downhill? I'm not sure. But anyway, you immediately run down to Western Avenue and then onward from there. So do with that information what you will. But that's where you take off and all of that. And then, of course, they'll come back in from our right here, the left-hand side of your screen if you are viewing with us. And, well, that's how
it's gonna
the
be a while
whole thing
before
comes
we see
full
anybody
circle.
come from that direction.
It will be. It will be. It will be. But, Bub, I got to feel like that time will be here before we know it as well. And since we're talking about before we know it, by the way, we got Matt Humphreys gave us a little hello.
Shout out to Matt Hump.
A little heck yeah, Bub. People love seeing Bub. I don't know what it is about when this guy just gets out of the house.
It's a rare occasion. I'm
But
very
people-
work
People
heavy.
love to see Bub. Like, I literally have people send me photos of when they see him in public. And it's just bizarre to
Yeah,
me.
you actually do.
It is just absolutely wild
But
to me.
I could have been very upset because I got noticed as your brother. Not my name, Bub. I got asked, "Hey, are you Eric's brother?" What gave it away? The nose, the flannel.
No, my shadow is casted over you still. We're going to get to our next break, our first break of the 5 o'clock hour. When we come back, we're going to have more Buck 50 to talk about. And also, we are going to have more footage to share from the Buck 10 as well. Keep it right here. You're watching the 740 Sports Show. And we are back at the 2025 Buck 50. And Bub, we are just outside the OUC Shoemaker Center, where we snuck in for a moment to try to get our warmth back.
My toes are finally unfrozen.
Are they unthawed?
Oh yeah.
Are they unthawed?
Like I can actually
Bubs,
wiggle each individual toe.
See, it gets once this wind starts going, it gets a little chilly. But other than that, beautiful weather.
No, not at all. It's just been a cold day all day long.
See, that's where we disagree.
And
Bub,
this is like weather you expect to have when you're running, though.
Yeah.
Like if I'm running a marathon, I want colder weather because then I'm not as hot and sweaty.
I always see running in the cold on the lungs, just a challenge.
My lungs are going to be shot regardless of the temperature.
I guess that's fair.
That's not the lungs are not going to be the issue. Well, they're going to be a big issue, but it's not going to be the only one. That's not my biggest concern.
I suppose I'm picking up what you're putting down there. Bub, we had a pretty awesome opportunity a few months back. We've touched on it several times throughout the broadcast, the Buck 10. And, we're seeing a bunch of runners today up here who are, like you said, enduring these elements and, trying to tough out the conditions, so to speak. But we also had the opportunity to speak with the runners of the Buck 10, at least the participants that won first, second, and third. And we got to hear from Jamie a little earlier. And now I'm going to take it over to the second place winner, Chris, who had a ton of energy. I don't know if you remember Chris.
Oh, I do.
Ton of energy.
Very close with the winner, Jamie.
Very close with Jamie. And he and Jamie had a little running group and a very interesting dynamic amongst one another. But I want to go ahead and swing it over to this interview because, again, the energy was awesome. The perspective was even better. And just what a time, man. Let's go ahead and swing it back to Chrissy. What's your name, boss?
Chris Horton.
Chris Horton. Nice to meet you, Chris. Second place winner. Second place here at the Buck 10 today. Did you train for this, Iggy?
Yeah, I trained with Jamie. It turns out I'm a better coach than I am a runner, but I'll take it. I'm the winning coach, second place runner. So.
Right, hey, first place winning coach for the day.
First place winning coach.
I love it. How much were you running a day for this type of thing?
It depends on each day. I'm actually in the middle of marathon training, so I'm averaging about 12 miles a day or so.
Man, just woke up, shook off quick 6 miles, bub. I love it. So what goes into this type of race? I mean, what does this race mean for you guys that maybe don't have something to work for all the time back here?
I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to take your mind off of where you're at. It gives you something to look forward to. The Buck 50 is a good cause because really, I mean, if somebody would have brought running into my life when I was 13, 14, I might not be here right now. Yeah. So, it's something that's really good, Hopefully we can bring this out and help some at-risk kids.
Yeah, I love it. That's obviously the goal here. Have drugs played a negative impact or role in your life in any capacity?
I've been in prison for the past 23 years, so I'm going to say yeah.
Okay. Well, as much as I hate to hear that, you're right. Narrative's changing. Second chances exist. They're real things, man. Do you think that if there were a drug-free program, maybe something incentive-based like Drug-Free Clubs of America in the prison system, you think that's something that could be beneficial to the population?
Oh, for sure. Definitely. We definitely need some support, some drug-free support and stuff like that. Like AA is good, but it's not necessarily for everybody, so we need different avenues for recovery.
Well, as far as the support goes, you're the one providing a lot of that, so we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much, man. Yep. Congrats again. Yep. We'll get you off of the outro there, but Bub, that was Chris from the 2025 Buck 10, the second place winner of the event. And I gotta say, man, what perspective it is to have that kind of outlook on not only the event, not only on coming in second place to your buddy and kind of the partner you trained for the event, Jamie, but also just his overall outlook on everything.
Yeah, I thought it was a very good perspective whenever he was talking about the AAs, not for everyone. There needs to be more different avenues and pathways and getting help and recovery and everything. And I think this is what it's all about with the Buck 50 is creating a new pathway and preventative measure before anything even begins.
That is exactly what it's all about. That's putting it in very good terms. I have to agree. That doesn't happen often for Bub. Bub doesn't generally do that, but once in a while he surprises me.
I have a thought here and there.
Once in a while, yeah. You really surprise me there, Bub. Nonetheless, though, you're exactly right. That is exactly what the Buck 50 sets out to do, and the fact that type of positivity is now reaching the prison system and having a pretty significant output or impact on that system as well is truly remarkable. And just again, hats go off to Dave and the team for what they're doing, man. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
I think it's really kind of a rare occurrence where you see two inmates kind of rooting for each other. Just in a situation where you got a coach training somebody to win the race, and he's very ecstatic for him. He doesn't care if he won or got second place.
Right.
He was happy for his teammate that he trained up to win that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there was nothing but positivity on the entire day. And, like we've said many times, that's what it's all about. Keeping it into perspective and keeping it in mind of what it's all about. We're going to keep it right here at the Buck 50. We got to get to another quick break here. As we got a couple of other things to do around the area here, but make no mistake about it, we will be right back in 5 minutes. We appreciate you giving us a viewing eye throughout our 24-hour straight plus coverage of the Buck 50. And we're back at the 2025 Buck 50. It's Eric and Bub, and we are having a good time, Bub. We're fixing some things, but we're having a good time overall, and it's good to finally be back.
Yes, it is. It's nice. We get a little bit of a break from the cold on these breaks if we want to, but we got people to mingle with. I mean, this event is so busy today. We got people asking us if we're the check-in table.
We are not. We are not. If you're watching this at home, we are not the
I
check-in
know it's
table.
a basic setup that we got here, but it ain't that bad.
I mean, come on. Do we look like a check-in
It's
table?
getting us through the day.
I mean, I guess we look like a check-in table. Wow. What a time.
We're one sophisticated check-in table.
We're a nice check-in table.
Like, that's the way we should look at it.
Maybe we should have worn, like, suits.
It's all about perspective. Oh, suits in this weather? No.
Yeah, we should have worn suits.
Never suits.
Then they would have known we're not the check-in table.
I mean, I like to dress up every now and then. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to stand outside for 30+ hours and dress up.
That's fair. I had to wear a tie yesterday.
Why'd you have to wear a tie?
I attended a fundraising event for the University of Rio Grande.
And you had to wear a tie for it?
I did. It was a very formal event. It was very nice.
But, like, can you, like, dress formally and not wear a tie?
I don't know. Can you?
I mean, I feel like I could pull it off. I feel like I got some, like,
so.
classy chest hair.
You need a tie at these things, bub.
No, you don't. Was it formal or was it a black tie event?
Yes, it was absolutely formal.
Okay, so formal, not a black tie event. I feel like, black tie event means black tie. Formal just means, like, slacks and a polo.
Wow. Well, fair enough. That's where we
dressing up is always slacks.
That's where we disagree. Bub, neither here nor there at this point. I want to real quickly go ahead and we've talked about the Buck 10. And I want to very quickly, we've got a little bit of time in between, right now and the 6 o'clock takeoff. So I would actually like to go ahead and take this opportunity to just play the full video and show the viewers exactly how special this race really was. So here is all of the coverage that we were able to capture from the Buck 10. And we hope it tells the true story of what this event really, really was.
Thank you guys for doing this. This is a big deal for our community. If you're not familiar with the Buck 50 raises money for the MAID program, which is the local chapter of the Drug-Free Clubs of America. So the money that is raised for this charity gets funneled right into the local schools to help these kids stay sober and to avoid some of the paths that we've seen and hear. We know where that leads, right? So this is your opportunity to reach out and help these kids before they make some of the mistakes that some of us have made. It is a big, big deal. So I want to welcome Chris Scott, Dave Huggins, William Pressler from the Buck 50. These guys are here to help us go off well. Our reps of the Helping Hands group have got a presentation that they would like to give these guys. This is all the work that you have done and they have done. This is a huge, huge deal. So, Duke, come up here and tell me what you got. Or whichever one.
No, Duke wants to.
Duke wants to.
Through the fundraisers, we've managed to raise $10,000 to donate to the Buck 50. And I'm happy there's a lot of people out here because when you buy food from our fundraiser sales, this is the kind of stuff that goes to. You're helping keep kids off drugs, helping keep kids out of this place. I know this isn't a great place to be. We don't want more people coming here. So thank you very much.
All right, boss, what's your name, brother?
Jamie Burkett.
Jamie Burkett, nice to meet you, Jamie. Jamie is the first place winner of this year's Buck 10. It's going back to the population. The staff doesn't get it this year. Congratulations on your win, man.
Hey, thank you, bud.
Absolutely. Is this something you got to train for?
Yeah, I've been running about 40, 45 miles a week.
My gosh, all right. So a 6 mile day, nothing for you then, huh?
No, this is just another run.
I love it, man. I love it. Congratulations again. All right, what's your name, boss?
Chris Horton.
Chris Horton, nice to meet you, Chris. Second place winner. Second place here at the Buck 10 today. Did you train for this any?
Yeah, I trained with Jamie. It turns out I'm a better coach than I am a runner. But I'll take it. I'm the winning coach, second place runner. So.
All right, hey, first place winning coach for the day.
First place winning coach.
I love it. How much were you running a day for this type of thing?
It depends on each day. I'm actually in the middle of marathon training, so I'm averaging about 12 miles a day or so.
Man, just woke up and shook off quick 6 miles, bub. I love it. I'm here with the third place winner now. What's your name, brother?
Elijah Baker.
Eli, nice to meet you, Eli. Congratulations on a pretty successful day of running, man. Did you train for this much?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
You like to run?
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Okay. What goes into this type of event for you, man? Running wise, training wise, that type of thing, but also the mental side of it.
Oh man, where to start? Every day, getting up in the morning, fighting through the mental struggle of it, like getting out here, no matter what the weather is, got to come out here.
Does it kind of give you something to look forward to, train for, kind of put your mind to work, focusing towards something positive like this?
Gives you plenty of anxiety for a month straight coming out here.
It's kind of one of those things that once you say you're going to do it, you have to do it, and it paid off for you today, man. Third place, man. Eric here from 740 Sports Show. I am here with a gentleman here. Name's J. John, correct?
Danny J. John.
Danny J. John. And Danny, how long have you been in here, brother?
6.5 years.
6.5 years. And if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing today as a part of all of this event?
Actually trying to bring awareness and trying to give back to the community. Yeah. We've all took from them, so it's time to, I guess, give back, try to make it better so we don't see the youth following us.
How have you participated in this event today? I've seen you a little bit of everywhere, setting up, tearing down type of stuff.
Everything. Everything from start to finish. I'm one of the top members in the group, and I try to do a little bit of everything for just about every event, for real.
So this is an organization within the system that does these types of things specifically.
And we do the blessing boxes on the street. We're the ones that build all them. We do the taking the food during the food drives for them, and then all the money that we receive from fundraisers in here, we donate to the community.
Robert, what do you got going on as a part of the Buck 10 today, man?
I'm actually one of 4 founders that started the Helping Hands group that's sponsoring this.
So you're one of the 4 founders of this whole organization, this whole group that does this, man. That's killer. How did you find this organization? What made that come about?
Well, I did the therapeutic community program, and we wanted to continue to try to better ourselves, so we created a group for guys to stay, to continue the growth and recovery and all that aspect. So
recovery, rehabilitation, just making the right moves, man. I love it. Well, you guys are definitely making a presence felt here today. What's your name, boss?
Higgins.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time, man. How are you helping out with the Buck 10 today?
About just helping that need help.
I've seen you setting up things, tearing down things, moving stuff. I've seen you doing a little bit of everything this morning, man. It's been cool. What does this type of event or these types of events mean to the population inside, man?
I mean that we, it's hope for us, that we get a second chance in life.
Absolutely. I got Chris here with me. Chris, you mind if I ask, how long have you been in here, brother?
Been in prison for 33 years.
33 years, really long time, man. So you've got some real insight. What does something like this, man, mean to the guys in here? What does this do for the population here?
It means a lot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to break this pattern. You got the pattern of every day. You wake up, you do the same things every day. And to be able to interact with y'all is just very important. It plants seeds. It really helps the population.
So you're a member of Helping Hands as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your biggest role in Helping Hands? What do you do a lot of, that type of thing?
Really what I'm doing right now, just having the opportunity to be able to speak, be able to represent, be able to show how I was this way. I was a drug addict at one time, but now all of a sudden I'm being a role model.
Yeah. And thank you. You are doing exactly that. I appreciate your time here. So what does this type of event do for the population and the guys in here, man? What's it do for this community?
I'm a little nervous, but
oh, you're good, man. It's definitely a positive atmosphere. It's definitely a positive environment. And, I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit crazy to you, but I feel like this is literally an event you could put on the streets and everyone's just cool with it. You know what I mean? So you guys are doing great things, man. I want you to know, outside looking in, brother, you said second chance. You guys are doing the most with your second chances. I would like
guys in here, that's going home to a bad community, and just help them out.
What does this event do to change culture and to help bring some sort of positivity to the population?
When you're in recovery, you're not really used to giving back. You're used to just taking all the time. So once you learn how to give back and you learn that you're valuable and people's valuable in society, and you see the change that you help, and it's just a feeling you can't describe. So
this has definitely been an event that I can't describe, man. It's been nothing. This is my first time at a prison, so honestly, this has been remarkably. You guys are incredible, man. Just the effort you guys are putting in to raise money for a drug-free cause, a drug-free race, and you got some big goals by the sounds of it too.
Yeah, we do a lot more than this. This is just a small portion of what we do. So, we do a tremendous amount of stuff for society.
Let me ask you a question outside of the race itself. What does this race mean to the population, the guys in here? This is a big turnout, man.
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I mean, for us, it's just kind of like just a way to channel your energy and, do something, give back to the community. And at the same time, for me, I'm a cancer survivor, so. Oh, wow. Yeah, so this means a lot just to have a second chance at health. So.
Yeah, you're getting a second chance at health, man. And this is for obviously for drug awareness, drug prevention type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving a drug fight as well. So what goes into this type of race? I mean, what does this race mean for you guys that maybe don't have something to work for all the time back here?
I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to take your mind off of where you're at. It gives you something to look forward to. The Buck 50 is a good cause because really, I mean, if somebody would have brought running into my life when I was 13, 14, I might not be here right now. Yeah. So, it's something that's really good, Hopefully we can bring this out and help some at-risk kids.
Yeah, I love it. That's obviously the goal here. So what does this event do for the population here? I mean, obviously a lively environment, a lot of smiles here, probably a place you don't see a ton of smiles all the time. What's this do for the population?
Camaraderie, amongst us here. Has a community, with the runners, also a tight little group here. It just brings a lot of people together. And a lot of us plan on getting out and actually, doing the Buck 50, 150 when we get out.
What a goal, man. What a goal. I told Dave to be able to bring this type of positivity into this environment is incredible. So Dave Huggins, a Buck 50, they do an incredible job. So I love everything about what they're doing and bringing it here to this environment. What has this event done to help change culture or spread any positivity? Does this event do anything like that for you guys in here?
Yeah, and it brings the awareness and it helps donate the money to the community to keep the positivity going.
Yeah, you guys have some big goals. Buying Zanzi's pizzas and kind of sponsoring the Buck 50, man. You're looking to take down Adina as that head sponsor, I hear. Is that a goal you guys got?
Yeah. Okay. Next year we do have them.
I love it, man. Trying to take down the big wigs, bub. The Adina health system here, it's crazy, man. So the Buck 50 is a drug-free based run, if you would. How have drugs impacted your life? Have they played any role, or have they impacted your life in any way?
Yeah, the drug addiction is what got me in here. It's took me away from my family. I've lost a lot of friends. Every time I call home, they're telling me someone else overdosed. It's a big deal in the community from around here, so it's kind of important to get the awareness out.
That's the whole reason I'm here. It's the whole reason, and honestly, running is what keeps me off of it. Yeah, it works. You can't have both. You're not going to have both. Drugs and exercising, so.
A true second chance, man. A second chance through running, through health, that type of thing. How long have you been kind of using running to substitute the habit, so to speak?
Well, since I've been down, I've been down for a year and a half here, so yeah, that's yeah.
Well, we're rooting for you, brother. Have drugs played a negative impact or role in your life in any capacity?
I've been in prison for the past 23 years, so I'm going to say yeah.
Okay. Well, as much as I hate to hear that, you're right. Yeah. Narrative's changing. Second chances exist. They're real things, man. Have you seen it playing, impacting anyone else's lives? You met anyone in here that maybe it impacted, things like that?
Yeah, a couple guys in here. I try to help them out, because I'm in a peer support, coaching, and I try to guide them guys, So
you're kind of on the other side of it. You're kind of pulling guys through and things like that, man.
Yes.
I respect that. That's crazy work, brother. Good job. This is for, obviously, for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So, folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. Is that something you've struggled with in the past or seen other people struggle with by chance?
Yes, it is. My family, myself, so for me, it means a lot. I mean, just to see you guys trying to do something productive to keep the youth out of trouble and just not landing in here.
Yeah. So. Yeah. That's ultimately the goal. But, man, I got to say, you're the ones doing all the work. I promise you, trying to change the narrative and just it's been an awesome atmosphere. It's been lively today, and just seeing guys around getting along, just it's a positive environment in a place that maybe isn't so positive all the time. So I guess you're the one doing all the work, all the heavy lifting, as you can see. Drugs have impacted your life, and unfortunately, in a negative way. There's another side to that. We're on the other side of that today. What does this event mean for the drug-free community? Does it do anything you think to spark interest in the drug-free community and maybe inspire guys that are fighting that battle in here?
It definitely plants seeds. Just being able to have people coming here to show that they care. People might not be commenting on it, but it's definitely planting seeds to the point to where it might inspire some people to make that change. Or especially the person that see that this is an outlet to where you got an opportunity to maybe be able to change. But because I think about when I didn't even know I can get help when I was a drug addict. You may have somebody out here like that.
So maybe it's just something as simple as just getting information, information before help. Let me ask you this, man, because you've been in here long enough to see some changes. I'm sure this isn't the same place that you walked into. Do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free, maybe incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America?
Absolutely.
You think so?
You need that type of environment provided because you take them up out of these circumstances right here to where they're always got that influence, and something like that will really help.
Do you think that if there were a drug-free program, maybe something incentive-based like Drug-Free Clubs of America in the prison system, you think that's something that could be beneficial to the population?
Oh, for sure, definitely. We definitely need some support, some drug-free support and stuff like that. Like AA is good, but it's not necessarily for everybody, so we need different avenues for recovery.
All right. Well, as far as the support goes, you're the one providing a lot of that, so we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much, man. Yep. Congrats again. Yep. Let me ask you a question, Danny. As somebody that has obviously been impacted by drugs and things like that, do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America, something like that, if it were to be instilled in the system here?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it could.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, most certainly.
All right. How do you think that a drug-free incentive-based program could benefit prisoners if it were to be something that make its way behind the walls here?
Very beneficial. Most people, like I said, when you're in your recovery and your addiction, you're not you don't feel like you amount to anything. So when you get sober and you get clean and you see all the positive impacts that you can have, it's a game changer. You're unstoppable at that point. So
seeing this event firsthand, Dave let us know what was going on. Seeing this event firsthand has definitely been a game changer for us. So I gotta say, man, thanks for the efforts you're still putting in and doing everything you're doing, brother. I appreciate it, man. It's ground up, man. Nowhere but shooting for the stars, brother. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's getting bigger. This is bigger than last year, so hopefully next year it's even twice as big. So
man, big goals and more things to come, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for taking your time. And right there, bub, you kind of get an idea of just what that atmosphere was like, and just really how crazy that whole experience was, man. I mean, it's just surreal. I mean, no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 16-minute video that they just watched can't even still encompass the entire day and the feeling that we had throughout that entire 4-hour experience.
Right.
But at least hopefully they can get a little bit of a snippet and idea of what we got to experience there.
I agree with you, bub. I agree with you. We're going to take another quick break here as we give the internet a little chance to catch up with us here. But we're going to take another quick break and make a little venture down towards the common ground area there under that shelter house, and just kind of get a better feel ourselves for the action.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back momentarily to bring you through I think it's the 12th group, bub. Nope, the 11th group.
Yeah.
The 11th.
No 5:30 group.
We got two more groups. The 11th group to take off from the 2025 Buck 50. Keep it right here. We're going to be bringing you as much action as we can. Welcome back to the 2025 Buck 50. We are live from the top of the hill at Ohio University Chillicothe, right here on the 7-4 Sports Show. I'm Eric. Alongside me, as always, is Bub. And Bub, we are coming up on the next to last start for the event. It's crazy. It's already. I mean, we're already about halfway to that halfway point for some of this, man.
Yeah, and for the teams that started on the earlier times, the 1 o'clock, 1:30, they're well on their way, making their way through the marathon and everything. But how about that trophy that we just seen?
It's pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
I thought that was one of the
pictures on here.
Coolest, one of the coolest trophies that you could have.
Yeah,
designed for a marathon like this.
It was very cool. Bub, make no mistake about it. It is not a marathon.
A relay.
It is
a relay.
Southern Ohio's premier relay race. And
anything over like 100 yards is a marathon to me. You got to understand. A 5K is a marathon to me.
Okay, that's fair.
It's just a tiny marathon.
That's fair to some degree. I will give you the benefit of the doubt there. But Bub, we're starting to see a few folks kind of pack their way in here. And, we're going to see this start line liven up one more time. But why don't we go ahead and get to one of our favorite parts
I'm getting ready.
Of the hour.
I'm getting ready.
Bub's reading of the list of teams. And it's always just a great time.
At this point, it just feels like a reading lesson.
I don't know who you would be teaching on reading, but
no,
yeah,
if that makes you taught.
I was going to say if that helps you sleep tonight, but you won't be sleeping tonight. So
no, not tonight, not until Saturday.
Kind of defeats that purpose there, yeah.
How about we go with, and I think this team name resembles my feelings as well towards an event like this.
Okay.
Bad ideas make good stories.
Okay.
That's a great team name.
That's a good team
name.
Whether
it's running a relay
or hanging
out with the boys. Great, bad ideas make great stories.
Yeah.
LBC Chillicothe.
Okay.
Paint Valley Prison Break.
Okay.
Pickaway Pacers.
Okay.
Shenanigans in the Vans again.
Oh, I like that one.
Team Smash.
Whoa.
A lot of people are going to need this. Team Icy Hots.
Okay.
And then Trail Cowboys again, Eric. A second
Trail Cowboys. Ooh. All right, Bub, do you have a winner from the list of names in the 6 o'clock hours?
Oh, yeah.
Is it
Shenanigans in the Vans again?
Yep. Shenanigans in the Vans again.
Yep.
Gets that one.
It's clever.
That's a no-brainer in a sense.
It's fun to say. Shenanigans is such a fun word to say.
Well, it is.
You want to get into
how about
rhyming
a
later?
word? How about rhyming a word with it? Huh? How about rhyming something?
It sounds like an Eminem bar. Like, look at what I'm paying again. I'm in the van again, playing shenanigans. Like that stuff. That's what it sounds like.
We're just now 5 hours in, folks.
Yeah. I need another coffee.
That's a sixth of the way through, Bub.
A sixth? Hey, that's better than a tenth.
I crushed you with the 10th.
Yeah, that one hurt.
I crushed you.
A sixth feels nice.
Yeah, a sixth is good.
Yeah.
A sixth is good.
Like I'm a sixth of the way there. I've only got 5-6 more to go. Still hurts a little bit, but
a little bit.
I
personally am enthralled by this experience. I'm loving it. We took our last break, our kind of 10-minute-ish break to take a finally get to take a look around this place.
There's a lot to take in here. I mean, you can't just do it in one little break. We still got a lot to look at.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is every time we go to break, to do this type of stuff, we get pulled away in one direction or another, and that's always the fun of it as well, and just the controlled chaos of this beautiful type of atmosphere.
Exactly. I think controlled chaos is perfect. I mean, it's very well coordinated and everything, but with this many people involved, you're going to have a little bit of chaos ensuing.
Well, you heard Liza earlier when she was on here with her sister talking to us, and she said she runs these types of races throughout the entire country, and this is hands down the most organized race she's ever run, given what the race entails and all that goes into it, the largeness of the race.
And she had 3 years of experience. This is her third year of running the race.
Her third year of running this race,
has run it every year for all 9 years.
Yep. So, and we've heard some cool stories, man. Like Bub said, love is in the air at the Buck 50. Well, we got to hear from Joshua and Laura a little while ago about how they met here at this race, all because her team was a runner short. And, here they are 5 years later, engaged, waiting to be married and running the race again. So just the people we've gotten to talk to, man. We had the opportunity to talk with Jackson Coles, the ambassador for the MAID program at Huntington High School. He has been in the program for 4 years. He has been an ambassador for 3. And you can tell, man, he's a kid that's not only involved in a number of different things, but he's going to do some really good things. But he's a role model, man. Puts it on a team for everyone else, exactly. And to have that opportunity, we've just had a great chance to talk with some cool people, hang out with some cool people so far. We're about 3 minutes away here from the takeoff of the second to last group of teams to take off from the start line at the Buck 50. And Bub, it's awesome.
I don't see any super matching outfits though. That's
you don't
the thing.
See any matching outfits.
Nah.
That's a shame.
I mean, I see some bright neon colors,
Yeah,
but I don't think. I think a couple, not really enough to set a pattern.
Yeah,
or maybe show a team.
Yeah, I would. This is definitely one of those. One of these groups of people,
which it is one of the smaller groups of teams starting.
It is, but it's also one of these groups you can definitely tell who's with who by who's standing with who, so to speak. So, but much less in the way of
you
colors.
Say so.
I do.
Well, I'm not going to climb a mountain for you and marry you.
Fair enough. I would expect no less out of you, Bob.
Like seriously,
do you
who
feel
climbs
better?
a mountain?
Do you feel better about people being in their uniforms now? Do you feel better?
They look like a hockey team ready. I thought I'm getting hockey team vibes. Or bobsledding?
Yeah,
maybe a bobsledding
team. Those guys mean business. They were here. I mean,
I feel like bobsledders could be in good running shape.
Wow. All right. Well, we're gonna step aside and bring you some of the sights of
let me
action
just get out.
here.
Let me get out of the way, Eric. Here, I'm getting out of the way.
Go ahead and get out of the way, Bubba. It's getting good. It's getting good. That is Bub's favorite team game of the round. Shenanigans in the van again. And they're getting ready for takeoff. The Icy Hots was also an underrated nickname. I feel that type of pain on this type of event. Make no mistake about it, bub. What a scene. What a scene. Oh, yeah, the countdown is on. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And they are off. They are off into the sunsets of the Buck 50. And these guys look ready. I mean, look at these jackets. Look at those jackets. Make no mistake about it, those guys are here and they mean business. All right. That was everything from the 6 o'clock hour. Takeoff. And we're going to be right back here in just a few moments with a lot more to talk about. We got a lot of Buck 10 to cover still yet. And we got a lot more Buck 50 still yet to cover tonight. One more takeoff from the Buck 50 when we return.
Anything you want.
we'll get back on. All right, and we are back live at the 2025 Buck 50. And Bub, I'm in way better company now than I've been all afternoon.
That
since
is,
I
I
left
doubt it.
here.
He's There's so no way.
today.
There's no
He's
way.
on one. And I got.
Does he say that at every single person that comes on here, Bubba?
No, just you.
Oh, okay.
No, he's been in a very flattering mood today, but nothing like that to anybody.
He's been all worked up. He thinks we've got bad weather today. I'm just here to let him know it's sunny and 65 degrees. And if you don't believe us, come out to the start line and we'll talk.
See, Bubba, if you were a runner, which I know you're really itching to run this thing,
no,
you'd
I'm
be
not.
thinking like, dude, I don't want to be sweating too much, so I get my run on out there.
Yeah, but I
you
can't
know.
predict Mother Nature a year from now.
Well, we can't
It's
predict.
terrifying.
Well, it's like
What's
Dave said earlier.
what's the weather you're looking for to run?
I'm not looking to run.
That was going to be his answer. He's like, no, because I always get conned into it if I give a stipulation.
That's funny because I was dialing up whatever it was he wanted. If it was
I
65
know.
or
I was like,
85, oh yeah, we got that.
Oh man, well I wish you would have, Bub, because hey, you've been complaining all afternoon, but I personally think it's perfect. It's neither
Plead
here
the
nor
fifth
there
all
to me.
times for me.
Fair enough. We got Dave Huggins joining us now, and of course, Dave Huggins is not only race director of the Buck 50, he is also the busiest man in Ross County this week. And I've just got to say, it seems like things are going pretty smoothly, but the way it seems to us and the actuality of it doesn't always match up. So why don't you give us a little update on the way things are moving here?
Race is off and running good. We've only got 4 teams left to send out on the course.
Okay.
That would be the freak show that leaves at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So those will be the last teams out here at Ohio University Chillicothe. They'll also be the first teams back here tomorrow morning.
Unquestionably.
Yeah.
Unquestionably. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Yeah, think about like teams that left 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So 7 hours before these teams take off, and they'll pass them at some point on the course. Probably around between like checkpoint 17 to 19. They'll start taking the lead of the course, and then about the time they get to like 21 or 22, these last 4 teams will lead the pack coming back in here to the finish line.
That is wild. That is wild. Bub, what do you think about that?
As a very just plain Jane, maybe ran 4 times in my life ever, I just feel like that would be so demoralizing to see for me.
Yeah, like I'll give you
I'm
a
just like,
7-hour head start. Yeah, I do have a question for you because a notable team that competed last year, and I'm not sure if they competed the year before or not, the Blue Collar Track Club.
Yeah.
I didn't see them on our schedule this year. Are they? What's going on with the Blue Collar
They're not
Track
here
Club?
this year.
Reigning
they are
champs, Bub.
Reigning champs. They set the course record last year at 14:18.
14:18:29.
Beat it by almost an hour. And those guys are such elite runners that they had a couple runner injuries on their team that they couldn't replace with the same elite category.
Right.
Wow.
And like they live in a world where they're here to win it.
Right.
So if they can't get the team that they feel like they can be competitive, which is super challenging.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Then like that's not what they're here to do. They're not just here to run recreationally. And we've had other teams like that in that same category who've won it the year before, and then through injuries or whatever, by the time race day comes around, it's like, we're not going to be able to make it this year. My wife would be like, don't they know that they can just come here and run for fun? I'm like, no, they don't. That's not – they are just – that's not how they're wired.
I agree with their mindset. Yeah, I don't run for fun either.
Well,
I do not.
I will say we've been poking a little bit of fun at people that have that mindset and calling them funners. All day. So, because they run for fun. Nothing against it, but that is not Bub's realm. And, it's just – it's a mindset, Bub.
Yeah,
it's just a world.
I could see a world where people like you could enjoy running. It's just so completely polar opposite of me.
We got no Blue Collar Track Club this year. We got any favorites or teams that because they have to submit some sort of suggested time?
Yeah,
correct?
so they submit pace projections to us.
There we go.
So
Yes.
there's 30 legs in the race, and after registration closes on February 1st, we send to them a survey. And they will submit to us a pace time for all 30 legs of the race.
Okay.
So, for instance, like if you're runner 3, you're probably going to run leg 3 faster than you run leg 13, which is in Great Seal in the middle of the night.
Yes.
And has a tremendous amount of vertical gain in the track. So
right.
There's definitely some variances between each leg that they're going to run. And then once we get all those times submitted to us, William Presson, who is our director of technology, he has built what he calls the Holy Sheet.
Okay.
So the Holy Sheet is an Excel
wow.
spreadsheet that's like humongous.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so he takes those pace projections and puts them in this spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And it has a minimum maximum time for our open and close of the checkpoints. And then we break it out also into some other specific checkpoints like 13, 17, and 22. Those are probably the 3 checkpoints that have the least amount of parking available to them.
Mm-hmm.
So we will specifically look at those 3 checkpoints to regulate how many teams per hour go through that checkpoint.
Gotcha.
And so, like we were talking earlier,
Like in Tar Hollow.
the first time I looked at checkpoint 17 after our first draft of start finish times, there were like 71 teams going through Tar Hollow between like 4 and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
And at some point, I would love for you to touch on what Tar Hollow is, because you talked to me the other day on Wednesday when we had a chance to meet up, and you said that's an event in and of itself out there.
Yeah, the First Wesleyan Church is the group that hosts Checkpoint 17 in Tar Hollow. It's at the Sheep's Pasture Shelter House, very top of the hill.
Yeah.
Super remote, super beautiful.
Yeah.
But they'll probably have like 30 people that work that checkpoint. They'll have luminaries, they'll have Christmas lights. They got a string band out there typically. They make breakfast sandwiches.
It's never too early for Christmas lights, Eric.
I thought for sure you'd go breakfast sandwiches, bub.
No. Christmas lights.
So too.
Come on.
There was a runner one time from Virginia that ran in the race, and he said, "I come back and run the $150 just to get another one of them breakfast sandwiches."
Yeah. About to make a trip.
Gotta have Kendall swing out there. Pick you one up.
She knows the course.
She's out that way tonight. We're gonna
So,
sit there
like,
out that
here's
way.
the other cool
So,
thing about the course. There are certain checkpoints like them who've been here since the inaugural race.
Yeah.
And so they kind of have their staple of what you can get there. And then the runners start to gravitate or know that. So they're already like our runners in Van 2 are already acknowledging that I can get a breakfast sandwich at checkpoint 17. They're already acknowledging that
awesome.
Jeremy Sibrel, who I call the mayor of Tar Hollow, who has Sib's checkpoint at checkpoint 18, he's going to have chocolate milk and he's going to have some Krispy Kreme donuts out there.
That's killer.
Ooh, little sweet tooth.
Oh,
Then you get down to Huntington's checkpoint at checkpoint 21 at the gravel pit.
Jeff McGill said they have a good one.
They're going to have some biscuits and gravy down there.
You guys are killing me right now.
Bob's like, okay, maybe I can.
Maybe
run
this ain't that bad of a race after all. Maybe it's not that hard.
Yeah. We'll get him in it, and then we'll see what he has to say. Right?
Well, you were talking about earlier, Bob, about the demoralizing factor of those speedsters blowing by, and I will tell
stop
you.
and eat?
No, they're not stopping. They're not. No, they're moving.
They're eating in their free time.
It's also amazing to see them coming in and out of checkpoints because they're literally sprinting.
Yeah.
I mean, they are moving that fast. And when I talk to $150 runners like throughout the year, as we're just chit-chatting, I'll normally hear a conversation. I've heard this story tons of times, and they're like, man, I tell you what, that one team, it's like, I just heard some footsteps, and then this guy blew by me.
Yeah.
Or this gal blew by me. And the cool thing is there's always a nice exchange of, hey, you're doing great, keep it up. Usually that's coming from the faster runner encouraging the other runner, but it goes both ways. There's a lot of that goes on out here during the course of the race.
Yeah.
That's part of the camaraderie of the $150.
Well, and you touched on something that I hadn't really realized, but if you are a team that's trying to compete to win, and that's your goal for the days, so to speak, then you don't want to take too much time at a checkpoint. Those things will wide up on you in a hurry. I mean, there's 30 checkpoints. You take 30 seconds too long, that's 15 minutes of your race.
That's right. That's
right.
right.
So that's crazy.
It's like a NASCAR pit stop.
It's a pit stop. It is literally a
efficient.
pit stop. But it's wild to think about it like that. But that's the reality of it. I'm like, what's the hurry? What's the hurry? I'd be like,
That's what I'm
slow down,
thinking.
partner.
You guys see these breakfast sandwiches? Like biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, he passed me in the other lane.
That's the only
man. I
reason
mean,
you
come
need to
on.
be hurrying is the next point's got the biscuits and gravy.
That's great. So we've got how many teams this year? That's another question we've had on the afternoon. Any idea how many teams are participating off the top of your head?
We had 121 register, so that's a new record.
Wow.
Versus last year we had 108.
That's
had-
awesome. That's a big jump.
It's a nice jump. That for the first time ever in the Buck 50, I actually made a goal that I set for ourselves.
Yeah.
Because usually I set these like crazy lofty goals
Yeah.
that really aren't attainable, but
Yeah.
that's still where
Shoot
I
for
want
the
to be.
stars.
Sure.
So last year, we kind of had we hit 106 in the COVID year 2020.
Mhm.
And then we kind of dropped back to this like 72, 77. We had like 80 something one year. And I started to get nervous, like, is this like our new benchmark?
Yeah.
And so it was nice last year to go to 108.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we can get back to 3 digits. And then it was kind of like, next year will be the 10th year of the Buck 50.
Right.
And it's always been our goal to sell the race out at 150 teams.
Mm.
So
Okay.
we kind of set this goal of 120, like, okay, so if we can actually get to 120 in 2025, to me, that gives us a shot
That's a real chance.
of making it to 150 next season for the 10th anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have that type of reaction to the gaining of 13 teams between last year and this year. But I mean, what it would be 29 more teams? That would be incredible.
Yeah,
to see
that'd be a big
happen.
boom.
That would be awesome.
But I would even tell you, everybody waits and procrastinates. Like it's of course, as the race director, it drives you crazy because
I
I
can
just want to
imagine.
know. I just want to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't even care what the number is. I just need to know. So like I can just then we can move forward to plan for race day. But
Yeah.
we had the last week of registration, we had a board meeting, and I remember telling my board that like I actually just kind of almost said I don't think 120 is attainable, but I know we'll get more than we had last year at 108.
Right.
And then it just was like boom, boom, boom,
Yep.
boom, and it
Yep.
was like we might actually get there.
Yeah. Yeah. And you did.
And last year was like you said it was a perfect weather year and everything.
Oh, it
And
was
this year it's a little bit chillier, and you see that increase. So, I mean, with the 10-year, anniversary coming up with it as well. I mean, very realistic
It's
goals.
possible.
It
Anything's
is.
possible, but it feels good to have that 120. We had a couple scratches, like I said, Blue Collar Trap Club. There was a couple teams that had some injuries or life
Right.
situations that kept them out of here. But we're north of 100, and we probably got 117, 18 teams on the course.
Good.
So
Wow.
it's fun. The runners
Yeah.
want to be in the mix.
Yeah.
We like to, it's like you got to keep it compact where it's fun and we're all running together, but then not too congested to where you know, make it a, juggernaut. So.
Yeah. Well, I got to say, and this is, we talked earlier, and I thought this was a great testament and a great compliment to you and what your efforts are with the Buck 50. But earlier, we were joined by Liza and Jody, whom I think were the two runners you sent our way to have us chit chat, the two sisters.
I've known them a long time.
And, the two sisters, joined the two brothers, and we got to talk all things Buck 50, but great conversation. And Liza informed us that she actually runs these things nationwide. And she said that your race, hands down, had the smoothest, and she called it the most organized race that she runs. And she runs all these types of things. So
It's
I don't know.
pretty high praise. Pretty high.
It's-
Thank you, Liza.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, and to someone that, and you could tell very experienced runners amongst the two of them. That was a huge compliment, I thought, especially
The
where you're
complexity
always,
of this race as well.
When you're always growing it, it's never the same event year to year. It's never the same event.
No, and I can't leave it alone either. Like there's so many things that we could have done many times where we're just like, well, it's what we did before, it's what we're going to do now.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dave Huggins just doesn't live in that world. Like if we can make it better,
Well, that's
we
how
will.
innovation happens.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's
And
it.
we've got, I've got a couple of years ago, the board let me hire a guy part-time, Greg Manson. He serves
Yes.
as the race course supervisor.
Yep.
And so, when Greg first started like 2 years ago, we kind of hired him on a part-time basis. He's a retired guy. And, he would say to me, like, I don't know if you're going to like my hours last week. I worked like 35 hours. And I said, Greg, you don't understand. I love your hours because there's nothing that you're doing that I wasn't doing before.
Yeah.
So,
nothing wasted.
but with that
Hard at
being
work,
said, I've
nothing
worked
wasted.
more hours for the 2025 Buck 50 than I have any other race period before.
Wow.
So,
But the results pay or show for itself as well with the growth.
Yeah. I mean, 100.
it works. I mean, it's
121
a pretty
teams.
cool. I always think the Buck 50 is such an amazing thing because we're basically doing this for the kids.
Yes.
All the money
Yeah.
we raise goes to them.
Yeah.
And so through 9 years of the Buck 50, this year
Yeah.
we've surpassed $1 million in contributions to teenage drug prevention. That's a big deal.
Let's go.
Crazy.
Yeah.
$1 million. That's
That
not a
is-
small amount of money.
Wild. Hang on. I think I can do this. Hang on. This needs to happen. Oh, we changed my settings. I had an applause button on there, but then you broke it.
I didn't break it.
He broke
But yeah, I mean, so that's like the driving force for, myself, the runners.
That's crazy.
The volunteers.
Wow.
The volunteers are supporting the runners are supporting each other. The
Yeah.
kids will be here tomorrow passing out race medals as the
great.
runners finish. So it's this like cyclical thing where, everyone's in this thing together and everyone's working to make the world a better place.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of positivity. A lot
And-
of energies.
Well, and starting with, I can't think of a better goal, drug-free youth. You got to start somewhere with making the world the best place possible. Where better place to start than that? Invest in the youth and make sure they
Prevent
make the
it
right
before it
decisions.
happens.
So we love everything you do. We know that. We have had a few people mention to us the efforts of the Buck 10, which have gone on in the past. And of course, nobody's going to know more about those efforts and be willing to share what we can about those efforts. So I'd like to have you touch the surface or go into the Buck 10 efforts as much as you're willing to.
Yeah.
But that has been quite, I can't think of better work. We've talked about it. I can't think of better work being done right now.
That Buck 10 story and the work of the Helping Hands group at CCI, I love the kids a lot. I'm a father. And I understand that concept.
Right.
It just really touches my soul to understand that the Buck 50 has had the ability to get on the other side of that fence inside of a prison. That's not something that was ever on my radar. That wasn't something that I dreamt about, thought of. So, it was Joe Jinks who kind of started that push. Joe's a Buck 50 champion.
Yeah.
He's, won a couple of these things.
I think I saw him up here earlier.
He, works in there and he started talking to these guys about, running and the race. And they, kind of just through casual conversation, each one was getting inspired. And so, Joe's a competitor and, typically most people, when they start a running event, they think of a 5K.
Yeah. Yep.
That's about as high as I go.
That's where Bub maxes out. Yeah.
So when Joe was talking to, some of these inmates, there was this kind of challenge back and forth. Well, 5K, that ain't hard. Let's make it a 10K.
Yeah.
So that's where the word Buck 10 came out of that conversation. And so 2023 was the first Buck 10.
Okay.
And between runners and walkers, they had about 60, 70 participants. And then that grew in 2024 to a couple hundred participants.
Right.
You guys were with us that day.
Unreal experience.
No words.
But even
No words.
Really, it's kind of like myself, even like with the drug epidemic, I was ignorant to what was going on. And I was ignorant to, how these guys, live in a prison environment.
Right.
And so when I first started going in there to talk to these guys, I was pretty intimidated. What do you say? What do you not say?
Right.
Yeah.
What do these guys think of
We
some
felt it too.
ding dong race director? What's he doing in here?
Right.
But I'll be straight up honest. I've built some pretty good relationships with some of these guys that I really look at and admire for, obviously they made a mistake, and many times their mistake had to do with drugs.
Yes.
So that's why they get so inspired to help us in our cause, because they literally have said to me, like, we don't want to see those kids end up in here and do the things that we did.
Yeah.
And so,
man,
it's obviously a tough environment.
Yeah.
They're paying their penalty, and they acknowledge that.
Sure.
Yep.
But, I talked to a guy there a couple weeks ago, and he was like, I celebrated my 20th birthday in prison. I celebrated my 30th birthday in prison. I'm about to celebrate my 40th birthday in prison.
Mm.
And Bubba and Eric, I think I've met a more positive individual.
Yeah.
And you just think, like, that's impressive. It's
Like, how
impressive
can you
that
be that so positive?
Yeah. So, that relationship continues to grow. I mean, you see those big 150 numbers out here that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys made those for us last year. We got a set out at Adena High School.
Yep.
They have a heck of an artist out there who makes some things that just look
wild.
sick.
Yeah.
So he put some nice graffiti on there.
They also did even the, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, the plaques for the Buck 10, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yep.
Did they do those as well?
They made their own plaques out there. They
those were awesome.
Yeah.
Those were great.
Yeah. They inside those doors over there.
Finally, we have someone to answer that question with us.
We can always just point and say inside those doors.
Yes. We've been asked all day, and we've said, I'm so sorry.
The last group about to go.
We came through. We did nothing. It's like when the rest of you give the group work
group
to one
credit.
person. Yeah.
It's all Dave.
Well done, Dave. Well done. Best work of the day right there. Sorry. I got me a little sidetracked. But nonetheless, very creative work. That's awesome. The plaques were awesome. I mean,
so they started out in 2023. They were a silver level sponsor at $5,000.
Yeah.
They doubled that last year. They're a gold level sponsor this year, and looking to grow that in the future too. So, am I thankful for the money that helps us out? Absolutely. But the relationships that we're building through there, is I had a conversation with the guy that does their announcing on race day at the Buck 10, and I kind of heard through the grapevine about this guy, and for reference, he wears a 5X shirt, so that starts to sum this dude up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm not a small guy myself, but I had a conversation with him. I mean, like, face to face on the day of the Buck 10.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can almost remember it verbatim, where it was like, I'm trying to thank this guy for the work that he's doing for us.
Yeah.
And he's trying to thank me for my willingness to come inside and help them.
Yeah.
And talk to them about this stuff. And like, it was almost like a battle of respect going back and forth.
Yeah.
I can't make that up. Like,
No.
I can't.
No, we lived it. We felt it with you, man.
It was probably one of the cooler moments that I've had in my experience of life, and I don't take that for granted. And I mean, I was just talking yesterday. CCI's doing a checkpoint 23.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So they're down there, and Dustin Detillion, he was Officer of the Year out here at CCI.
Okay. Great.
Through his work through the Helping Hands program.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And
that's phenomenal.
He was telling me about guys in there who are talking about, as soon as they get out, they're running in the Buck 50.
I mean, they're committed right then and there.
Yeah. And these guys are fast, man. Those 10K times.
Yeah.
They gave out 3 or 4 categories. They didn't have a guy over 50 minutes in a 10K. That's not sloppy.
We heard from Eli, the third place winner of the Buck 10, and in the video he did an interview with us. He said that was a goal that a lot of them have, is to create their own team and run a race in the Buck 10.
I think that should be so humbling. Like, you got to be so humble.
There's
about
no,
that.
I don't know what.
Oh,
if there's better work going on, tell me. But I
Exactly.
don't know. I don't know. In this world, you don't hear about that. Not for that population of people. I'll say it. You just don't. That's why I've got so much respect for what you're doing.
It's a special part of the race, and I mean, I don't know where we go next I just know we're going.
We're
going
going.
hard and we're going fast.
We're
and
going.
We're
Buckle
going
your
to kick some
seatbelt
butt
and
along
go.
the way.
There we go. There we go. Well, let's swing it back to the buck 50 for just a moment because we got a lot going on. Any course updates or any other race updates you got going on? We are ready for that last takeoff at 8 p.m.
Yeah, so this week was really bumpy, or really the last 2 weeks. We've had all this rain and
coffee
up again.
that brought down trees from like rainstorms. I cut up more trees on more trails this year than probably the previous 8 years combined.
Will this be the wettest buck 50 we've ever had?
No, you guys missed 2023, man.
Oh, really?
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
Okay.
That was
That was when it rained in the middle of the night and all that, wasn't it? That was Kendall's.
That was your.
last
So
year.
you were
Is
in
that
that?
what? Yeah, it was. I mean, it was terrible.
Good.
It was. We actually had the first time we ever had to black flag the course and shut it down.
Okay.
Really?
Wow.
That year, the last teams left at 5:30, and at 5:40 there were lightning bolts starting to shoot everywhere.
What do you do when there's lightning?
Well, that's what we had. Well,
you
at
have
the
to
same
shut it
time, it was
down?
like, well, that ain't good. And we knew that storms were coming in. We knew that was
Sure,
part of the
sure,
radar.
yeah.
And at the same time that happened, I got a phone call from Frankfurt. So one thing that's crazy about this race is that when between the first team and the last team, we're covering about 30 miles.
Yeah.
So obviously weather on one end of the course can be different on the other end.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's a great point.
So I actually had a guy, like
Great
going in
point.
that week, I got a guy who works in the construction business, Jeff North,
Okay.
one of my best friends, and he's got an app on his phone that he uses in construction where it will tell him if there's a lightning strike within 10 miles.
Okay.
Well, that's great, except for the fact that we cover 30.
Yeah.
So like he told me all week, like, I'll be monitoring this. So we, certainly knew it was, probable.
Right.
But then at the same time that lightning struck, I got a phone call. And it's like, dude, we're out here in Frankfurt and it's like raining sideways, almost hailing. Like it's terrible. And so that was kind of like, okay, we got to shut this down.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then it's like, we never done that before.
Yeah.
So,
what was that experience like? I don't know. I got to get a vision for this. I have to.
So it was like we had a mass email and a mass text that went out to everyone. We're closing the course. I mean, obviously, if you're running, you don't probably know this.
Yeah.
At that point, we were stretched out between here to Adena High School.
Yeah.
And so basically, as the runners came in, we just stopped.
Yeah.
No runners left those checkpoints.
Right. Right.
And then, but we had some runners that were between checkpoints.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, that was the first year we started these GPS trackers.
Oh, that's right. You told me about those.
So literally, I remember we had a runner that had,
yeah.
he was on leg 2 going through Yaples, and we're on the radio. We're like watching this on the screen. Then we have radios, and we're talking to the route manager who's out there like, well, if you can catch this guy on Lyric Lane before he goes on the bike path, well, our driver couldn't get there quick enough. So this runner goes on the bike path. So we eventually picked him up on Veterans Parkway about a half mile down the road.
Yeah.
So that was at like 5:40, like I said. So then we're just kind of sitting there watching the weather.
Yeah.
Cleared up, front went through.
Right.
And then we decided that we were going to start the race again at 7:00.
Yeah.
So those 5 checkpoints sent all their runners off at the same time. We just did kind of a countdown on the radio.
Okay.
So everyone started again at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, then we had to figure out, okay, how do we time this thing?
Right.
Like some people finished, some people didn't finish. And then the one benefit we have is 2 days.
Yes.
So I didn't have to make a decision in that exact moment. It was
Right.
like, so then throughout the night, just some of our staff and, our inner circle, we basically just kind of figured out, okay, look, we know what time they left the starting line.
Yep.
And in most cases, we knew what time they got to that next checkpoint.
Right.
And then we also knew that they left that checkpoint at 7 p.m. So we had to do some math in there to get their total time.
Right.
And then we did have this one team that we picked up in the middle of the route just for safety.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then I was like, okay, so how do we handle them?
Yeah.
So what we did is we basically blitzed that leg of the race.
Uh-huh.
We knew their time for the other 29 legs of the race.
Yep.
That was official.
Right.
So we did an average pace based on those miles and that time for 29 legs.
Right.
And let's just say that came up with like 7 minute pace.
Yeah.
Well, the third place team ran all 30 legs. They didn't get caught up in that minutia.
Right.
Well, that team was like a 7:30 pace.
Yeah.
So it really wasn't like close enough to even be,
questioning it.
Right.
So
right.
basically they ended up as a second place team.
Right.
And, we felt really good and fair about it. And quite frankly, I'm thankful that everyone was safe.
Yeah.
And we got the experiment to know what to do the next time that potentially comes around.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's all you grow from the experiences and carry them on the next time. And you guys will be able to take care of it way more efficiently. And
But then the cool thing was it poured rain from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. after that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So the whole thing was on the fly then. All of that. You never had that, or you kind of planned for it?
I'll be honest with you. I kind of like
hoping I
I was kind of like the hit. It's kind of like sometimes how I play golf, like hit and hope.
Hit and hope,
hope. Okay.
Like I'm going to swing out of my shoes and hope this thing goes down the fairway. And it's like you hope you never have those weather problems. But
so it crossed your mind a time or two, but you never really thought about how to deal with it, or it never came up at all.
There's a good friend of mine, Andy Harris up in Columbus. He's a race director. And I was sitting there kind of at our headquarters during this delay, and I'm thinking, you know what? I could call Andy.
Yeah.
Andy could give me a hand on this. I'm sitting there for a few more minutes. I'm like, Andy doesn't have any idea what this crazy monster is. He's going to say, Dave, I don't know. God bless you, Andy. I love you, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Did you ever make the call, or did you ever get a hold of him?
I have talked to him since then, and he just laughs.
That's awesome. That's great.
He's a guy that I remember. I met with him before the first ever Buck 50, and I had this big fat 3-ring binder, it's about this big.
Yeah.
And I sat down with him and I said, Andy, I hear you do a lot of races. Yeah, I've done about 100 of them. I said, well, this is what we're going to do. And I explained all this. And I said, so what do you think? Do you have any advice? And he paused for a minute and he goes, Dave, I'm going to tell you what, I've done 100 of these things and I ain't got any idea how you can do that. But he said, it looks like you know what you're doing because you have a good, playbook and idea.
Yeah.
But he has been a great supporter and helped us on the learning curve on some other things.
Yeah.
But I think in general, that's kind of the running community. Everybody kind of looks out for each other, cheering for each other.
They're always looking for a new event to run.
Well, that's kind of what Andy said. He goes, all I know this is that the crazier you make it, and the harder you make it, the more they're going to love it.
That's it. And you have such a loyal running base that does this race.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what the percentage is of, say,
retention?
Yeah, I guess so to speak, retention. Would be a great word for it.
It's it gets a little more difficult to track as the years progress because we ask them a question of, how did you hear about us when they sign up their team?
Right.
So I could be talking to both you guys at, say, the Nationwide Children's Marathon Expo. That's where we get a lot of teams from, is when we go out to race expos, like face to face, and we're chatting it up, and I kind of can talk you into this and help you understand it, most importantly, because it's hard to compare to. People know what a half marathon is.
Sure.
They don't quite understand it. I need 2 vans and I need like 10 people, and they're going to run how far? And then like
2 teams of 5.
Yeah, it's kooky.
Right,
It's
right.
I understand that. But then like if you guys signed up the first year, you guys might both say, well, I heard about it, the Columbus Marathon,
Sure.
But then come year 2, Bubba may write down, well, I'm a returning participant, but then you might still say,
Right.
well, I heard
Columbus
about the marathon.
Sure. Tough question.
That's fair.
But we do have this cool thing coming next year, and I think at this point there's around I think there's close to 30 people who's ran every single $1.50.
Wow. Okay.
It's a lot of people for 9 years.
And so, you think
That
about
is-
life happens over that period of time,
Yeah.
and what that looks like. So what we're doing is we're making $1.50 belt buckles.
Yeah.
And so when you achieve 10 years of running the $1.50, you'll get a $1.50 belt buckle. So
That's awesome.
Well, I like that. That's
Bub, do you see Bubba? I think he's starting to think about running
I
again.
think
He's
maybe.
heard biscuits and gravy and
I
belt
think-
buckles.
yeah, I think so. I think
the biscuits and gravy, I'm still stuck on that.
Bub's still
that sounds
stuck on
so
biscuit.
good right now.
The township checkpoint has biscuits and gravy. So so we might have to figure something out.
You're
for
more
Bub
than
on
welcome to go down there. I'm sure they'd love to get you a bowl.
Oh gosh, they would probably give me a couple of them.
Wow. What?
What's a coffee count? I heard about this earlier in the
This
week.
is the third now.
Now the
Third?
first one
This is
was
the
the
third.
first one was a big boy though, so I would call that at least 4. But we are just now to the point where I think we've got officially 24 hours remaining. A little less than 24 hours remaining on the broadcast, Bub. So
Are those
might be
just
more.
during the broadcast, or is that for the day?
Oh, this is just for the broadcast.
we've decided we are going to be in this very spot until 6 p.m. tomorrow. We ain't going
No.
nowhere.
Dude, you got to go on a course.
I mean, yeah. We're going to do all that stuff, but what I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
is we're going to stay as live as
Okay,
possible
okay,
the
okay.
entire
I'm with you now.
broadcast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, trust me, we're gonna venture, but
I gotta
nonetheless, there's going to be
experience the
more
course a
coffees to
little
come.
bit.
Far more coffees.
Yeah, we got
to
a lot of
come.
coffee breaks or coffee trips to take.
I'll tell you, you got to mix in some waters too, Bubba. You got to stay hydrated. I have found.
I got this one here.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I found those.
Yep. Take a couple with you, man.
There you go, Bub.
I have found this has been my personal experience. So I don't sleep for these 2 days.
Yep.
And I have found that it's easier for me to stay awake the more hydrated I am.
Yes.
Just
Yeah,
like the
that's fair.
runners. Runners, be drinking water. Drink.
Stay
because
hydrated.
The third leg is the hardest.
When we have asked runners
looks like-
what their advice is, they've all said stay hydrated. Every one of them. So
You
they're
can get-
listening to you.
You can get by with being a little bit hungry. But the old bones and the old muscles, they like that liquid. I actually used the term liquidy.
Ooh,
Liquidy?
Liquidy.
Liquidy.
I was typing this out the other day. I told the runners, like, dude, you want to be hydrated. You want your body to feel liquidy. And I asked my wife, is that a real word? She goes, no. I said, it is.
It
now.
is now. It's a Davism, man.
Liquidy. You want to feel
Davism.
liquidy out there, folks.
So another thing, so we've talked about all the cooperation, participation, and support you get. One thing we haven't talked about much of is your sponsors. You've got some unfreaking believable sponsors that help you put this on, that help you pull off all these crazy visions you've got that no one else really understands until they're in it. Do you want to talk about any of your sponsors for a moment and shout anyone
So
out?
let's start at the top. We got to thank those guys from Medina Health System.
Yeah,
They've been our presenting sponsor for multiple years now, and people would say that it makes sense that one of the biggest employers and one of the biggest events would partner up, but it really wasn't that way at first until we just sat down and had a conversation with their CEO, Jeff Graham, and I was just like, this is one of those cool moments where I was, he was pretty new to that position, and I just went in to say, hey, have you heard of the MAID program with Drug Free Clubs of America? Oh yeah, that's a great program. Yeah, that's great. People helping those kids.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, have you heard about the $1.50? Oh yeah, my son ran that last year. That's a phenomenal event.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, did you know that the $1.50 is what supports those kids? And it was like the record scratch, man.
Yeah, it was like, oh man.
And he was like, no, but I would like to be a part of that.
Uh-huh.
And so really the meeting was just kind of like educational, like, hey, you should know this is going on in your community. And by the time we, walked out the door, we had a nice sponsorship.
That's awesome.
Because he recognized the importance of everything, those two entities working together and helping the community.
It's authentic. It's genuine partnership.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got people
awesome.
like, BFW Post 108,
Yeah.
We've got our friends at the Cozy and Wagner's. They put on a golf outing for us each September. They raised over $17,000 for the $150 last year through that outing.
That's awesome.
Our friends at, CCI and the Helping Hands group are big time.
Yeah.
We got people like, Michelob Ultra. There's a new drink, Carbless, that'll be here tomorrow.
Okay.
Might want to try those by our friends out at Classic Brands.
Okay.
Norse Auto Mall.
Yeah.
I remember Barb Sanford, Norse has been with us every single year since the inaugural race. And I remember her saying, like, this thing sounded so crazy that I just wanted to be a part of it.
That's
like, I
great.
don't understand running 150 miles or 30 checkpoints, but it sounds big and cool. So, yeah, there's a nice Toyota.
The Norse, they
nice
got the
Toyota back there.
Norse Toyota back here, all parked up on the hill. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
shout out to the guys over at Toyota.
we got people like InfoSight out there on 23. They barcode difficult things. That's their motto. Nobody really understands what they do, but they're doing stuff all over the world.
Yeah,
really,
all over the world
That's
here
crazy.
in Chillicothe.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
the Chillicothe Ross Foundation. That's a big sponsor of ours. They've been with us for several years. Jeff Graham or Scott Graham, different Graham.
Okay. Yep,
Scott
yep,
Graham.
yep.
Helped us out with that a couple of years ago. So that's kind of been nice to be able to depend on.
Right.
When you're putting on a race, it helps keep kids off drugs. You get leniency and you get support. We're pretty transparent.
Sure.
Yeah. We're not fancy. Nobody's getting rich here. I mean, I make a few bucks as a race director, but I mean, you would never want to work for my hourly wage.
The amount of time you put into it, I'm sure. I mean,
no, sir.
But I love it, man. It's a cool thing in our community to, like I said, see all those people come together and be able to have, consistency in that sponsorship front.
Yeah.
Where, our bills aren't small. We'll write a check for, over $100,000 this year.
Yeah.
For our kids, it probably costs us another 80, 90 grand, put this race on.
Wow.
I mean, I always call it $150 math.
Yeah.
Because it's like when you do something that's 150 miles,
right?
If you need one thing per mile, well, that's a lot of things.
Right. That's crazy to think about, but you're exactly right.
You need a couple Porta Johns. Well, we need 100 of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see all those things, come together. And at the end, those first couple years, come January, February, I'd be puking my guts out thinking we're going to be able to pay our bills.
Yeah.
Through 9 years of that, and the good guy up above.
Yeah.
I know we'll get there.
Right.
I usually just kind of keep my head down and try to do the work.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while I'll look up and kind of start looking at some numbers and think, yeah, we're still good. We're good.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting where we need to go. One thing that we've talked about, I think every avenue of cooperation and support at this point, other than one key piece of this year's race, which I find very interesting. You're back home where it all started at Ohio University, Chillicothe, and that has been pretty special. And I know we talked on Wednesday about some of the support and cooperation you've gotten, even with something as silly as the awesome logo, by the way. Well done, Field Source.
Field Source,
on the logo. That is a
Daniel
killer
Haller.
logo.
Daniel Haller painted that yesterday.
That is awesome. But even something as simple as that, the cooperation you've got. So talk to us about what it means to be back up here where it all began. There's the original finish line, by the way.
Yeah, still got some remnants of 2017 back there. Once again, that's in the storybooks. But we went downtown there for a few years, and last year I probably spent about 20 extra hours just meeting people and trying to organize where are we going to put all this stuff.
Right.
There's so many things that go into setting up this finish line, starting line area, that I really started to kind of look at this and think, man, this is really challenging.
Yeah.
And I'm also involved in Boy Scouts, and my son was up here at the Shoemaker Center last March for an event, and I looked around here like, man, this place is nice.
Yeah.
And so my plan was to reach out to Roberta Milliken, the dean, after last year's $150, and start that conversation about the 2025 race.
Yeah.
was like 2 weeks before the race, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I was like, I got to get this thing figured out. So I called Roberta, and we're friends. We know each other. And I said, Roberta, I know you weren't the dean at Ohio University Chillicothe when we had the race up there before, but I would like to discuss with you to see what kind of opportunity there might be to come back up there in 2025.
Yeah.
She was like, well, I would love to discuss that with you.
Sure.
And she was like, what does that look like?
Yeah.
And I'm always someone that sometimes when you live it, you don't maybe really know how people perceive it on the outside.
Sure.
But I'm also super respectful that this is your place, not mine.
Right.
I don't get to just come in and do whatever I want. I need
Absolutely.
to. So she was like, what does that look like? And so I just rattled off like 2 or 3 things. I'm like, that's really about what we need.
Yeah.
What else you need? No, that's pretty much about it. We can do that.
Sure.
And so it was really just, it was a relief to me.
Yeah.
Just finally getting that conversation and so
just knock it off the
clarifying that
list.
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of goes up there with how many teams we got. We don't care what the number is. We'd just rather know.
That's right.
Right there.
So
right there.
that kind of, and then it was kind of fun to announce that. It was a little challenging, coming back up here to organize all that stuff.
Sure.
Again, like kind of remember where we had what and why we did what. I have this group of photographers. They're great, man.
Yeah.
They've been with us. They go out there, shoot photos for 2 days. And I kind of realized that I didn't tell Ray where the start finish line was because he thought he goes, I'm hearing rumors that the race is up at OUC. Is that right? Oh yeah,
about that.
We're up there again.
We're back up there.
But it is
where
kind of
we
like a
belong.
homecoming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The van drivers get to park up there. They got all the space in the world. Higley, Chris Higley puts up some tents for us.
A lot of cooperation.
A lot of cooperation, but it's fun, and I'm thankful to be here. I don't see us going anywhere for a long time. I'm using the word. I'm never changing the course again. Never.
Okay.
Never.
You heard it here. That's a strong statement. That's a strong statement. I love it.
It's a lot of work.
I love it.
Whenever you change one thing, you got to write a whole new set of directions.
Uh-huh.
You got to make sure it's updated on the website. You got to put it in the magazine. It's
so many places.
There's so many places it's at. It's just like,
yeah.
you just got to make sure everything's right. You got to get approval from those landowners. Can we use your checkpoint, your spot? Like, that's a big deal.
A lot of moving parts just have to come together to make it all work.
We don't all just show up and guzzle 11 coffees and call it a day, Aaron. You hear that?
Yeah, you guys are a lot more motivated man than I am. Coffee gets me to my motivation.
It is what it is. I do what I can with him. This is what happens when we let him out of the house.
I like it though, man. You guys got a heck of a lot of energy. I know when we first started talking about this idea, you guys being a part of this, I got excited.
Oh, this has been phenomenal,
The
man.
Buck 10 was amazing. And
Yeah,
this is
just the whole thing. Yeah, just to be a part of, like I said, the greatest fight that there is. I told Bubba, looking at that finish line, that start-finish line, I told Bubba, that was the very start of a big-time fight for our youth.
Yeah.
That is exactly what I look at when I see that old beat-up finish line right there. So,
well, I think the race is kind of like that. I've always said that the race is a pretty good metaphor for what this battle is like when you're grappled by drug addiction.
Right.
It is not easy. It is probably not something you're going to do on your own. You're going to need
Probably
some
not.
help. You're going to need some support. You're going to have some setbacks, but you just got to kind of keep going at it.
Yeah.
And so, really when you think about the whole picture of it, it's fun to think about everyone coming together to do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a lifelong battle too. It's not just something you can stop on a given day. Like, you're gonna have to battle it the rest of your life, and it does take a lot of people and support to deal with.
I have yet to meet anyone that disagrees with your cause.
Exactly.
And it's hard to get people to agree in today's world.
Yeah, it is.
Is.
I think if the one thing I guess I hope people think and realize this, yes, it's important to help kids. But if you think about our society as a whole, there's virtually not a single problem that we face, whether it's hunger, education, abuse issues, support, love, homelessness,
Right.
people finding jobs. Almost all of those, high tragic things are linked to drugs in one way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah.
Whether that's, someone who's either a part of that or just a family member who's challenged with still staying in connection with that loved person when these drugs have changed their mindset to where they're really just a different person than it was the person that they raised or loved before.
Yeah. The challenges are endless, and the perspectives of the challenges are they're endless as well. I mean,
for us, it's a good
tough.
place to start.
Yeah.
It's easy to, I mentioned that $1 million. We've had over 15,000 kids that's gone through this program. I'm past the point where, I still remember the very first year we had the race. We had our bill was like $113,000, and I remember Chris Scott talking to a group and saying, which kid's life isn't worth, $113,000. Well, that's a pretty simple answer. That every kid's life is worth that.
Yeah.
Well, even every kid's life is worth $1 million, and every kid's life is worth the $2 million or whatever that is.
Right.
So we just kind of keep grinding at it. It's not going away.
No, you're too stubborn to let it go away.
I'm definitely stubborn.
That's a good quality.
I prefer the
It's a
term.
great
I prefer
quality.
the term dedicated. Don't let this.
I'm stubborn myself.
Don't let this fool.
Nose down and go. Pin those ears back.
I remember we talked about goals and how many teams you're going to have. So in the first year of the Buck 50, we had 38 teams. The next year we had 74 teams. And so after that year, there was a guy named Mike Rudd who'd been running with us, and he did some marketing. So I met with Mike and his boss.
Yeah.
And we were, chit-chatting about the race. And his boss was like, well, what's your goal for next year? I said 100 teams.
Yeah.
Well, what's your real goal?
Yeah.
100 teams. Well, if you didn't get that, what would you be okay with? And I just said, I'm gonna make this real clear. If I don't get 100 teams next year, I want to be hacked off. I want 100 teams. I didn't get 100 teams either. But I don't know. Once you plant that flag and say that's what we got to do, then you just work like crazy until you get there.
Yeah. And you do the best you can and give it all you got. And the results will
Right.
show for itself.
That's
maybe
right.
not today, maybe not tomorrow, but down the road somewhere.
Well, I think the key is looking back at the appropriate times. You mentioned not looking every day. If you look every day to see what if you took one step forward or not, you might end up a little bit discouraged.
Yeah, never check your bank account every day.
Yeah, but to like you, every once in a while peek back to see, kind of look at those old trees through the forest, so to speak. Yeah, it's a good thing. That's a good thing.
It's fun. It is fun to look back and we were talking about runner retention earlier, and it's like I've received more than one text or email. It's almost like someone's resigning from a company or something.
Oh,
You're
man.
like, Dave, I just can't do it this year. I've got, my kids got dance that weekend, or I've, injured my knee and I can't really run anymore. And I think that's really cool. I'm thankful for anyone who runs once or anyone who gives us $1 or one of the coolest stories ever happened right here. I'm sitting the first year of the Buck 50, our finish line table was right on the other side of that fence. And I don't know who the runner was, but they came up to me and they handed me a check, and it was for $30. And there was some older lady on the course, and as a runner goes by, she says, "Hey, can you give this to someone to help those kids?" And so this runner comes up and says, I got this check. It's like for $30.
Whoa.
And I just thought, the fact that someone was just willing to help.
Yeah.
Just
I
because they
wish I could tell you who the runner was or who the lady was, but to me, it was like someone believes in you.
Yeah.
Somebody cares about what you're doing. They understand it and they want to help.
And they've never met you a day in their life.
No clue.
But they know the cause.
Yeah.
That's everything, man. That's everything. I love it. Well, Dave, I'm sure you got places to be. We appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time.
This is like my one breather in the day
it.
from 6 to 8, and then these last teams will take off. I'll head to the house, take a quick shower, and then I'll be out for the rest of the night with my daughter Paige. And,
there you go.
we'll have a good time.
There you
Heck
go.
yeah. We're gonna have to check the course out at
Yeah,
some
yeah,
point.
yeah. You mentioned food, and now you're like, yeah, let's get
No,
out
I
of
like
here.
the course.
Yeah.
I want to see. I want to see what this is all about.
We're going to
Checkpoint 8. You got to go to checkpoint 8.
Checkpoint 8.
Anyone talk to you about that one?
No.
I got to get out of here, but I got to tell you.
Okay, come on.
One more story.
One more.
So 8. Okay, checkpoint 8 has what we call the memory mile.
Okay.
So it's out just close to Clarksburg.
Yeah.
There are tiki torches that are set up for the last mile coming into that checkpoint.
Okay.
And they are there to honor either people who have lost their battle with drug addiction or to honor someone who's got on the other side of that.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Christy Lamon does that work. She lost her son Joe. She has a scholarship fund. I think it's like $20, and people will put that up. And so it really kind of humbles you when you're out
Sure.
there in the middle of the night and you see all these tiki torches that you're coming up on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got to check it out.
That would
We'll
be a
check
very-
that out. We'll get to checkpoint
very
8
good
for sure.
site.
Clarksburg, you said?
Yep.
Clarksburg. not
Browns
Leesburg.
Chapel Church.
Okay. this
But thank you guys for being here this
Oh,
weekend.
absolutely. This is amazing.
Bubba Keith's coffee's going.
Oh, I'm gonna have to slow down a little bit or use the bathroom. One of the two.
Hydrate. Coffee, water.
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
There you
Gotta
go.
get a water in me now.
There you go. We appreciate you taking the time.
Hey,
as
thanks,
always.
man.
Thank
Thanks,
you
man.
so much for
Good
everything
times,
you
good
do.
times.
Best
Okay.
work being done in the area as far as we're concerned.
Thanks, man.
Dave Huggins, race director from the Buck 50.
Busiest man for the next 48
busiest
hours.
man in Ross County, gave us nearly an hour of his time.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, what a great conversation
What a
with him.
dude.
And we've gotten the chance to sit down with him on our show,
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
But to have him in person on the 24-hour stream and really give you a better look at what the Buck 50 and the Buck 10 is all about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bub, I feel like now is a pretty decent time for a break. So we're going to take another quick break here for just a moment. But when we return, we're going to have a little more Buck 10 action to talk about. We might even show that video yet again here. And we're going to get out of the way here before the 8 o'clock hour. The final takeoff from the 2025
the freak
Buck
show,
50.
right?
The freak show.
The freak show.
At 8 p.m. You're not going to want to miss anything. Keep it right here. This is the 740 Sports Show. Welcome back to the 740 Sports Show as we continue our coverage. You look ridiculous.
I know the little ball on the top of my head. It's all right.
You look like your toboggan has a man bun.
I like the style.
Okay.
Look at this. I've never had so much hair on my head.
Watch this. Machine Gun Bubby.
Yeah, we're changing that.
There we go. Yeah. Wait. We are now live over top of everything.
That's awesome.
I'm pretty
Let the whole
intrigued
world hear
by
me.
what I'm hearing from the Buck 50 with the sights and sounds. We hear us over everything. It's kind of overwhelming, but it's awesome at the same time. We are back at the Buck 50, Bub. We are very anxiously awaiting the last group of runners to take off from the start line for this year's Buck 50. It gets awesome.
I mean, what better name for like the last group that's starting at 8:00 than to just call them the Freak Show? And they're going to lap everybody eventually.
That's the way this is going to go.
7-hour head start for the groups that started at 1:00.
Correct.
Like I said to Dave earlier, it would feel demoralizing like for me.
Well, you know what, Bub? Not everyone's as mentally weak as you are.
That's true. That's why they're all out there running, and I'm not. I agree. They are way more motivated, mentally stronger, physically capable.
Less dependent on coffee.
Way less dependent on coffee. Way less.
And you know what? That's what it takes to be a runner in this thing. And that, we had the opportunity to speak with Dave Huggins, the race director for this whole race. Southern Ohio's premier relay race, Bub, the Buck 50.
What a great conversation.
And what a great conversation we have with Dave. And, like we've said many, many times, we got a lot of respect for the work that Dave does. We are back. We'll get that off the screen. And we got a lot of
yeah, no, I mean, you're right. We are back.
We are back.
The screen.
Here we are. Here we are.
Come on, producer Eric.
But a ton of respect for what he does, the work and the fight he fights in, helping these types of things go on, and the effort, right, for our youth to have a chance at, drug-free preventativeness, but also he notes, he notes and kind of touched on earlier, being in addiction, the struggle that comes with it, and being in that battle as well. So he's fighting the fight on both fronts, man. And we really enjoy our time. We get to spend with Dave, and he's so insightful in so many ways.
Yep.
And he's proud of his work, and he should be
very proud, but also very humble.
Very, very humble.
Very humble.
Very, very humble. And he recognizes that this isn't, this is just the beginning of this type of battle. This is just the beginning of this type of fight. This isn't a fight that's ever going to go away, but he hopes to put a pretty good dent in it day by day.
Yeah, and exactly, for only being now the 9th year of the Buck 50.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really ready to put a stamp on this battle.
And that's another thing, too, he touched on. The 9th year of this race and, everything he's trying to do. And they've raised over $1 million at preventative services for drug-free youth in our area.
Yeah, and I think the key word there is preventative, right? Like stop it before it even becomes a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we know what that, unfortunately that nightmare can be, once someone's in the grasp of drug addiction. So like I said, Dave's fighting the good fight, man. And some of his best work is what we've seen from his work within the Buck 10. Yeah. And, we showed that video a little while ago, and we're going to go ahead and show it again just because I think it's the appropriate time after hearing Dave's thoughts on, that video and just the work that he's put into that.
Yeah.
And everything else, man. It's just, there's no better work being done. I don't know how many times to say it. There just isn't. And
like you said earlier, I mean, you haven't heard anybody say or complain about the stuff he's doing or
correct
have a problem with the fighting drug addiction.
I've not heard anybody be against his cause.
Yes, that was the way you phrased it.
And that's the fact of the matter. When you're fighting this type of fight, it's good work. It's very, very good work.
It's very nice to feel that everybody's on your side and nobody's trying to fight against you.
Absolutely. So we'll go ahead and throw it back to that video here yet again. But again, Buck 10, 2024 Buck 10 from CCI. What an awesome video.
On your mark, it's go.
We'll go ahead and step aside ourselves.
This is a huge, huge deal. All the incarcerated groups that put this together, especially the Helping Hands, I want to say thank you guys for doing this. This is a big deal for our community. If you're not familiar with the Buck 50, the Buck 50 raises money for the MAID program, which is the local chapter of the Drug-Free Clubs of America. So the money that is raised for this charity gets funneled right into the local schools to help these kids stay sober and to avoid some of the paths that we've seen and here. We know where that leads, right? So this is your opportunity to reach out and help these kids before they make some of the mistakes that some of us have made. It is a big, big deal. So I want to welcome Chris Scott, Dave Huggins, William Pressler from the Buck 50. These guys are here to help us go off well. Our reps of the Helping Hands group have got a presentation that they would like to give these guys. This is all the work that you have done and they have done. This is a huge, huge deal. So, who? Come up here and tell me what you got. Or whichever one.
No, Duke wants to.
Duke wants to.
Now, through the fundraisers, we've managed to raise $10,000 to donate to the Buck 50. And I'm happy there's a lot of people out here because when you buy food from our fundraiser sales, this is the kind of stuff that goes to. You're helping keep kids off drugs, helping keep kids out of this place. I know this isn't a great place to be. We don't want more people coming here. So thank you very much.
All right, boss. What's your name, brother?
Jamie Burkett.
Jamie Burkett. Nice to meet you, Jamie. Jamie is the first place winner of this year's Buck 10. It's going back to the population. The staff doesn't get it this year. Congratulations on your win, man.
Hey, thank you, bud.
Absolutely. Is this something you got to train for?
Yeah, I've been running about 40, 45 miles a week.
My gosh, all right. So a 6-mile day, nothing for you then, huh?
No, this is just another run.
I love it, man. I love it. Congratulations again. All right, what's your name, boss?
Chris Horton.
Chris Horton, nice to meet you, Chris. Second place winner. Second place here at the Buck 10 today. Did you train for this inning?
Yeah, I trained with Jamie. It turns out I'm a better coach than I am a runner, but I'll take it. I'm the winning coach, second place runner. So.
Hey, first place winning coach for the day.
First place winning coach.
I love it. How much were you running a day for this type of thing?
It depends on each day. I'm actually in the middle of marathon training, so I'm averaging about 12 miles a day or so.
Man, just woke up, shook off quick 6 miles, bub. I love it. I'm here with the third place winner now. What's your name, brother?
Elijah Baker.
Eli? Nice to meet you, Eli. Congratulations on a pretty successful day of running, man. Did you train for this much?
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
You like to run?
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Okay. What goes into this type of event for you, man? Running-wise, training-wise, that type of thing, but also the mental side of it.
Oh, man, where to start? Every day, getting up in the morning, fighting through the mental struggle of it, like getting out here, no matter what the weather is, got to come out here.
Does it kind of give you something to look forward to, train for, kind of put your mind to work, focusing towards something positive like this?
Gives you plenty of anxiety for a month straight coming out here.
It's a kind of one of those things that once you say you're going to do it, you have to do it, and it paid off for you today, man. Third place, man. Eric here from 740 Sports Show. I am here with a gentleman here named J. John, correct?
Danny J. John.
Danny J. John. And Danny, how long have you been in here, brother?
6.5 years.
6.5 years. And if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing today as a part of all of this event?
Actually trying to bring awareness and trying to get back to the community. Yeah. We've all took from them, so it's time to, I guess, give back, try to make it better so we don't see the youth following us.
How have you participated in this event today? I've seen you a little bit of everywhere, setting up, tearing down type of stuff.
Everything. Yeah. Everything from start to finish. I'm one of the top members in the group, and I try to do a little bit of everything for just about every event, for real.
So this is an organization within the system that does these types of things specifically.
And we do the blessing boxes on the street. We're the ones that build all them. We do the take in the food during the food drives for them, and then all the money that we receive from fundraisers in here, we donate to the community.
Robert, what do you got going on as a part of the Buck 10 today, man?
I'm actually one of 4 founders that started the Helping Hands group that's sponsoring this.
So you're one of the 4 founders of this whole organization, this whole group that does this, man. That's killer. How did you find this organization? What made that come about?
Well, I did the therapeutic community program, and we wanted to continue to try to better ourselves, so we created a group for guys to stay, to continue their growth and recovery and all that aspect. So
recovery, rehabilitation, just making the right moves, man. I love it. Well, you guys are definitely making a presence felt here today. What's your name, boss?
Higgins.
All right, nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time, man. How are you helping out with the Buck 10 today?
About just helping anybody that need help.
Yeah. I've seen you setting up things, tearing down things, moving stuff. I've seen you doing a little bit of everything this morning, man. It's been cool. What does this type of event or these types of events mean to the population inside, man?
I mean that we, it's hope for us, that we get a second chance in life.
Absolutely. I got Chris here with me. Chris, you mind if I ask, how long have you been in here, brother?
Been in prison for 33 years.
33 years. Really long time, man. So you've got some real insight. What does something like this, man, mean to the guys in here? What does this do for the population here?
It means a lot. It gives us an opportunity to be able to break this pattern. You got the pattern of every day. You wake up, you do the same things every day. And to be able to interact with y'all is just very important. It plants seeds. It really helps the population.
So you're a member of Helping Hands as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your biggest role in Helping Hands? What do you do a lot of, that type of thing?
Really, what I'm doing right now, just having the opportunity to be able to speak, be able to represent, be able to show how I was this way. I was a drug addict at one time, but now all of a sudden I'm being a role model.
And thank you. You are doing exactly that. I appreciate your time here. So what does this type of event do for the population and the guys in here, man? What's it do for this community?
I'm a little nervous, but
oh, you're good, man. It's definitely a positive atmosphere. It's definitely a positive environment, and I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit crazy to you, but I feel like this is literally an event you could put on the streets and everyone's just cool with it. You know what I mean? So you guys are doing great things, man. I want you to know, outside looking in, brother, you said second chance. You guys are doing the most with your second chances. I would like
guys in here, that's going home to a bad community, and just help them out.
What does this event do to change culture and to help bring some sort of positivity to the population?
When you're in recovery, you're not really used to giving back. You're used to just taking all the time. So once you learn how to give back and you learn that you're valuable and people's valuable in society, and you see the change that you help, and it's just a feeling you can't describe. So
this has definitely been an event that I can't describe, man. It's been nothing. This is my first time at a prison, so honestly, this has been remarkably. You guys are incredible, man. Just the effort you guys are putting in to raise money for a drug-free cause, a drug-free race, and you got some big goals by the sounds of it too.
Yeah, we do a lot more than this. This is just a small portion of what we do. So, we do tremendous amount of stuff for society.
Let me ask you a question outside of the race itself. What does this race mean to the population, the guys in here? This is a big turnout, man.
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I mean, for us, it's kind of like just a way to channel your energy and do something, give back to the community. And at the same time, for me, I'm a cancer survivor. So, yeah, so like this means a lot just to have a second chance at health. So,
yeah, so you're getting a second chance at health, man. And this is for obviously for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So, folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. So what goes into this type of race, man? What does this race mean for you guys that maybe don't have something to work for all the time back here?
I mean, it gives you something to focus on and something to take your mind off of where you're at. It gives you something to look forward to. The $150 is a good cause because really, I mean, if somebody would have brought running into my life when I was 13, 14, I might not be here right now. Yeah. So, like, it's something that's really good, you know. Hopefully we can bring this out and help some at-risk kids.
Yeah, I love it. That's obviously the goal here. So what does this event do for the population here? I mean, obviously a lively environment, a lot of smiles here, probably a place you don't see a ton of smiles all the time. What's this do for the population?
Camaraderie, camaraderie, you know, amongst us here. Has a community. I mean, with the runners. Also a tight little group here. Yeah, it just brings a lot of people together. Yeah, and a lot of us plan on getting out and actually, you know, doing the $150, $150 when we get out.
What a goal, man! What a goal! I told Dave to be able to bring this type of positivity into this environment is incredible. So Dave Huggins, a $150, they do an incredible job. So I love everything about what they're doing and bringing it here to this environment. What has this event done to help change culture or spread any positivity? Does this event do anything like that for you guys in here?
Yeah, and it brings the awareness and it helps donate the money to the community to keep the positivity going.
Yeah, you guys have some big goals, buying Zanzi's pizzas and kind of sponsoring the $150, man. You're looking to take down Adina as that head sponsor, I hear. Is that a goal you guys got?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next year we do have them.
I love it, man. Trying to take down the big wigs, bub. The Adina health system here. It's crazy, man. So the $150 is a drug-free based run, if you would. How have drugs impacted your life? Have they played any role, or have they impacted your life in any way?
Yeah, the drug addiction is what got me in here. It's took me away from my family. I've lost a lot of friends. Every time I call home, they're telling me someone else overdosed. It's like it's a big deal in a community from around here, so it's kind of important to get the awareness out.
That's the whole reason I'm here. It's the whole reason, and honestly, running is what keeps me off of it. You know, yeah, it works. You know, you can't have both. You're not going to have both drugs and exercising. Like so,
a true second chance, man. A second chance through running, through health, that type of thing. How long have you been kind of using running to substitute the habit, so to speak?
Well, since I've been down, I've been down for a year and a half here. So yeah, that's yeah.
Well, we're rooting for you, brother. Have drugs or played a negative impact or role in your life in any capacity?
I've been in prison for the past 23 years, so I'm going to say yeah.
Okay. Well, as much as I hate to hear that, you're right. Yeah. Narrative's changing. Second chances exist. They're real things, man. Have you seen it playing, impacting anyone else's lives? You met anyone in here that maybe it impacted, things like that?
Yeah, a couple guys in here. You know, I try to help them out, you know, because I'm in a peer support, you know, coaching, and I try to guide them guys, you know, not, you know.
So you're kind of on the other side of it. You're kind of pulling guys through and things like that, man.
Yes.
I respect that. That's crazy work, brother. Good job. This is for, obviously, for drug awareness, drug prevention, that type of thing. So folks looking for second chances at surviving the drug fight as well. Is that something you've struggled with in the past or seeing other people struggle with by chance?
Yes, it is. My family, myself, you know, so for me it means a lot. I mean, just to see you guys trying to do something productive to keep the youth out of trouble and just not landing in here. So.
Yeah. That's ultimately the goal. But man, I gotta say, you're the ones doing all the work. I promise you, trying to change the narrative and just it's been an awesome atmosphere. It's been lively today, and just seeing guys around getting along, just it's a positive environment in a place that maybe isn't so positive all the time. So I guess you're the one doing all the work, all the heavy lifting, as you can see. Drugs have impacted your life, and unfortunately, in a negative way. There's another side to that. We're on the other side of that today. What does this event mean for the drug-free community? Does it do anything you think to spark interest in the drug-free community and maybe inspire guys that are fighting that battle in here?
It definitely plants seeds. Just being able to have people coming here to show that they care. People might not be commenting on it, but it's definitely planting seeds to the point to where it might inspire some people to make that change. Or especially the person that see that this is an outlet that where you got an opportunity to maybe be able to change. But because I think about when I didn't even know I can get help when I was a drug addict. You may have somebody out here like that.
Yeah. So maybe it's just something as simple as just getting information. Information before help. Let me ask you this, man, because you've been in here long enough to see some changes. I'm sure this isn't the same place that you walked into. Do you think that the population could benefit from a drug-free, maybe incentive-based program like Drug-Free Clubs of America?
Absolutely.
You think so?
You need that type of environment provided because you take them up out of these circumstances right here to where they're always got that influence, and something like that will really help.
Do you think that if there were a drug-free program, maybe something incentive-based like Drug-Free Clubs of America in the prison system, you think that's something that could be beneficial to the population?
Oh, for sure. Definitely. We definitely need some support, some drug-free support and stuff like that. Like AA is good, but it's not necessarily for everybody, so we need different avenues for recovery.
All right. Well, as far as the support goes, you're the one providing a lot of that, so we appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much, man. Yep. Congrats again. Yep. Let me ask you a question, Danny. As somebody that has obviously been impacted by drugs and things like that, do you think that the population could benefit from... We hate to end that video when we had to, but we got to get to the final takeoff of the 2025 Buck 50, bub. I'm told it's the freak show.
You know what that means? One more time, Eric.
One more time. We got one more list, bub.
One more list. Let me get it ready here.
All right. As the sun continues to blanket the trees here, bub. We saw it. You saw it. You saw the sun.
I did. I seen the sunset back behind the trees there, little tree line sunset.
Saw the sunset.
There are four teams.
4 teams taking off at 8 p.m.
The first team, the Redliners.
Okay.
Second in the freak show is the Flying Pigs.
Yes.
Makes sense. Flying Pigs will freak me out.
Okay. The Flying Pigs.
Team number 3, Old Bulls and Young Bucks.
Okay.
Bucks in their name, Eric. Could it be Destiny?
Okay. Well,
the final team, rounding out the freak show.
Okay.
The cornfield. There's no cornfields that you got to run through here, right, Kendall?
You run through a cornfield?
You run through a cornfield?
At some point, she does believe
so
that
maybe
there's
they're
some
an
cornfield
advantage
trotting.
on the cornfield trotting.
Okay. Well, bub, in the final listing, who is your favorite?
I mean, the group's named the Freak Show, Eric. I'm going to go with the Flying Pigs. That's the freakiest name out of the 4.
The Flying Pigs?
The Flying Pigs. You ever seen a pig fly?
I've not.
Me neither.
I've seen one broadcast 740 Sports beside its brother Eric.
I can't fly. I can't even get off the ground.
That's true, but you are a pig, and I love that you didn't dispute that.
Oh, yeah, that's not the problem.
Bub, I just a moment ago saw the shortest pair of shorts that I have yet to see on any participant runner, and I felt for the guy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, that doesn't seem like a smart decision.
Did you see the gentleman I am unfortunately referring to?
I think so.
Man, bless
and you
his
know
heart.
What? That's confidence right there.
That is not only confidence, but that is a core body temperature at which one could only dream of. That is peak core body temperature.
Yeah,
work at
that
its
sun is
finest.
no longer existing in the
sun
day. It
doesn't-
is going to get chilly.
The sun has finally gone away for the
You
day.
better put
bud.
on some legs for the later legs.
I actually had sunscreen on for most of the afternoon.
You didn't.
Just to be safe.
You didn't.
No,
it
I
has
did.
been cold.
You were complaining
It has
about
been,
the
the
smell
only
of
burn
banana
you're going to have
coconut.
is wind burn on your face because it's been so windy today and cold.
I'm not going to have windburn. If anything, it'll be sunburn. But I guess what? I applied.
Why were you
sunscreen
asking for chapstick earlier?
Because it's got SPF.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, and
6,
I always SPF.
5,
4, 3,
3,
2. My God, the shorts on this guy.
What?
The shorts on this
Yeah!
guy.
The
The
final
shorts!
groups have taken off.
The
Eric.
shortest shorts in the Scioto Valley, baby.
They 8 p.m.
Wow.
8 p.m. the
8
final
p.m.
grid takes off, and they are pretty much guaranteed to pass everybody else.
That is amazing.
That is insane to me.
That is absolutely insane. One of those 4 teams will likely be one of the first teams we see back here.
Yeah. 7-hour head start for the teams that start at 1
7-hour
o'clock,
head
and here
start.
we
So
are.
last year's course record was 14:18. I doubt we see 14:18 this year. I doubt we see 14:18.
Yeah, I mean, the defending champs didn't show up, though, so
There-
we will have a new champion
there
this
will
year.
there will likely be definitely be a new champion in the sense of that the champion won't be
Yeah,
reigning.
that record, though, it's going to be tough to beat.
Tough to beat 14:18.
I mean, broken by an hour from the previous record.
Yeah,
that's tough to.
they only had
that's a
5
big gap.
runners on their team
Yeah.
too.
That wow,
That's wild.
that hurts me to think about.
That's wild.
Wow.
That's 30 miles apiece.
Yeah. Yep.
That's wild.
No, that hurts.
That is wild to think about. Well, I will leave at least this portion of our broadcast with this. You know, Dave Huggins urged us to get out on the course and do some of the things and catch up on some of the things and check out some of these checkpoints.
Get some of the experience. We got to get the full experience tonight, Eric.
We were told that we had to, absolutely had to get out on this course and check out some of these things. So that's exactly what we intend to do. So we will be checking in with you periodically from here, but we're going to do as Dave requested.
Yep.
We're going to get out on this course and we're going to check in with you periodically. We will keep you here. We'll have a still live shot of what's going on right here at the start finish line. So you won't have to worry about anything else. We'll check in with you and we'll make sure that
we're
it's
gonna
all
keep you up to date with everything.
On everything.
But we got to get some of the experiences like the biscuits and gravy, Eric.
We were yes.
I mean, that's part
we
of
will
the
make sure
experience.
that-
Kendall, have you ever had the biscuits and gravy? She's experienced it.
All right.
See?
I
haven't.
We will get to the experience that is the biscuits and gravy of the Buck 50.
Yes.
And, we'll leave you here with this. Bub, anything you want to say from this portion of the broadcast? We have just crossed 7 straight hours. We will be with you for another 22.
Yeah, and it's no secret to say this is the longest that we have continuously been doing a stream.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
7 hours in. Like you said, we just surpassed that mark. It has been great so far.
Yeah.
I don't see us slowing down anytime soon.
Oh.
I have been enjoying every second of this.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. It's going to continue to be a lot of fun. Keep it right here. We're going to be bringing you all of the happenings throughout the night. We will be bringing you all of the coverage right here from the finish line first thing tomorrow. And like I said, we're going to keep this live shot on for you so you can keep up with everything happening at this year's Buck 50. And we're going to join in with you every so often here just to make sure, well, the wheels are on this thing with you.
Absolutely.
But hey, keep it right here. More coverage of the 2025 Buck 50 to come. You guys are imbeciles.